Hello, my friends. In 1944, Professor Trevor Broom Bruttenholm discovered a strange creature in the ruins of a Scottish church. Naming him Hellboy, he offered him a home at the newly formed Bureau for Paranormal Research and Defense in the US. For 8 years, Hellboy lived in relative isolation at the base, growing physically into adulthood, but with limited life experience. But later, he embarked on various missions with the BPRD. In today's video, we'll explore all of Hellboy's adventures with the BPRD over the years. So, without further ado, let's dive into the action. But before we begin, we have a small request. If you like our content, please subscribe to our channel. It is a small click from you, but it means a lot to us. Thank you. 1952, Part 1. In a hospital in France, 1946, Professor Broom was visited by a young girl named Varvara, who greeted him affectionately as Papa. A nurse introduced her as a delightful guest, someone who clearly held significance to the professor. Then the nurse left them alone to speak in private. Broom, emotional, told Varvara that he had always known she was alive, as he could sense it deep within. Their conversation soon turned to more serious matters, particularly Project Ragnarok. Varvara inquired whether Broom had discovered anything connected to the project. Broom mentioned Grigory Rasputin and expressed his puzzlement over why Rasputin would be interested in Hellboy, the child they were discussing. Despite his obvious concerns, Varvara reassured him that the boy was not a threat. However, before the conversation ended, Varvara delivered a cryptic and unsettling warning. She acknowledged that there was indeed something good within Hellboy, but cautioned that the spark she saw in him could also lead to devastation, perhaps even burning Broom's house to the ground. As Broom looked outside the hospital room, he saw the world on fire and Hellboy emerging from the embers with his horns grown fully. As the window broke, Broom came back to his senses in his office, with Margaret reminding him about his meeting. It was April 1952. Later, Professor Broom briefed the new BPRD agents at the Bureau headquarters in Fairfield, Connecticut. The team included Archie Marraro, a former lieutenant and B-24 pilot, Jacob Stegner, a former corporal from the 4th Infantry Division, Susan Xiang, a former intelligence analyst for the FBI, and Robert Amsel, a former security advisor from Princeton University. Broom addressed the situation in a village in Tarosso, Brazil, where there had been a series of violent murders. 33 people were reported dead, and the rest of the villagers had fled, terrified of what was described as a superhuman creature. Broom presented a flight plan to Archie, explaining that they could not land directly in Tarosso, but the plan would bring them close enough. Archie expressed surprise about going to Brazil, while Stegner sarcastically commented that the real monster might be political rather than supernatural. Broom acknowledged the political implications, but insisted that paranormal investigations were included in the US security matters under the Organization of American States Charter, which justified their involvement. Broom reprimanded Stegner for his constant cynicism. Margaret suggested that Broom should rest, but the professor had one more directive. They were to take Hellboy with them on the mission. There was initial resistance about including Hellboy in the upcoming mission. Stegner reminded Broom that it was his rule not to bring non-agents into the field, citing an incident from 1949 with someone named Brecken as the reason for that policy. Broom, however, insisted on making an exception, declaring that Hellboy was no longer a child and needed to learn how to handle himself in the field. Archie expressed skepticism but agreed that it might be a good idea. He pointed out that they couldn't keep Hellboy locked up forever. Broom assured them that Hellboy was smart and would learn quickly if they showed him the ropes. Ultimately, Broom overruled any objections, stating that he had declared the non-agent prohibition and thus had the authority to make an exception. He was firm in his decision to send Hellboy along with the team. After the briefing, the agents left. Archie knocked on Hellboy's door, asking if he was ready for the mission. Hellboy responded that he was more or less prepared. Archie told him to gather his things quickly and meet the team downstairs, unless he wanted to miss his first assignment. As Hellboy processed the gravity of this task, Archie reminded him to put on a shirt before heading out. Hellboy soon joined the rest of the team outside, where they made light-hearted comments about his appearance, with Archie jokingly saying Hellboy was almost presentable. Despite the banter, the team seemed ready to accept Hellboy as part of the group. Meanwhile, back inside, Professor Broom looked out the window, reflecting on his decision to send Hellboy on this mission. He admitted to Margaret that Hellboy hated being confined at the Bureau, despite their efforts to make it a home for him. Broom acknowledged that Hellboy was intelligent and no longer a child, and he could never truly grow up while being locked away. Only by going out into the world could Hellboy become a man. During the rough journey, Hellboy and the BPRD agents conversed about their recent flight and the current bumpy ride through the Brazilian countryside. The team joked about the condition of the vehicle. After their turbulent flight, riding in the truck felt smooth in comparison. Hellboy, who seemed unusually upbeat, was smiling. He remarked on the unexpected scent of pine trees in Brazil, surprising the team. The driver, Olavo, expressed concern about Hellboy, calling him a little bit scary, to which one of the agents reassured him that Hellboy, despite appearances, was one of the good guys. As they approached an old fort, the team learned from Olavo that the place had a dark history. Built by the Portuguese centuries ago, it was later converted into a prison by President Fonseca, where torture and killings took place. Olavo recounted how Father Augusto, a local figure, believed that God had punished the prisoners and guards with sickness. Eventually, the prison was shut down due to a widespread illness, and the town surrounding it suffered too. Father Augusto considered the fort a haunted place. The castle they were approaching had been abandoned for years, though it had recently been occupied by a film crew. This same crew had come in the previous year, around the time when the killings began. When questioned, Olavo mentioned that Father Augusto could provide more information about the place. Upon arriving, they were greeted by Miss Isadora, who was clearly upset about the team's late arrival, noting that it was already dark. The delay was blamed on the stormy weather, which had made flying difficult. Despite her frustration, Isadora quickly led the group inside, where she offered them rooms to rest for the night. She expressed relief that they had arrived safely and prepared their accommodations. As they settled in, Isadora's anxiety about the castle became evident. She was unwilling to speak about the events plaguing the area while it was still dark. The team, sensing her fear, discussed among themselves that something strange was happening. Tension built among the agents, with some exchanging light-hearted banter, while others expressed frustration at their situation. Eventually, Susan stopped them. The group dispersed to get a shut-eye and then investigate in the morning. Inside the chapel, Father Sousa blamed Isadora for bringing the curse upon them by allowing the BPRD agents into the village, particularly Hellboy. He added that there were already enough troubles without adding more by bringing outsiders. Isadora defended her decision, stating that the agents had come all the way from the United States to help them. She criticized the priest for hiding in his church instead of taking action. She had sought out the right kind of people who were brave enough to face the darkness, unlike others who were either afraid or drunk. After the argument, Father Sousa, feeling condemned by her words, reluctantly left with the boy. Hellboy kept watch from his room. He called Archie, but Archie was tired, and he said that he'd talk to Hellboy in the morning. Part 2. When everyone slept, Father Sousa walked with Olavo through the graveyard towards the castle. He chanted incantations to keep the devil away. He wanted to purify the place of all evil. Olavo carried a big candle in front of him and marked the way. Father Sousa explained that his prayers had revealed that the beast plaguing the village, the source of the curse, must return to its resting place before dawn. He wanted to spy on it during the night, track its movements, and, by morning, destroy it. Sousa admitted that Isadora had been right to criticize him, calling himself a coward both before Olavo and before God. Olavo was terrified, but Father Sousa reassured the boy, stating that the cross would keep them safe from whatever evil they might face. He confessed that despite his fear, he found it hard to fully accept Christ's love and protection, and he would gain control over Satan himself. But right then, they were attacked by the monster, and Father Sousa's blood-curdling screams tore through the somber night. Next morning, everyone came to the graveyard and found the corpse of Father Sousa. They noted that it had been less than 8 hours since their arrival, and already another killing had occurred. One of the agents remarked sarcastically, wishing that Isadora would stop talking. Isadora, deeply concerned, asked about Olavo's whereabouts, fearing for the boy's safety. One of the agents reassured her they would find him. As they continued searching, an agent called out after spotting Olavo in the bushes. They found him covered in blood, but that the blood was not his. The agents, unsure of what had happened, tried questioning Olavo, but he was in shock and unable to speak. Archie suggested getting the boy back to town for medical medical attention, and after some hesitation, Hellboy agreed to take care of Olavo. Cradling the boy in his arms, Hellboy reassured him, promising to take him to safety. As they were leaving, Susan touched the cross on which the demon was sitting the previous night. She immediately got a psychic backlash and was scared. A man, introducing himself as Sergio Vega, approached the BPRD agents near the body of Father Sousa and asked if another murder had occurred. Vega identified himself as someone connected to the film crew at the nearby fort, claiming that the old castle belonged to him, where they were filming a motion picture. The agents expressed skepticism, having heard rumors about the castle being haunted. Vega dismissed the idea, attributing the rumors to the numerous murders, but assuring them that the place was harmless. He offered to show the agents the castle to prove that there was nothing supernatural about it. One of the agents, eager to resolve the situation, agreed to visit the fort, stating that the sooner they ruled out the spook castle, the better. Vega offered to take them in his car, but mentioned that his driver had an unusual quirk. He only tolerated Vega and no one else. The agents, not wanting to wait, declined the ride and decided to walk to the fort, setting off to investigate the site further. At the church, Hellboy and Isadora spoke while Olavo slept peacefully nearby. Isadora expressed relief that the boy had fallen asleep quickly, interpreting it as a positive sign until a doctor could arrive. Reflecting on Father Sousa, she admitted that while the priest had been a drunk and a fool, he had genuinely loved Olavo. In the end, Isadora believed that Sousa had protected the boy. As they sat in the quiet of the church, Isadora found a bottle of cachaça, a Brazilian spirit, and offered some to Hellboy. She asked if he had ever tried it before, to which Hellboy replied that there was a first time for everything. They cheered, "Salud!" Sergio Vega, while leading Susan, Archie, and Amsel through the fortress, boasted about his latest film project, mentioning that it was for a Mexican audience and that he was still considering the title, possibly Hurricane Ortiz. He highlighted how difficult it had been to convert the old fortress into a soundstage and expressed pride in the work they had accomplished. Vega's monologue seemed to bore the agents, especially Susan, who grew increasingly uncomfortable. Sensing something wrong, she subtly urged the others to leave the site quickly, under the guise of needing to return to the crime scene the next day. An eerie voice spoke from inside the castle to Vega, blaming him for letting them go. Vega said that he had no other choice. Susan sensed there was more to Vega's operation than he let on. She started talking to Archie and Stegner about the time when priests actually refereed boxing matches, stating that all men were the same. At the church, Isadora expressed her lingering guilt over how she had shamed Father Sousa the previous night. Hellboy acknowledged that although her words had been harsh, they had ultimately spurred Sousa into action. Isadora reflected on the situation, telling Hellboy that at first she thought it had been her words that motivated the priest, but after reflecting, she realized it was Hellboy. Isadora believed it was Hellboy's presence, the sight of someone who looked capable of doing what Sousa couldn't, that had truly driven the priest to protect Olavo. Hellboy symbolized something greater to Sousa, something that inspired him to act. Isadora curiously asked Hellboy what exactly he was, but Hellboy simply gestured for her to keep it quiet, for he had heard a sound. Suddenly the monster, a monkey with a golden face, attacked them. Hellboy instructed Isadora to take Olavo across the street and protect him. As Hellboy punched the monster, Isadora uttered its name, Anchunga, according to the Tapirape people of central Brazil, a particularly evil demon. Hellboy took out his gun and shot at it, but it dodged the bullets and jump-kicked Hellboy. Hearing the gunshots, Susan and the others rushed towards the church. As Hellboy fought Anchunga, Isadora and Olavo ran outside and called the others. Olavo held Archie tight out of fear. All the agents ran inside to find that Anchunga had overpowered Hellboy. They shot at the monster, but it dodged the bullets and escaped. Hellboy and the others headed out behind it. The agents, still trying to calm a frightened boy, couldn't provide any clear direction. Hellboy decided to take one route, while the other agents planned to head in the opposite direction to cover more ground. Hellboy, eager to prove himself, took off, while Amsel followed him, assuring Archie that he would take care of him. As Anchunga watched everything from a rooftop, Amsel told Hellboy that he saw Anchunga darting into a doorway. The agent suggested circling around, but Hellboy, impulsive as ever, declared that they would confront the creature head-on. As Hellboy went in, he asked Amsel for a flashlight, but Amsel threw a hand grenade at him instead. Part 3. Amsel ran away from the building as fast as he could, while Hellboy uttered, "Son of a..." and then there was a blast. The building that Hellboy was in was blown sky high. Susan and Archie rushed towards the sound and found Amsel gasping for breath. They started questioning Amsel. Amsel, disoriented, explained that Hellboy had gone in first, carrying a grenade. Confused about where Hellboy got the grenade, Susan and Archie pressed further. Amsel couldn't provide an answer, leaving them more puzzled. Archie, concerned for Hellboy's safety, wanted to charge in after him, but Susan stopped him, reminding him that it wasn't safe. Right then, the Anchunga attacked from above. Susan tried to save Archie and was slashed in the hand. She took up a burning stick and hit Anchunga with it, then shot it through the chest. As it fell down, Susan and Archie went towards it, but suddenly it opened its eyes and caught Susan's hand. Susan immediately saw a psychic vision of a fortress from where Rasputin uttered dark incantations. Amsel immediately shot Anchunga as Archie pulled Susan from its grasp. After unmasking Anchunga, they discovered that it was a giant chimpanzee that had been heavily modified with strange technological hardware. Archie remarked that the creature was more than just a monkey, pointing to the extreme alterations made to turn it into a monstrous being. Amsel questioned why someone would create such a thing just to terrorize a small, remote town in Brazil. As the agents examined the remains of Anchunga, Susan observed that something deeper was happening at the fortress where they had been earlier. It was the true source of their trouble. Amsel and Archie agreed, but Amsel interrupted to point out that trouble was already approaching them, pointing at a car headed their way. Susan recognized that the vehicle belonged to Sergio Vega, the director they had encountered earlier, and Amsel confirmed it was his car, driven by Vega's peculiar chauffeur. As the car neared, they noticed the menacing appearance of the driver and realized that Vega and his crew were not friendly. The driver let loose a gang of brainwashed chimps on them. They shot and killed many. The driver jumped from the seat and let the car crash. He was taken down when Olavo drove a car into him. Stegner was there with Olavo. In this scene, Susan, Amsel, Stegner and Archie discussed the whereabouts of Hellboy. Amsel mentioned that Hellboy had a grenade and was responsible for the blast, though they hadn't yet recovered a body. Susan reassured them that Hellboy was not dead, emphasizing that something evil was happening at the fortress they were investigating. She speculated that this evil had been feeding off violence and torture for a long time and was now growing stronger due to some horrific experiment. They needed to act quickly to prevent the evil from spreading further and becoming unstoppable. Archie, driven by his deep bond with the kid, embarked on a search for Hellboy despite the warnings from the rest of the team. Ignoring their concerns, Archie pushed forward, convinced that he had to see the situation with his own eyes, no matter how grim it might be. Meanwhile, a crocodile carried Hellboy away deep into the tunnels. As it got to the bank, a mysterious man spoke from above. He referred to the crocodile as Yapetaquara and asked what he possessed. Yapetaquara revealed that he planned to eat part of Hellboy and bury the rest where he would not cause harm. The man advised against this, hinting at the significance of the being Yapetaquara held. He was more than an ordinary being, as he was destined to bring about the end of the world. The man acknowledged this, noting that while the end was not imminent, it was inevitable and had been preordained since the beginning. Despite this, they also saw the being as a hope for the world to come, emphasizing the duality of Hellboy's role in the future. Yapetaquara understood and silently let Hellboy go. After Archie found Hellboy, he was relieved to see him alive, but immediately noticed Hellboy was bleeding heavily. Archie questioned Hellboy about carrying a grenade, to which Hellboy expressed confusion, not recalling having one. Archie explained that Bob had mentioned something about a grenade. Before they could continue their conversation, they noticed a potential way out of the cave. Hellboy, however, asked Archie to pause and listen, hinting that something else was amiss. Hellboy decided to lead the way, and Archie followed, but soon they came up to a huge stash of human skeletons. Archie said to Hellboy that it was his idea, so he better led the way. Part 4. Hellboy and Archie climbed up the piles of skeletons and entered a laboratory where Archie and Hellboy discovered a disturbing scene. They came across a group of monkeys, some of which were genetically or surgically altered, possibly enhanced in some way. The presence of the monkeys hinted at bizarre experiments, suggesting the lab's purpose might be more than it seemed. As they investigated further, they found bodies on tables, implying that medical or Frankenstein-like experiments were being performed. They also found found a large number of bodies and body parts preserved in glass tanks. Hellboy and Archie were baffled as to where the body parts were coming from. Upon closer examination, they concluded that the bodies likely belonged to men from a nearby village, healthy individuals who had been killed and marked as missing. Archie speculated that the chimps were being used to scare off intruders so that the lab could continue its gruesome work. Archie reflected on a story they had been told the previous night by Olavo. Olavo had mentioned that the facility had once been a prison where both guards and inmates were wiped out by a plague. Archie speculated that the graves outside might be empty and the bodies they were looking at could be the remains of the prisoners. Hellboy then asked Archie if such bizarre occurrences were typical for the kind of work they did. Archie, though experienced, admitted that he had never encountered anything like this before. He mentioned that Professor Broom once told him about something similar, men or creatures preserved in tubes that were seen in Berlin after the war. He speculated that the professor might have regretted sharing that information, as he rarely spoke about it. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted when they encountered a massive, menacing figure wielding an axe. Hellboy and Archie immediately recognized that this creature was far more than the altered monkeys they had seen earlier. It was a Frankenstein monster. The monster attacked Archie, but Hellboy blocked the axe blow with his right hand. It attacked again and struck a glass tank from which a body fell out. Archie shouted at Hellboy to steer clear of the monster so that he could get a shot, but the monster that fell out of the tans caught hold of Archie's leg. Hellboy and Archie kept hitting them, but they didn't feel any pain because they were dead already. The monster punched Hellboy and he was taken aback. It took a slash at Hellboy, but hit a benzene tank instead. Hellboy punched it down with his right hand and hurled it through a wall, knocking it down. Then he saw the same statue inside that Susan had seen in her visions. Suddenly, the monster locked Hellboy in a chokehold. Hellboy struggled but quickly regained control, throwing punches with his massive right hand. As they exchanged blows, Hellboy mocked the creature, asking if it was getting tired. With a powerful strike, he smashed the monster, sending it crashing into the strange sphere which oozed out green fluid. The creature, covered in the strange substance, slumped, seemingly defeated. Archie arrived and spoke about the foul stench of the green fluid. Archie checked to ensure none of it had splashed onto them, also saying that the monster that he fought lost its head in the fight. Suddenly, a transmission came in through the microphones. The voice over the transmission spoke in German and declared that the day had come when their destiny would become clear, asking Hellboy and Archie what they would do. The speaker presented a dramatic choice between preserving humanity's last hope or stepping into an era of darkness and ruin. Meanwhile, Archie and Hellboy tracked the source of the transmission and went into another room stealthily. The voice kept speaking about their vision for the future, not to overthrow the world order, but to reshape it so that it would finally work in their favour. They had declared themselves as humanity's rightful masters, asserting that their time to rule had begun, starting from that very moment. As Hellboy and Archie went in, they found Vega filming Von Klempt, his head fitted on a monstrous body with his two Nazi minions. Archie and Hellboy understood that it was Von Klempt's voice that they had heard. Suddenly they were struck with lightning coming out of Klempt's hand and were incapacitated. As Von Klempt struck Hellboy with lightning again, he ranted about his grand achievements and the superiority of his work. He mocked Hellboy, calling him a deceiver and a degenerate child of the pit. He boasted about Project Ragnarok, an operation Hitler had fully supported, which involved the creation of his super soldiers, beings immune to death itself. But instead, it was led by Rasputin, who had brought forth the abomination called Hellboy on Earth. He further declared that his work represented the ultimate victory for science and reason, something far superior to the superstitious beliefs of others. He ridiculed those who failed to see the brilliance of his creations and claimed that his army, which needed no food, clothing or rest, would always be ready to act at any moment. He framed his ambition as surpassing even what Hitler could not achieve, positioning himself as a force that could bring about total war with the promise of total domination over all life on Earth. And while he boasted about himself, a group of German soldiers watched him, and their commander said that he had seen enough of the lunatic. Part 5. At the fortress, the green liquid oozed over the Frankenstein monster as the upgraded chimps looked at it in fear. Suddenly, the monster woke up. Von Klempt expressed frustration when his signal was lost. Vega apologized, explaining that they had lost contact with the other end. Von Klempt's anger flared, mocking those who had cut the communication. Hellboy sarcastically remarked that even the Nazi holdouts found Von Klempt too insane. Von Klempt, however, boasted about his army of goose-stepping zombies, unconcerned by the accusations. Von Klempt was disappointed that the Nazi soldiers could not witness the execution of Hellboy. He still hoped it would be recorded. He kept shocking Hellboy with electricity, but Hellboy managed to catch his hand and punch Von Klempt. Archie also came to his senses and witnessed them fighting. Von Klempt's minions caught hold of Hellboy, and he jumped at him to finish him, stating that it was the only time Hellboy had laid hands on him. But right then, there was a power feedback. Von Klempt was surprised what caused that, and the next instant the earth parted, and from underneath appeared the monster, now transformed into a giant by the enchanted green fluid. It caught hold of Von Klempt and started squeezing him. He could not break free, so he detached his head from the body, which the monster crushed within its fist. Hellboy jumped directly into action, trying to figure out whose side the creature was on, but quickly concluded it was certainly not theirs. He propelled himself toward the beast, ignoring Archie's warning to stay back. He delivered a heavy blow with his right hand, and a foul stench emanated from the monster. Archie fired at Nazi zombies. Hellboy, in the midst of this turmoil, was caught off guard as a tentacle seized him, and he muttered, "Oh crap!" Meanwhile, inside the lab, the dumb chimp smoked cigarettes and threw them at the leaking benzene tank. There was a huge blast, and the floor caved in below Hellboy and Archie, hurling all of them down. As Archie came to his senses, he saw one of the chimps escaping with Von Klempt's head. He found a camera lying beside him and started taking photos as he thought that Professor Broom would have wanted to see what was going on over there. He clicked as Hellboy came up, victorious from the fight with the monster. Hellboy asked Archie if he was okay. Archie assured him that he was fine. Hellboy sarcastically questioned Archie's role in the operation, pointing out that he seemed to be only taking pictures. Archie defensively responded, explaining that photographing required skill, managing lighting and composition was tougher than it looked. He advised Hellboy to stick to his strength and punch monsters. As they walked together, Hellboy remarked on Archie's habit of bumming cigarettes, something he still wasn't thrilled about. Archie simply told him to get used to it. As they descended some stairs, they met with Susan and Stegner. Hellboy was focused on finding Amsel, expressing his eagerness to talk to him. Archie joined in, emphasizing that they both had some unfinished business with Amsel. Both Susan and Stegner were wounded, and Amsel was responsible for their situation. After dealing with the driver, they were on the way to take Olavo back to a boarding house and rejoin Hellboy and Archie. However, Amsel had ambushed them, knocking them out before they could react. When they woke up, they were tied to a tree but managed to escape thanks to Amsel's poor knot-tying skills, despite his proficiency with a weapon. Hellboy sarcastically acknowledged that at least Amsel hadn't tried to blow them up with a grenade. Archie chimed in, agreeing that Amsel wasn't as skilled with knots as he was at knocking people out. When Susan asked them what happened at the site, Hellboy said that there had indeed been something evil up there, as Susan had warned earlier. When the topic of finding Amsel came up, Stegner wanted to let the authorities handle him, believing the Bureau and the feds would hunt him down for his treason. Later, at Buenos Aires, Argentina, Malcolm Frost confronted Amsel about his failure to eliminate Hellboy, reminding Amsel that Hellboy had now become an international hero by special act of the United Nations. Amsel defended himself, explaining that the chaotic environment during their encounter made the situation too volatile for success. He believed that in a controlled environment, he could have killed Hellboy. Frost, attempting to smooth things over, suggested that Amsel return to the Bureau to set things right. However, Amsel was alarmed at the idea, fearing arrest if he stepped foot in the US again. He proposed that Amsel reach out to Professor Broom, claiming that he could get close to Hellboy by requesting a conversation. He instructed Amsel to kill Hellboy once they reconnected. Amsel was visibly shocked by this suggestion and immediately rejected the idea. Frost, however, insisted that there was no other way, expressing frustration that Broom had protected Hellboy for so long. He went as far as to claim that Broom might be an agent of Satan himself. As Amsel became increasingly distressed, something seemed to change within him. His eyes turned yellow and he began sweating profusely. Moments later, Amsel burst into flames, leaving Frost in utter shock. Amsel was killed by none other than Varvara, the sweet girl that came into Broom's dreams. She approached Frost and commented that Amsel wasn't truly a bad man, just not very bright. She chastised Frost for his negative thoughts about Professor Broom, instructing him to stop thinking or speaking ill of the professor. Varvara revealed that the professor was her favourite human and explained that that Frost needed to be nice to him. Her true image, that of a frightful demon, reflected behind her. As Frost became more unnerved, Varvara downplayed his concerns about Hellboy, reminding him that he would be dead long before Hellboy's true nature could fully emerge. She instructed him to smile and be nice, further suggesting that there was no point in worrying about what Hellboy might become. Lastly, as Frost witnessed Amsel's burning remains, Varvara enigmatically mentioned that the world was done for, the righteous were failing, while God was not at home. At the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield, Connecticut, Margaret informed Professor Broom that the dental records confirmed the burned body found in Buenos Aires was indeed Robert Amsel. She added that there was still no information on the man seen with Amsel. As Broom accepted this, Margaret revealed something additional. A witness had taken a photograph at the scene. It was definitely strange. As Broom looked at the photograph, he was dumbfounded, as it was a photo of Varvara. 1953. Beyond the Fences, Part 1. During Susan Xiang's psychological evaluation at BPRD HQ in Fairfield, Dr. Sandhu acknowledged that Hoover had made things difficult for Susan at her previous job. She shared her own experience of fighting against expectations despite her family's wealth, expressing how she had to overcome obstacles to pursue her career. She encouraged Susan, reminding her that Professor Broom had recognized Susan's talents just as he had recognized hers, and urged her to overcome her doubts to allow her skills to flourish. As Susan described what she saw in an image, a vague impression, perhaps an eye or something unknown, she was interrupted by an announcement calling her Stegner and Hellboy for a mission briefing. Apologizing for the interruption, Susan asked if they could continue later. Dr. Sandhu graciously agreed. During the mission briefing, Professor Broom informed Hellboy, Stegner and Susan that 6 children had gone missing over the course of 6 days, with no trace of them found. On the 7th day, an adult victim was discovered, though only remains were found. Initially, the Bureau suspected cult activity or human trafficking, but recent sightings of a strange creature in the area led them to believe they might be dealing with something like the Jersey Devil. Broom explained that local law enforcement had been briefed and would assist the team. Margaret had also arranged their travel, and they would be flying out from Ansonia Airport. Before dismissing them, Broom asked Hellboy to make a good impression, to which Hellboy responded that he would do his best. Hellboy told his dog, Mac, to stay out of trouble while he was away, but Archie teased Hellboy, suggesting that Mac was likely bred for trouble. Archie humorously warned that the dog might get into trouble with the groundskeeper. Hellboy laughed off the remark and asked Archie to keep an eye on Mac while he was gone. Archie agreed, but jokingly mentioned that Hellboy would owe him. Hellboy responded with a smirk, telling Archie to add it to his tab. Later, at the Laboratory of Exotic Materials in Pasadena, California, Dr. Book was working late when a security guard noticed him. The guard, surprised to see anyone in the building, joked that Dr. Book must be aiming for a promotion with the extra hours he was putting in. Dr. Book nervously explained that his experiment was in its final stages and needed constant monitoring. After a brief exchange, the guard left, reminding Book to punch in next time. As the guard walked away, Dr. Book revealed a mysterious green substance in his hand. During the investigation in Rosemead, Hellboy, Susan and Stegner interviewed a distraught woman, Madge, who explained that her husband, Jerry, had gone missing after searching for their lost cat. Susan reassured her, encouraging her to share everything she could recall. While they were speaking with the group of townspeople, a group of children approached Hellboy, asking for his autograph, which he gladly gave. The children were fascinated by Hellboy's appearance and asked him playful questions about fighting various monsters, such as flying saucers and wolfmen. As they continued, Hellboy noticed a young boy, visibly upset. The boy revealed that his dog, Buddy, had been missing for a week and he hadn't seen him in a while. The boy mentioned that he had also lost a gem from his father's workshop while playing a game. Hellboy comforted him, suggesting that Buddy and the gem might turn up soon. Later, they met with a local police officer who led them to a disturbing discovery, a human leg that had been chewed. The officer speculated that perhaps a mountain lion or bear was on the loose, though he admitted there hadn't been wildlife like that in the area for years. The team discussed the possibility of wild animals being involved, but with both missing kids and adults in such a short span of time, they knew the situation was far from ordinary. As they advanced, Hellboy observed the strange absence of birds or bugs. Going further, Hellboy discovered a dog collar at the scene, which read Buddy. Right then, Dr. Book parked his car on the opposite side of the road. He came out and saw Hellboy Startled and in fear, he started running, screaming at them to leave him be and that he just needed the money. Hellboy went right after him and caught him, while Book pleaded for clemency. Book revealed the exotic green stone in his hands, and Susan touched it, only to get a vision which knocked her out. Hellboy caught her in time. Susan described the vision she had seen, where a door was opened by an atomic blast in the desert, leading to another dimension. From this passage, monsters emerged, and Stegner was present during the event. This revelation connected the current situation to a past incident involving a substance called enceladite. Stegner, recognizing Dr. Book, recalled that Book had been involved in the 1948 incident in Utah, which Susan had referenced. When the local policeman expressed doubts about holding Dr. Book at the station, Stegner insisted, reminding the officer that a federal agent was asking for it. He was firm in ensuring that Book would be questioned. Meanwhile, the young boy who had talked to Hellboy came to the scene and saw his father Book being taken away. Another shadowy figure stood there and ominously commented, "Book, you fool." That night, Susan, Stegner, and Hellboy set out to investigate, determined to find out what was happening in the neighborhood. Susan, still shaken but holding her composure, admitted that the exercises given by Dr. Sandhu were helping her manage her psychic abilities, though it was still difficult. Hellboy and Stegner showed concern, but Susan insisted she was fine. She shared her concerns about the green stone, enceladite, explaining that creatures from Utah were drawn to the substance and suspected it might work as bait to lure something out. Despite her reservations about carrying the stone, they decided to use it to their advantage. As they moved through the construction site, she began to experience intense psychometric visions, recalling that the stone had once opened a passageway for monstrous creatures. Hellboy, keeping an eye on Susan, mentioned how her powers had grown stronger over the years. As they searched the area, they joked about whether this could be a wild goose chase or something more sinister. However, as they continued, Susan felt a strange presence, urging them to keep looking. Moments later, Hellboy sensed the same thing, but before they could react, they realized that whatever they were looking for had found them first. A large, grotesque, dog-like creature emerged from the shadows. Hellboy, guns drawn, confirmed it was definitely not a mountain lion. Beyond the Fences, Part 2. Hellboy, Stegner, and Susan confronted the monstrous dog-like creature. The beast growled and charged at them, prompting all three to open fire. Despite multiple shots, the creature kept snarling and attacking. Stegner attempted to aim for its eyes, but was struck by the creature, sending him flying through the air. Susan bravely fired multiple shots, but she was also thrown into the ground, while Hellboy tried to keep the creature at bay. In a moment of intense struggle, the creature bit down on Hellboy's left arm, but he fought back, delivering powerful blows with his right hand of doom. Eventually, the beast retreated, yelping in pain. Exhausted and battered, the team decided not to pursue the creature as they were too injured for another fight. Stegner, limping from his injuries, agreed with Susan's suggestion to reinforce their team. They planned to coordinate with local law enforcement to set up a blockade, ensuring the creature wouldn't escape or cause more harm. Book was sitting alone in his cell, anxious and relieved when Moravec appeared. He was the man who stood in the shadows when Book was arrested. Book expressed his gratitude, but Moravec's demeanor was menacing. He reminded Book of the importance of the promises made to him and his associate, emphasizing the delays that had occurred. Book explained that the first sample had gone missing, causing setbacks, but he swore he hadn't told anyone about the situation. Moravec said that he knew this would happen, and suddenly the light in the cell went out. Later, a sheriff's deputy brought breakfast to Book's cell, only to find him dead. The officers were shocked by what they discovered: a strange, gruesome wound on Book's chest that looked like a hand burning into him. Hellboy, Stegner, and Susan came back to the town. At the school, they encountered Miss Fox, who had recently arrived to take up a substitute teaching role. Meanwhile, the town was abuzz with rumors, and locals expressed concerns about the police barricades and the increasing presence of law enforcement. The team met with Sheriff Henderson, who revealed that officers from neighboring communities were also joining the task force due to the severity of the situation. He mentioned that the creature might be holed up in an abandoned barn near a forest. Hellboy, Susan, and Stegner, along with a team of officers, ventured into the woods. searching for the monstrous creature. As they moved through the forest, they came upon large tracks on the ground. Susan, using her telepathic abilities, touched the tracks and began to sense the creature's emotions and movements. She felt that it was exhausted, retreating to a place to rest after a hunt. Following her lead, the group deduced that the creature had gone to an old barn nearby. They entered the barn cautiously. Inside, they found the creature's shed skin, which appeared to have molted like a snake. The creature had undergone some form of transformation. Stegner remarked that this situation seemed different from the monsters they had faced before, particularly because the molted skin resembled that of a pet more than a wild predator. As Hellboy was about to set fire to the skin, the team heard a loud noise. As they came outside, they found that the dog had mutated into an even bigger creature and was attacking them. The enormous monster charged at them with a deafening roar. The sheriff and his deputies immediately opened fire, but their revolvers and semi-automatic weapons were ineffective against the beast's tough hide. Amid the chaos, Susan realized their current strategy wasn't working and rushed to find a solution, instructing the sheriff to pull back his men. Despite their efforts, the monster retaliated viciously, injuring some officers and also chomped up the sheriff. Hellboy decided to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed a chain and managed to loop it around the beast's neck, attempting to tame or at least control it. But the creature was far too powerful, thrashing Hellboy around like a rag doll, smashing through the barn with him still hanging on. The structure collapsed around them, with Hellboy and the monster tangled in the wreckage. Despite the damage, the creature continued its assault, showing no signs of retreat. Hellboy, half buried in debris, tried to assert some control, quipping humorously, "Sit, stay," as the monster loomed over him. Meanwhile, Susan and Stegner were scrambling to devise a new plan as they regrouped, but just then the school bell rang. The monster stopped dead in its tracks. Then it ran frantically towards the school, through the woods, destroying everything in its path. Stegner helped Hellboy up from the wreckage, and when Hellboy asked where the creature had gone, Stegner pointed toward the direction of the school. Hellboy responded, clearly concerned, "That's not good." Beyond the Fences, Part 3. After school was over, a group of kids gathered and one of them asked if they wanted to play pirates. A little girl among them mentioned that she had a lot of maths homework. Another boy decided he should probably go home, explaining that his mother was still worried about something. One of the other boys told Book's son, Julian, that the reason his father might have been locked up was because the police thought he had something to do with some missing kids. But right then, the little girl spotted something, and then there was chaos. The dog monster had attacked. The children scattered in panic as the monstrous creature barreled down the street, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Julian's heart raced, but through the chaos, he recognized something familiar. This beast was no ordinary monster. It was his missing dog, Buddy, transformed into something terrifying. Just as the creature lunged to devour a helpless little girl, Hellboy appeared, his massive right fist crashing down with a powerful punch. "That's far enough!" he growled, standing between the girl and the beast. The monstrous dog snapped its jaws, trying to get at Hellboy, but he was too quick, dodging with ease. The children watched, wide-eyed in awe as Hellboy fought the creature. As Julian watched the battle, one of the kids shouted for him to get to safety. In his rush, Julian stumbled, hitting his leg hard against the curb. Pain shot through his ankle as he fell to the ground. Stegner and Susan led the BPRD team through the chaotic neighborhood, focusing on evacuating civilians while the monster continued its rampage. Stegner ordered his team to clear the area, ensuring that people were moved to safety. Susan wondered aloud if only an airstrike could stop the beast, but Stegner reassured her, confident that Hellboy could handle it. Meanwhile, Miss Fox stood among the crowd outside the school, horrified by the scene unfolding before her. Her attention turned to Julian when she saw him collapse after injuring his ankle. She threw her spectacles away and jumped into action. Hellboy engaged in a brutal struggle with the monstrous creature, his fists pounding against its tough hide. As the beast reared up, Hellboy held on despite the creature thrashing violently. With a powerful swing of its head, the monster sent Hellboy flying through the air, smashing him into the roof of a nearby house, causing debris to rain down. Hellboy quickly recovered, though momentarily buried beneath the wreckage. Meanwhile, the monster turned its attention to Julian, who was still struggling on the street after his fall. Its eyes locked on the boy, and with a menacing growl, it charged toward him. Julian, frozen in terror, could only watch as the creature barreled closer, leaving destruction in its path. Hellboy, seeing the danger, shouted for Julian to move. Suddenly, a white wolf attacked the monster and bit a piece out of its neck. Green blood oozed out. Susan and Stegner struggled to get Julian to safety while the monster came after them. Hellboy ultimately killed the monster by driving a large pole straight into its skull, delivering a fatal blow. As the creature let out a final, pitiful groan, it collapsed to the ground. The fight was over, and the beast's lifeless body began to decay rapidly. Hellboy and the BPRD team examined the remains of the monster. The rate of its decay was alarming, with green fumes rising from the body as it melted away. As Susan collected a sample from the creature's remains, she had a powerful vision. In this vision, she saw strange figures standing before that same ominous statue, with eerie supernatural energy swirling around them. She saw a mysterious man standing with a shining artifact, and Hellboy fighting against a tattooed adversary. When Stegner noticed her dazed expression, he jokingly asked if she had seen something useful like winning lottery numbers. Still shaken, Susan replied that it was a lot to take in. That night at the motel, Rahel Rebane knocked on Valentin Moravec's door. As she entered, Moravec greeted her with a mocking question, asking if she had managed to retrieve the Enceladite from the children, or perhaps eaten one of them out of frustration. Rahel was Miss Fox, and Moravec was the same tattooed man that Susan saw in her visions. Rahel dismissed his jibe, explaining that their mission had failed when their American counterparts intervened, forcing her to break cover and retreat. Rahel explained to Moravec that an incident had occurred during their mission, but she insisted it was of no consequence. Moravec, however, expressed concern that their failure might not sit well with their superior, a certain she. Rahel downplayed the significance of their setback, suggesting that it might not matter in the end. Moravec, looking out the window, hinted that she might soon be irrelevant, as the political situation was shifting after Stalin's death. Khrushchev didn't trust her, and changes were coming soon. Rahel warned Moravec to stay focused on their mission and to be mindful that she could still be listening, even at that very moment. And when all these conversations were going on, the certain she listened and giggled. She was none other than Varvara. In the aftermath, the sheriff's department expressed their gratitude to Hellboy and the BPRD for their help. Book's grieving widow tearfully explained to the officers that her husband had been in perfect health and his sudden death made no sense to her. Later, Hellboy firmly stated that it wasn't a simple heart attack. Someone had gotten to him before he could reveal any crucial information. They suspected a larger conspiracy at play, particularly involving the Enceladite material, which was supposed to be classified. Hellboy wondered how Book had managed to hold on to such dangerous materials since 1948 without interference. As they left the sheriff's office and got into their car, Stegner noticed a group of children playing outside, pretending to be him in a playful reenactment of his adventures. One child, putting on a red boxing glove, was hitting another one playfully. Stegner jokingly asked Hellboy how it felt to be a living legend, but Hellboy, lighting a cigarette, playfully told him to stick to driving and leave the jokes to professionals. The Phantom Hand. Professor Broom and Hellboy met Harry H. Middleton, a private occult investigator, in a manor in St Albans, England. They learned from him that the legend of the Phantom Hand had been circulating for some time, though there was no solid evidence to support the more dramatic stories tied to it. A maid was said to have been frightened to death by the hand, though Middleton doubted the veracity of that tale. Another story involved Lady Hamilton, who claimed the hand attempted to strangle her while she was in bed, but Middleton noted that Lady Hamilton was known for embellishments. Most of the sightings of the hand had occurred either outside the house or in the hall and library, with no clear origin for the hand. Hellboy asked whose hand it was, but Middleton admitted no one knew for sure. Some believed it belonged to a warlock named Sims, though Middleton remarked that such tales were often exaggerated or unreliable, especially given Benson's tendency to favour a good story over solid research. Despite all the lore, the true nature of the Phantom Hand remained a mystery. Harry explained the possible origin of the Phantom Hand to Professor Broom and Hellboy. His research had not uncovered any warlock named Sims, but he did find clear evidence of children going missing in 1748, including Peter Gurney, the youngest son of Lord Albert Gurney. Lord Albert himself had tracked down the missing children and found them all murdered. A deranged man, presumably responsible for the killings, was caught and claimed that some external supernatural presence made him do it. His hand was then severed by Lord Albert. The lunatic, now minus a hand, was either hanged or locked away in an asylum, and sightings of the disembodied hand began shortly thereafter. Lord Albert lived at the manor until his death in 1782, but never spoke of seeing the hand. The first recorded sighting of the hand was in 1812 by a relative of Lord Albert's named Miss Harriet Wood, who described seeing it scrambling like a spider in the hall. Sightings of the hand increased in the years after Sir Edwin Gibbons took over the house, eventually passing it down to his son, Daniel. Hellboy had fallen asleep listening to the story when he was suddenly woken up by Harry. The phantom hand was right there in front of them. Without any second thought, Hellboy took a fire iron and stabbed it, and then threw it in the fire. A blood-curdling scream followed, and then there was a flash of fire. A fierce demon emerged from the fireplace. Harry and Professor Broom quickly attempted an exorcism. Armed with a crucifix and invoking the name of Christ, Harry commanded the unclean spirit to leave, urging it to depart with divine authority. The demon, however, resisted their efforts, snarling and lashing out as Hellboy prepared to engage in battle. Hellboy fought fiercely, swinging his mighty right hand and landing heavy blows on the demon, cracking its body with powerful strikes. Despite the exorcism chants from Harry and Broom, the demon continued to fight back, speaking in an ancient tongue and biting Hellboy during their struggle. Hellboy taunted the demon, challenging it to take the fight outside, and hurled it outside a window. As they fell down, Harry and Broom watched from above. The demon punched Hellboy in the face, continuing their brutal fight on the grounds of the estate. Harry and Broom hurried out after them. Hellboy wrestled with the demon, throwing punches and delivering powerful blows, but the demon continued to fight back with its own monstrous strength. It roared in anger, but Hellboy wasn't backing down, taunting it as they exchanged blows. Meanwhile, Harry and Broom watched from a distance, discussing the nature of the creature. Harry speculated that the demon might be connected to the murders of the children 200 years ago. Broom theorized that when the killer's hand was cut off, the demon became trapped, attached to the severed hand. Though Harry agreed with the theory, he downplayed the demon's abilities, noting that for 2 centuries, all it had done was crawl about, unable to do much more than cause minor trouble. While fighting, Hellboy and the demon fell at the graveyard. It was the graveyard of the children whom the phantom hand had murdered. Hellboy took a gravestone and hit the monster in the head, and just like magic, the monster turned back into the severed hand and fell down lifeless. Hellboy saw that the gravestone was Peter Gurney's, who died in 1748. He also witnessed the souls of the children watching from afar. Just then, Broom and Harry arrived at the scene. In the aftermath, Broom and Harry discussed the strange events they had just witnessed. Harry remarked that there had been many sightings of the phantom hand, but never anything like what they saw that night. Broom considered that it might have been triggered by Hellboy, suspecting there was something special about him, though he wasn't entirely sure. Harry inquired if Broom thought the boy was dangerous, but Broom quickly dismissed the idea. They also discussed Malcolm Frost, a former friend of Broom's, who had recently taken his own life in Argentina. Frost believed that Hellboy should be killed. Broom expressed his belief that Hellboy had great potential and could do immense good. When Harry asked if Broom was using Hellboy, Broom admitted that he might be, but only to help guide the boy toward his destiny, believing that with proper guidance, Hellboy could become what he was meant to be. But the visions of Hellboy destroying the world still plagued him. Harry supported Broom, expressing that Hellboy was in good hands and that he liked him. And in another room, Hellboy slept like a baby. The Kelpie. At a picnic in one of the Avebury stone circles in Westshire, England, Hellboy, Harry and Broom sat relaxed. Harry and Broom reminisced about an incident from their youth, almost 18 years ago, when they were students at Eton College. They had a friend named Bill Connolly, whom they called Old Bill, although they were all around the same age. Bill had heard a story from his brother about a headless monk haunting a ruined church in Scotland, so the 3 of them decided to skip school for a few days to go find their first ghost. When they arrived at the ruins, they weren't afraid, even though they knew they were in a haunted place. They settled down for the night, but sometime later, Bill disappeared. Harry and Broom woke up and went looking for him, calling his name as they wandered the surrounding area. They spotted Bill near a mysterious horse, and despite their warnings, Bill reached out to touch it. Harry, familiar with Scottish folklore, realized too late that the horse was a kelpie, a water spirit that lures people onto its back before dragging them to their deaths by drowning. The kelpie took Bill and drowned him, leaving Harry and Broom horrified and helpless. The next morning, when they returned to the ruins, they found Bill's body near where he had slept, dripping wet as though he had drowned. They were devastated and had to fabricate a story about a swimming accident to explain his death to his mother, who never forgave them for what had happened. Looking back on the event, Harry reflected that it seemed like a warning not to go looking for the things in the dark, but to fear and avoid them instead. Despite this, both Broom and Harry had continued their careers in the paranormal, seeking out those very dark things. The Witch Tree. When Professor Broom and Hellboy arrived in Shropshire, England, they went to the home of Mr. Burke, a man who had been taking care of St. Agnes Church and its graveyard. Broom and Hellboy were greeted cautiously by Dr. Dixon, who was initially defensive, especially when seeing Hellboy. However, after explaining that Harry Middleton had sent them, Dixon allowed them inside. Inside, they found Mr. Burke bedridden, suffering from a stroke. Mr. Burke recounted the history of the church and mentioned an entity known as Boudicca's Hag, a malevolent force tied to the area. For over 67 years, the witch's remains had been buried in the church basement, placed there by Sir Edward Grey, a Queen Victoria-era occult investigator. Burke's father had been assigned to watch over her grave to ensure that she remained undisturbed. The night before, Burke had discovered that the witch's body was missing from the church. He had gone out into the woods and found the witch's body by the tree where other witches used to hang her. Something felt ominous about the scene, but he had lost his nerve and left her there, planning to return later. However, that night, the witch came back to life and clawed at Burke's window, her eyes glowing like burning coals. Burke passed out from the shock, and by morning, he was found on the floor, paralysed. Anne Mulworth, the housekeeper, had discovered him the next day, unable to move. Mulworth offered to guide them to the Witch Tree. Hellboy, Professor Broom, and Mulworth continued their journey to the Witch Tree. Mr. Burke, still overwhelmed with guilt, offered to help them. Broom reassured Burke not to be too hard on himself, urging him to think clearly about the situation. Harry supported Broom, expressing that Hellboy was in good hands and that he liked him, and in another room, Hellboy slept like a baby. As they neared the tree, Broom questioned Mulworth about her knowledge of the legend of Boudicca. She confirmed that she knew of it, explaining how Boudicca, the Celtic queen, had led an uprising against the Romans. Boudicca's anger stemmed from the abuse her daughters had suffered at the hands of Roman soldiers, and she vowed revenge. In her final battle, she was mortally wounded and taken to a witch who promised Boudicca that she would ensure the Romans' destruction in exchange for Boudicca's soul. After Boudicca's death, the witch's power caused earthquakes and disease, devastating the Roman forces until the Romans hunted down and hanged the witch from a tree. When they came to the Witch Tree, they met a man named Jamie who was standing beside the witch's hanging corpse. He greeted Mulworth as sister, revealing his disturbed mental state. As Hellboy approached to stop him, Jamie revealed that people thought he was crazy, but he believed he was smarter than them. He then ordered Hellboy and the others to leave. However, as Hellboy advanced, a skeletal hand emerged from the ground and grabbed his leg. Hellboy was thrown to the ground by the attacking undead Roman soldiers. He quickly found himself surrounded. As he tried to regroup, he realized that Professor Broom and the others were also under attack by the soldiers. Hellboy fought back, engaging the zombies. Mulworth tried to reason with Jamie, but Jamie, seemingly under some external control, refused to stop the assault. Hellboy noted that the undead Romans were surprisingly strong, withstanding the strikes even though they had supposedly been killed by lightning centuries ago. Jamie said that 1900 years ago they made their people slaves, so they had it coming. Despite Hellboy's efforts, the zombies continued to press forward. Jamie revealed a prophetic belief in Hellboy's arrival, calling his presence a sign of impending change. Jamie explained to Mulworth that the witch, who had called him, sensed Hellboy's presence and that the time had come to unleash the powers that would change the world. The ancient gods that were buried in the earth, cast down from the stars, were meant to rule the world, and that the witch had merged with one of them, but she was still too weak to wake up. Jamie believed that her power could be restored with blood, blood. In a desperate act, Jamie tried to kill Molworth, offering her as a sacrifice to strengthen the witch. However, at the last moment, he stabbed himself instead. As Jamie lay dying, Molworth asked him why he did it. Jamie responded that he had to do it for the world to change. The witch was resurrected, her eyes glowing with ominous power. The tree behind her had changed into a tentacled monster. Broom confronted the Roman zombie soldiers and commanded them to listen. He addressed the centurion and reminded them of their true enemy, who had caused the earthquakes and the sickness that killed their comrades, whose dark god had cursed them to their fate. He asked them to recall who was responsible for their downfall. The zombies, realizing that their real enemy was the witch, turned their attention away from Hellboy and Broom and focused on the witch. They attacked her with swords and spears, impaling her to the tree behind her. As the witch died, she withered away along with the tree and the soldiers until it was just her lifeless body lying beside Jamie's. Broom apologized to Molworth. Hellboy gave out a breath of relief. Broom admitted that he was worried the Roman zombie soldiers might not have listened to him, considering his potential descent from Boudica's people. Hellboy sarcastically said that it was fortunate they chose Hellboy over the witch in a tree, as everything around them fell back into a peaceful quiet. Broom reflected that Harry would have loved to witness such a strange and supernatural event. Rawhead and Bloody Bones. When Hellboy and Broom visited the place called Rawhead and Bloody Bones in Yorkshire, England, in March 1953, they encountered a mysterious and eerie pub with a grotesque sign depicting a red-eyed monster. As they stepped inside, they met the owners, who explained that the trouble had started soon after they changed the pub's name. The place had been called the Whistling Pig for over 200 years, but after the name change, strange occurrences began to happen. Noises, claw marks, and most disturbingly, the death of their dog, Toby, who was torn to pieces one night. The couple revealed that the new name, Rawhead and Bloody Bones, came from an old local legend about grave robbers from the 19th century. Dr. Tolliver and his partner, Mr. Stump. The two were said to have desecrated graves and were caught by a mob with the body of a freshly dug up village girl. They were beaten to death and buried in the woods, which led to the eerie atmosphere surrounding the pub. During the discussion, Hellboy was skeptical about the decision to name the pub after the grave robbers, questioning the couple's logic in invoking such spirits by altering the name. The owners defended their choice, stating that business had been bad, and they thought the spooky name would attract young customers who enjoyed ghost stories. Suddenly, strange figures began to appear outside in the fog, spirit-like apparitions resembling the very grave robbers they had been discussing. As Broom speculated whether the new pub name could have somehow summoned these spirits, Hellboy suggested they remove the creepy new sign as a symbolic gesture. The couple agreed, burning the sign to signal a return to the original name. Despite Broom's caution about the complexity of hauntings, they hoped the act would put an end to the disturbances. Broom also suggested calling a priest in the morning. As they were about to burn the sign, Rawhead and Bloody Bones arrived. Surprising everyone, they suddenly started growing into giant figures and asked the owners what they were doing. Broom was shocked at the sight, and the lit match fell from his hands on the sign and it caught fire. Similarly, the giant figures of Rawhead and Bloody Bones also caught fire, were reduced to bones and turned into ashes. Hellboy and the others watched in horror as the sign for the Wishing Pig shaked in the wind. 1954 Black Sun Part 1. After Hellboy landed on Fletcher's Ice Island, Arctic Ocean in February 1954, he disembarked from the plane and met Woodrow Fraser, a scientist from the BPRD. They exchanged small talk about being sent to such cold, desolate places. Fraser expressed hope that their mission would be worth the freezing trip if their theories about what was out there proved correct. As they moved toward the station, a man named Slater, the chief scientist from the Arctic Research Laboratory, greeted them. Slater admitted he had heard of Hellboy, but had assumed he was just a hoax. They followed Slater across the icy landscape toward the station, commenting on the challenges posed by the long Arctic night. Hellboy remarked about winding his watch, confused by the perpetual darkness. Inside the station, Hellboy and Fraser were introduced to the rest of the team: Copeland, Vargas, Lutz, and Hurlin, each involved in scientific research. However, their calm was soon disturbed by the tale of Frank Weibler, a seismologist from MIT who had gone missing while investigating seismic anomalies. The team found him brutally torn apart in the snow, with no clear explanation as to what had attacked him. They recounted how they attempted to bring his body back, but were attacked by an unknown creature in the dark. A flare gun saved them, though it only managed to buy them enough time to escape. Fraser gathered that the encounter with the creature was more than just a simple polar bear sighting. Copeland insisted the creature was too large for a bear, while Vargas and Lutz confirmed that it was highly aggressive. Vargas's injury was proof of that, as the creature had taken a bite out of him. They described it as giving off a foul stench, further convincing them it wasn't something they'd normally encounter. Despite the injuries and fear expressed by the others, Herlin, confident in his abilities and experience, offered to guide Fraser and the group back out to the area. He was intrigued by the idea of getting a closer look at the creature. Outside, they ventured across the ice island, which Herlin described as being used by the US Air Force and home to local wildlife like polar bears and foxes. However, they suspected that the island might have drifted into the creature's territory. Fraser became excited about the prospect of capturing a live specimen, even suggesting the creature could be a yeti. They approached the spot where Weibler's body was found. Herlin insisted that the creature was far larger than a polar bear, but Hellboy remarked that mutations were often the answer. As they continued investigating, the creature appeared suddenly, attacking Herlin and sending Hellboy into action. After a fierce battle, Hellboy subdued the monster with a headbutt. When they looked closely, they saw that it was a mutated polar bear. Hellboy told them to search for enceladite, which may have caused the mutation. Just then, the sun came up. Herlin pointed out that the light stayed for only an hour. They looked around and, to their surprise, found a UFO stuck in the ice. They started inspecting the wreckage. Fraser asked Hellboy if he had seen anything like this before, to which Hellboy replied that this was new to him. Fraser noted a rotten smell, similar to the mutated polar bear, as Hellboy climbed onto the wreckage and spotted the remains of a pilot inside. As Hellboy looked for the pilot, he jokingly speculated it might be little green men. There was a possibility of more crew being inside the ship. Hellboy heard a noise and decided to investigate further. He entered the UFO, telling the others to keep watch for more mutant creatures outside. Inside, Hellboy found the ship's controls and equipment, but suddenly, something activated. A loud hum began. The doors slammed shut, and Hellboy realized too late that the ship was powering up. The ship's systems roared to life, trapping Hellboy inside. Fraser punched the ship from outside, calling out for Hellboy, but the ice beneath them broke, and the UFO fell down into the cold depths of the icy water. Hellboy fell unconscious to the noise of the hum. When he came to his senses, his nose was bleeding. He got out of the UFO, only to enter a base filled with such spaceships. As he got out, he was surrounded by an army of Nazi soldiers. They ordered him to halt and pointed their guns at him. Hellboy muttered, "Not these guys again." Black Sun, Part 2. Hellboy found himself surrounded by Nazi soldiers in a restricted area. As they aimed their weapons at him, he tried to talk them down, raising his hand to show he didn't want trouble. However, before negotiations could take place, one of the Nazis shot him in the face. Hellboy quickly retaliated, smashing the soldiers with a powerful blow, sending him flying. The rest of the soldiers opened fire on Hellboy. Hellboy responded by charging at them. In a flurry of fists and bullets, he began dismantling the soldiers one by one with brute strength. As the fight intensified, he sent soldiers flying with each punch of his mighty right hand. Hellboy muttered that he hated Nazis. Explosions and gunfire surrounded him. Hellboy had a clear advantage, but the Nazis activated a strange accelerator gun, powering it up, giving out a dangerous hum. Hellboy recognized the threat in a heartbeat. He muttered, "Oh boy," and jumped away to take cover as he prepared for the next wave of attacks. The Nazis fired their accelerator, but missed. Hellboy was dumbfounded, looking at them with surprise. Just then, a Nazi officer from a balcony gave the order to capture Hellboy alive, as he had potential use for him. The soldiers then switched their accelerator weapon to a non-lethal setting and fired a powerful shot. The energy from the shot electrocuted him, leaving him in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Hellboy groaned in pain, barely able to remain conscious. As he began to regain some awareness, he found himself in an unfamiliar part of the facility, chained and bound to a strange machine. Upon surveying his surroundings, he muttered, "Crap." he knew that he was in trouble. The Nazi scientists worked around him, monitoring his vitals and discussing the extraction of something they referred to as Shakti. One of the doctors noted that the readings were stable and instructed the others to check the extractor. Hellboy attempted to get their attention, making a remark that they had started off on the wrong foot, but the scientists ignored him and continued their work, while Hellboy muttered, "Damn Nazis." Gruppenführer Eckhart then entered the room, greeted the scientists, and examined Hellboy, referring to him as an American-controlled creature. He questioned the doctors about whether the Shakti they intended to extract from Hellboy would meet their needs. The lead doctor explained that, given Hellboy's infernal origins, they believed his Shakti to be of a higher caliber than what could be found in terrestrial sources. Although they wouldn't know for sure until the procedure was complete, the doctor expressed confidence in their chances. Eckhart reflected on the potential impact of success, noting that it could drastically speed up their timeline. Hellboy, clearly frustrated with the delay, impatiently demanded that they get on with it. When Hellboy mocked Eckhart for not knowing English, he replied in fluent English, stating that he had no need to converse with someone he viewed as a lab specimen before they conducted their procedure. Hellboy mentioned a previous encounter he had with von Klempt. In response, Eckhart angrily declared that von Klempt was more of a nuisance than even the Allied forces. Eckhart recounted to Hellboy how the Führer and Himmler encouraged competition among various Nazi factions to delve into the occult. He criticized how, in the final days of the war, vital resources were wasted on Rasputin's pet project, rather than being used effectively. Eckhart then contrasted those efforts with his own group, the Sonnenrad Society, which he described as the true occult bureau of the Reich. According to him, they had worked in secret since the early days, referring to themselves as the Order of the Black Sun. They were tasked with uncovering hidden occult knowledge, including things buried deep in the earth or from other planes of existence. Their research led them to a discovery in an Austrian ice cave, where they unearthed a Vimana, an ancient Aryan chariot of the gods, which they knew to be a flying machine from another world. Though many within the Nazi party doubted their findings, Eckhart dismissed those skeptics as fools. Eckhart further mentioned that while the original craft was now in Soviet possession, he believed the Soviets would never understand the technology. He concluded by noting that the Americans had attempted their own saucer program after the war, likely without much success. Eckhart continued his story, explaining that the Americans and Soviets could never match the success of the Black Sun due to the Aryan mind's ability to grasp complex concepts. The saucer they found in Austria was damaged, but provided the basis for reverse engineering similar craft. They managed to design smaller versions, although powering them was a challenge. The original craft was powered by a mysterious energy called Vril, and attempts to replicate that had proven difficult. Fortunately, their archaeologists discovered ancient tablets that spoke of another energy called Shakti, which could be harvested from all living things, though in small amounts. The Nazis had managed to store Shakti using living beings as vessels. However, the process had its dangers. The extraction device was volatile and had a byproduct that could mutate living organisms. Despite setbacks, they had a nearly completed fleet, and the test flights had been encouraging. Eckhart claimed that the war wasn't over, merely postponed. With their saucer fleet, they would succeed where others had failed, ensuring the rise of the Black Sun. Soon, the fleet would take to the skies, and the Reich would last 1,000 years or more. The doctors turned to Hellboy, planning to extract the Shakti from his body, stating it would be more than enough to power their fleet. The machine was readied as they prepared to proceed with the extraction. Hellboy asked Eckhart if the extractor was still volatile. Eckhart knew that Hellboy was about to do something. He shouted for him to stop, but Hellboy smiled and broke free of the machine and crushed it to pieces with his right hand. There was a huge electrical storm, and the base exploded in all directions, putting an end to everyone inside, except Hellboy. Later, Professor Broom and Archie arrived in a chopper and extracted Hellboy, who sat frozen at the site. As Hellboy warmed up near a fire, still recovering from the cold, Archie advised him to give it more time, assuring him that he would thaw out soon. Archie explained how the Bureau had been searching for Hellboy since he disappeared beneath the ice weeks ago. They had deployed planes, submarines, and ships to scour the Arctic, but no trace of him or the mysterious craft was found. It wasn't until a distress call was picked up by a Japanese whaling vessel in the South Atlantic that the Bureau learned of Hellboy's location. Hellboy, surprised, questioned why he was found in the South Atlantic when he had been in the Arctic. Professor Broom speculated that the craft may have passed through the Earth, linking the two distant locations. He referenced various legends about hidden passages through the hollow earth that could connect the poles, hinting that the craft Hellboy encountered might have used such a route. When Broom asked what had happened during his time away, Hellboy kept his answer simple. He told them about the Nazis and their flying saucers, adding that he had taken care of the situation. Ghost Moon, Part 1. It was August 1953. Broom was having a drink with two other members, Woodrow and Jacob, when suddenly Margaret arrived and alerted him about an urgent call. It was Lady Cynthia Eden Jones. Something had stirred up in Hong Kong and she needed Trevor's assistance. Hellboy, Archie and Susan arrived at Kai Tak Airport in Hong Kong as part of their deployment. They speculated about the lack of information from the professor and how they would proceed. Hellboy commented on the uncertainty of finding the location. Archie suggested they follow Susan's lead. As they made their way through the streets, they observed a Chinese procession, which was part of the Hungry Ghost Festival. Susan explained the traditions behind the offerings placed on the streets for the spirits, noting that the 7th month of the Chinese calendar was dedicated to honoring the dead. Hellboy, seeing the food being offered, remarked on the waste and expressed how hungry he was. The team eventually arrived at a building marked Sino-British Importation and Distribution and knocked on the door. They were greeted by Roland Child, who initially questioned their identity. Hellboy explained they were with the BPRD, sent by their boss, who had connections to an aristocrat Child knew from the war. Satisfied with their introduction, Roland confirmed his identity and invited them inside. Child took Hellboy, Archie and Susan as they walked down the streets, commenting that he had his doubts about their usefulness. But he noted that Lady Cynthia thought they would be helpful. As they passed through the streets, Susan explained that the lanterns they saw hanging were salvation lanterns, meant to guide wandering spirits and keep evil ghosts at bay. Child then explained his recent mission. He and his associates were tasked by Lady Cynthia to track down a Chinese national who had an item of value. They went to Kowloon Walled City to meet him, but it was a challenge to find the man. Child recounted that while searching, his associate Marjorie was attacked and left unconscious. The attackers were large and monstrous, clearly not from around there. His other associate, Thomas, disappeared without a trace. Since then, there have been strange occurrences in Kowloon Walled City. Upon reaching Kowloon Walled City, Hellboy, Child, and the rest of the group found the place eerily deserted. Child explained that the wall had been torn down during the war, and the area used to be the site of a Chinese fort before the British leased the land for the Hong Kong colony. The area had since become home to thousands of refugees, but despite the skyrocketing population, there was no one in sight. Susan suggested they split into two teams to cover ground more quickly, but Child insisted on sticking together, given what had happened the last time he had split up. As they moved deeper into the city, Susan sensed a palpable feeling of despair and unease, a sensation like nails on a chalkboard. The group decided to follow the strange feeling emanating from a particular direction. What they stumbled upon was a shocking sight, a large circle of dead bodies arranged in an ominous pattern. Child, visibly shaken, was relieved not to see his missing associate Thomas among the bodies. When Susan touched one of the bodies, she experienced a vision of a man using a ceremonial jar to siphon energy from the people, slowly draining their life force. The vision revealed that the jar in question was a spirit jar, a funerary urn used to trap spirit energy, and it had ornate carvings on it. It was a hunping. Susan told the group about the man she saw in the vision and led the team to a location where she believed the man was, guided by the energy from the jar. When they arrived, she mentioned feeling an overwhelming sense of energy, like a wall surrounding the building. When Hellboy, Archie, and the team entered the area, they encountered two large Chinese spirits, Horseface and Oxhead, demanding something to be returned to them. Hellboy questioned what they were supposed to return. The team realized that whatever the spirits were looking for was likely tied to the strange occurrences in the area. As Horseface and Oxhead grew aggressive, Susan and Child went inside the building. Hellboy and Archie prepared for a confrontation. Despite firing on the spirits, they quickly realized that these supernatural entities were tougher than expected. Hellboy and Archie continued to hold them off, but Horseface warned them that their actions were a mistake. Susan and Child walked up to a certain section of the room where Susan started feeling pinpricks all over her body. Child suggested looking upstairs, while Susan took care of the room below. Susan went in to find the man he had seen in his visions, the one who carried the spirit jar. Meanwhile, Child took out his gun and followed the spirit trail. He knew who was responsible. He spoke out that he had given the person a benefit of doubt when their previous mission was sabotaged, but he should have known better. Hellboy and Archie struggled outside fighting the ghosts. Inside, the man introduced himself to Susan. His name was Bao Ji, and he was one of the Golden Cranes. He talked about a certain man from whom he had to take back the Hunping. Upstairs, Child had reached the man responsible for everything. It was Child's associate, Thomas Rhyme. Thomas spoke out. He said that such things of immense powers were not found every day, and with the spirit jar at his disposal, he could achieve whatever he had sought out for. Ghost Moon, Part 2. Hellboy and Archie faced off against Oxhead. The creature threatened them, demanding something to be returned, and struck Archie with a heavy blow, causing him pain but not taking him down. Hellboy responded swiftly, defending Archie and engaging the monster, declaring that it had crossed a line by attacking his friend. Hellboy checked on Archie, who, though injured, reassured Hellboy that he was still able to fight. The monster warned them that they were interfering in matters beyond their understanding. Bao asked Susan about her knowledge of the Golden Crane Society. Susan told about a similar tattoo that her great-uncle had. Susan explained that her grandparents had told her about the significance of the tattoo when she was very young. She shared that her family had served the Golden Crane for generations, protecting the Middle Kingdom from otherworldly threats. Though Susan had grown up hearing stories about her ancestors fighting monsters and demons, she initially believed they were just legends. However, she recounted an event from when she was 7 years old that made her question that belief. It was a moment she hadn't fully understood at the time, but became more significant as she grew older. Child confronted Thomas, accusing him of being reckless and nearly killing Marjorie. Thomas acknowledged the incident but defended his actions, explaining that Marjorie had tried to interfere when he took the Hunping from its guardian, and he couldn't allow that. He then elaborated on his background, stating that before working for the SID, he had spent years studying the supernatural with the British Paranormal Society. When Lady Cynthia sent him to retrieve the spirit jar, he suspected what they were dealing with, and seeing it confirmed those suspicions. Thomas explained that the object was millennia old and already contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy when he found it. However, with the additional energy he was now siphoning from the spirits around him, his power would soon become incalculable. Outside, Horseface and Oxhead kept attacking Hellboy and Archie. Hellboy blocked each one of their deadly blows with his right hand and took Archie to safety. Inside, Bao explained to Susan that he was tasked with protecting Hunping. He had been working to keep it out of the wrong hands, specifically away from the control of China's new government, which had been persecuting secret societies like the Golden Crane. Unfortunately, Bao failed in this mission, and the Hunping was lost. The government had been seizing various occult items and transporting them to a secret facility in Chengdu. The Golden Crane Society, which had been collecting these items for centuries, feared that the government's possession of such artifacts would bring disaster. Bao was entrusted with taking the Hunping south, beyond the government's reach, and keeping it safe. But his mission didn't succeed. Susan still could not grasp why the Hunping was so important. On their way to the rooftop, Thomas explained that the Hunping was more than just a vessel for one soul. It contained multitudes of souls, functioning like an occult battery that could provide immense power to its possessor. Child questioned him about what he planned to do with such power. Thomas admitted that he hadn't decided yet, but was in the process of charging the Hunping by capturing ghosts and draining the living souls from people in Kowloon. He assured Child that once the Hunping was fully charged, he would have the power to deal with the demons himself. The two demons outside weren't a current concern, as he was using the Hunping's power to keep them at bay temporarily. Once he had fully charged the Hunping, he would face them directly. When Child and Thomas reached the roof, the two Chinese demons went into a state of rage, demanding that the souls be returned to them. They had seemingly lost interest in Hellboy and Archie, realizing that the Hunping lay elsewhere. Bao explained to Susan that the Golden Crane Society had possessed the spirit jar for centuries, using it to trap demons and ghosts that terrorized the countryside. He emphasized the catastrophic consequences if the jar fell into the wrong hands, not only for China, but for the entire world. When Susan asked if the monsters outside were connected to the spirit jar, Bao clarified that Oxhead and Horseface, though demonic, were not part of the Hunping. They were servants of the demon king of hell, tasked with collecting spirits that had gone astray and bringing them for judgment. Bao revealed that the white sorcerer was using the Hunping to steal souls, including those of the dead who had come to the city during the ghost moon. Oxhead and Horseface had come to retrieve those souls, which had not yet returned to their rightful place in the afterlife. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Thomas and Child faced each other. Child accused Thomas of having lost his mind, insisting he would never get away with his actions. Thomas responded with chilling indifference, recalling how Marjorie had once said almost the same thing. Child lamented that they were supposed to look out for each other. Thomas, brushing off this sentiment, spoke about the various political factions they had to contend with, pointing out that Child's perspective was too small. Thomas offered Child the same deal he had previously extended to others, to pledge loyalty and, in return, be spared. But Child had heard enough. Without any hesitation, he shot at Thomas. Bao and Susan arrived just as the situation turned dire. Thomas, who had grown too powerful, easily deflected the bullet with an energy field. He mocked Child, revealing that he had long surpassed his former allies and dedicated his life to studying the supernatural for power. As Child struggled to fight back, Thomas used his immense power to lift Child off the ground, choking him with spirit energy. Child gasped, unable to breathe, as Thomas prepared to unleash even more of his strength. Bao quickly charged at Thomas, calling him a foreign devil, and tackled him in an attempt to stop his dark plans. Though Thomas tried to fight back, Bao's brought Thomas down and saving Child from certain death. But Thomas started hurting Bao with his energy. Susan turned her attention to the Hunping. As she approached and touched the Hunping, she was immediately struck by a terrifying vision of hell. She saw demons torturing souls in a nightmarish landscape filled with flames and agony, a scene of pure chaos and horror. She understood the terrifying power that resided within the Hunping. She knew what to do with it. She threw the Hunping right at Hellboy and shouted at him to smash it. Hellboy placed it on the ground and hammered it down with his right hand. A giant wave of spirits bursted out. Horseface and Oxhead addressed the gathered spirits with their weapons. They informed those who had already crossed beyond the veil that their presence was required at the court of the Demon King. For the rest, they instructed them to return to their mortal shells, explaining that they would be judged at a later time. All the people at Kowloon came back to life. Thomas had already wounded Bao badly. Angered, he approached Bao and Susan, but before he could do anything, Child picked up his gun and blew Thomas's brains out. Horseface and Oxhead addressed Hellboy as cousin and thanked him for helping them. They also assured him that Hellboy's own kind would remember his service. As they flew away, Hellboy and Archie stood dumbfounded, not having any idea of what they talked about. They decided to go and eat. While taking his last breath, Bao whispered a secret in Susan's ears that shocked her to the core. Later, Hellboy expressed disbelief that Child and his team just happened to stumble upon a mystical artifact being smuggled across the border. He inquired about the mysterious Sino-British importation and distribution operation Child mentioned. Child explained it was a wide-reaching organisation with fingers in many areas, hinting at its covert influence. Hellboy pressed further, but Child provided no additional details. He left mentioning that Hellboy would receive Her Majesty's thanks for his assistance in the matter. Sensing Susan's tension, Hellboy asked if she was all right. Susan admitted there was some unresolved family business back home that she needed to handle. Hellboy, though concerned, accepted her response as she boarded the plane. A meeting took place in the headquarters of the Special Intelligence Directorate in September 1955. Lady Cynthia, Agent Dorr, and other key figures gathered around a large conference table. Agent Dorr reported that the operation had concluded. After the Americans left, he had made sure Thomas's remains were properly disposed of, and the entire matter was closed. Everything was handled by Agent Child while Dorr was recovering from his injuries. Lady Cynthia acknowledged Dorr's recovery, but questioned if their American allies had truly understood the broader situation or the nature of the SID's operations. Dorr said that while the Americans had been useful in combat, they were otherwise out of their depth. Then, Cynthia presented surveillance photos provided by their contact in Copenhagen, showing that the Reds had released Rahel Rebane and Valentin Moravec, two dangerous operatives. Lady Cynthia expressed concern over the situation, prompting Dorr to agree that they needed to act quickly before it was too late. 1955, burning season. Bob and Cheryl found themselves lost in the wilderness of Port Orange, Florida, in October 1955. While Bob stepped away from the car to relieve himself, Cheryl expressed frustration, noting they had been driving in the wrong direction for nearly an hour. As Bob ventured into the trees, he attempted to lighten the mood by calling it the scenic route. Suddenly, Cheryl's screams echoed through the woods. Bob ran back, only to find her burning up spontaneously and being reduced to ash in front of his eyes, while he stood helpless. During the investigation the next morning, the sheriff revealed that Cheryl's death was not the first case of unexplained spontaneous combustion in the area. He informed Hellboy and the team that there had been several similar incidents in recent years, all occurring in the nearby woods. The sheriff admitted that he knew of at least 4 cases during his time in town, but suspected there might have been more in the past. Hellboy learned about the dinosaur statues while investigating the area. The sheriff explained that a local man had constructed them a few years earlier in an attempt to turn the place into a tourist attraction. The man had gone as far as installing a small train and adding historical exhibits, but the venture failed and was eventually abandoned. Professor Broom also offered his insights on spontaneous combustion, explaining that it was a phenomenon with historical roots dating back to the 18th century. He noted that while medieval accounts often attributed these deaths to demonic influence, more modern interpretations suggested possible medical explanations. Despite this, Broom remained open to the idea that something supernatural might be behind the recent deaths. But just then, Susan sensed something unusual in the area. Her instincts told her that they were not alone. Right at that instant, Broom's coat caught fire. Hellboy helped get the coat off him, while Susan helped him gather himself. After the coat went off completely in fire, the team regrouped. Professor Broom, although shaken, confidently ruled out spontaneous human combustion as the cause. Hellboy and Susan continued to speculate, with Susan remarking that she had sensed something unusual just before the incident. The sheriff, who had been nearby with a fire extinguisher, arrived to offer assistance but was equally perplexed by the situation, questioning what had transpired. Later, at the police station, Hellboy, Susan, and the sheriff discussed possible explanations. Hellboy inquired about any recent murders or crimes of passion in the area that might lead to hauntings, as well as phenomena like will-o'-the-wisps or ghost lights. The sheriff, unfamiliar with these terms, responded that he couldn't recall any recent events of that nature, leaving the investigation at a standstill. Professor Broom then recounted a story to Hellboy and Susan about the region's dark history. He explained that the area had once been the site of a large-scale slave revolt on a sugar mill plantation, which was one of the first of its kind in North America. Escaped slaves had later joined forces with the remnants of native tribes, eventually becoming the Seminole people. Broom described how the Seminole were eventually driven out by US troops, forced to embark on the Trail of Tears. Broom went on to detail how the area had a long history of tragedy, including the decimation of the Timucua people by European explorers, disease, and violence. He suggested that the restless spirit of someone who had died in these tragic events might be responsible for the current disturbances. With so much death and suffering concentrated in one place, Broom theorized, it was possible that an unquiet spirit was causing innocent people to die, and more lives might be at risk unless the spirit could be put to rest. They planned to head out to the sugar mill ruins to investigate the source of the spiritual disturbance. Their goal was to use Susan's abilities, aided by a trident, to sense the presence and possibly make contact with the spirit responsible for the mysterious deaths. Upon reaching the mill, Susan used the trident to focus her visions. She explained that the device, developed by Dr. Sandhu, helped to enhance her third eye, making her visions clearer and more sustained. As she walked through the ruins, she began sensing the presence of something, a spiritual force lurking within the area. Suddenly, Hellboy was engulfed in flames. The fire seemed to be consuming him from within, causing him immense pain. Despite Hellboy's natural resistance to fire, the intensity of the flames began to overwhelm him, leaving him struggling to control the situation. As Hellboy burned, Broom urged Susan to reach out to the spirit and find a way to put it to rest. While holding the trident, Susan saw a vision. She saw scenes of violent and tragic events from the past. the sugar mill burning, enslaved people rebelling, soldiers attacking, and homes being set ablaze. The vision revealed a history of suffering and destruction, likely the source of the unrest that was now manifesting in deadly fires. Suddenly, the fire from Hellboy accumulated and manifested in front of him as a giant monster made of fire. Broom asked Susan if she had any idea what the spirit wanted. Susan said that there was no spirit and that it was not a haunting. She said that it was something much, much worse. She shouted out to Hellboy and asked him to stop. She explained to Hellboy that the fire wasn't something he could fight, as it wasn't just a creature, but the embodiment of the place itself, filled with all the pain and suffering that had occurred there over time. The fire remembered everything that had happened. Hellboy, while engulfed in flames, addressed the fire monster, choosing not to resist. He told it that he wasn't going to fight back, allowing the fire to burn as much as it wanted. However, he questioned whether enough suffering had occurred already, recognizing the deep pain driving the spirit's rage. In response, the fire monster roared but ultimately dissipated. The flames, though consuming Hellboy, couldn't truly destroy him, and it seemed the spirit was calmed by Hellboy's understanding and acknowledgement of its pain. Later, at a beachside restaurant, Hellboy, Susan and Broom reflected on the events. Susan described the fire as a psychic scar on the land itself, representing a long history of rage and anguish. Broom added that the flames could not consume Hellboy because it wasn't about destruction, but rather about remembering and acknowledging centuries of pain. Hellboy, however, expressed concern about what they would tell the sheriff, knowing they had no easy explanation for what had happened. Occult Intelligence. Part 1. The place was the Marshall Islands in the South Pacific in September 1955. Two government workers were excavating an old piece of equipment, a strange mechanical object they had never seen before. They remarked that it didn't look like the atomic bombs they had previously worked on, and one worker mentioned overhearing the eggs at the base talking about it. Shortly after pulling up the object, it began making noises, and the workers quickly realized something was wrong. They saw something in front of them. In the moment of panic, as they attempted to flee, the object activated, emitting a burst of energy. The men were violently thrown back, causing blood to splatter as something seemingly tore them both apart. Hellboy met Woody, Stegner and Archie at the Reynolds Air Force Base in the South Pacific. They were discussing the logistics of the flight and their frustrations over not being able to take certain remains back with them for study. Later, Stegner and Archie shared a smoke and talked about how Margaret, Stegner's wife, had been nagging him to cut down on cigarettes, something Archie could relate to. Their camaraderie hinted at shared experiences in the military and the BPRD. When Archie encountered his old war buddy, Hampton Ham Taylor, he was surprised, as they hadn't seen each other in years. Ham, now a major, jokingly remarked about Archie's current work, which involved hunting monsters. Hellboy formally met Ham when Archie introduced him. Hellboy joked about whether there was a war going on, given the business of the base. When Archie asked about what was going on there, Ham invited the group to stick around for a drink, suggesting they weren't in any rush to return home. After Professor Broom and Susan met Harry Middleton at the airport, they exchanged pleasantries and reflected on how long it had been since they had last seen each other. Middleton commented on how it felt like no time had passed since Broom had been there with Hellboy, though it had been more than 2 years. Broom mentioned that if he had stayed with the British Occult Intelligence after the war, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to assist new talents like Susan. Middleton mused about the lasting effects of the war, noting that it still felt as though he had just returned from the front. Later, at the bar, Ham shared a strange story with Hellboy and the others. He explained that recently there had been strange occurrences around the base, such as something large moving in the water, something the size of an aircraft carrier. He mentioned that 2 of his crewmen disappeared while setting up scaffolding at the testing grounds, and the official story claimed they had deserted, which Ham doubted. The crew that replaced them found the scaffolding completely destroyed. Ham described how the E-bomb, a strange new weapon, was found scratched up but otherwise unharmed, and the base personnel noted how the new team of scientists kept to themselves, not mixing with the others. Moravec had a conversation with a Russian officer while at the construction site. The officer asked if his cover was still intact and expressed concern that the American counterparts had arrived. Moravec reassured the officer that everything was under control and that he would signal when the pickup was needed. The officer instructed Moravec to accelerate the timetable, emphasizing that failure due to negligence would not be tolerated. Just then, Moravec was spotted by a soldier at the site. The soldier asked to see his identification and wanted to inspect the radio Moravec was using. Moravec, knowing his cover was at risk, feigned compliance but swiftly incapacitated the soldier by shocking him with a powerful electric charge running through his hand. At the Institute of Psychiatry in London, Victor Kessler was undergoing tests under the supervision of Dr. N.K. Sandhu, a scientific advisor to the BPRD. Victor, a ward of the BPRD since 1954, was learning to control his abilities, which involved summoning spectral entities. As Victor demonstrated control over these abilities, Dr. Sandhu expressed pride in his progress over the past year. Susan, who had brought some comics for Victor that he had requested, joined the session. Victor was excited to receive the comics and discussed how hard it was to find American comics in the UK. He also expressed enthusiasm about showing Susan his collection, and Dr. Sandhu allowed it. Susan, who had initially planned to stay in a hotel, accepted Dr. Sandhu's invitation to stay longer at the Institute, as she had things to discuss with her. At a bar, Broom asked Harry if he had been following up on any paranormal matters since their time with the British Paranormal Society. Harry mentioned that most of their old colleagues had gone underground, although some were still investigating. He shared a recent experience of investigating a haunted inn in Wales, where witnesses claimed police and others evacuated the inn, but the police later denied any such incident. He spoke about a strange encounter with Reginald Griffith, who had mysteriously acted as if he didn't recognise Harry, even though they knew each other well. Broom and Harry agreed that there was something odd happening in the paranormal world. At the airbase, Hellboy, Ham, and others exchanged goodbyes. Ham remarked how good it was to see Hellboy again after a long time. He reassured Hellboy that the bombs were being assembled and transported to another island for testing, meaning they weren't in immediate danger. However, a massive tortoise-like creature suddenly emerged from the water, attacking the base. Hellboy and the soldiers prepared to fight, and Hellboy took charge of the situation by instructing others to clear the civilians while he confronted the creature head-on. Occult Intelligence Part 2. After Hellboy engaged the tortoise monster, he found himself in a challenging position, clinging to its head and realizing his approach might not have been the best idea. Archie and other soldiers attempted to help by firing at the monster, but their bullets had no effect. Hellboy continued to struggle against the powerful beast. Eventually, realizing that the conventional attacks weren't working, he came up with a plan. He took out a grenade from his belt and threw it inside the creature's mouth. The grenade detonated, and the explosion destroyed the tortoise monster. Hellboy was left winded and his boots severely damaged in the process. In their meeting in London, Lady Cynthia welcomed Professor Broom. She noted how well life abroad seemed to suit him. Broom expressed his gratitude for her help regarding a paranormal sighting in Australia. His team had resolved the issue. It had become common to receive tips from her about paranormal activities in far-flung parts of the world. Lady Cynthia acknowledged that Broom and his team were well equipped to handle such matters. Broom, however, suspected that there was more going on and hinted at the possibility of a network of former war colleagues still being involved in investigating paranormal events. The conversation shifted toward the prospect of continuing investigations, potentially in cooperation with other authorities. Broom suggested pooling resources between the BPRD and Cynthia's contacts. He asked if she might help put him in touch with these individuals. Lady Cynthia dismissed the notion of a secret network as absurd, reminding Broom that since the war, there had been little official involvement with the occult. The British Paranormal Society was just a group of old pensioners who met socially, and that the foundry had closed down. Even if such investigators existed, she questioned why she should be involved, noting that she had left that life behind after the war. Broom didn't continue the discussion anymore. At the airbase, Hellboy and the soldiers talked about the mutated tortoise monster. One soldier asked if it was a cryptozoological creature, but Hellboy clarified it was a mutated leatherback sea turtle, although they usually don't grow that large. Stegner compared the situation to events in Utah in 1948, where scientists had been testing atomic bombs. The heat fused the sand into an enceladite, and monsters appeared. Stegner mentioned theories about the monsters, some believing they came from another dimension or were mutated animals, but ultimately, the monsters were attracted to the enceladite. Suddenly, the group realized that the container holding the enceladite had vanished. vanished, which concerned them as they had noticed the tortoise monster heading toward it before it disappeared. At the airbase, Archie tried to ask Ham a question, but Ham informed him about new orders preventing base personnel from fraternizing with others. Meanwhile, Standish gave orders to clean up the mess quickly, emphasizing that Mr. Everett's test needed to proceed without delay. Although Archie understood the situation, Hellboy noticed that none of the soldiers seemed particularly disturbed by the presence of the giant mutated turtle, which he found odd. At Dr. Sandhu's house, she, Victor and Susan had a conversation over dinner. Susan apologized for her late night and expressed difficulty adjusting to the time difference. Dr. Sandhu reassured her that her psychic abilities were improving and that she had made significant progress in controlling them. They discussed the nature of psychic gifts, with Sandhu explaining that Susan's abilities were more akin to psychometry, where she could perceive past or future events. During their conversation, Susan experienced a sudden and powerful vision which startled her. She noted that it felt stronger and clearer than usual, recalling that the last time she had such a vision was years ago in 1953. Dr. Sandhu acknowledged the oddity but remained calm as Susan processed the event. Meanwhile, Broom went out alone into the streets of London and headed straight into a secluded gents' toilet. There he found a wall, and on pressing a certain brick on it, a staircase leading underground was revealed. He went down into the sewer tunnels, but suddenly someone held a gun at his head, telling him that it was far enough. At the airbase, Hellboy tried to comfort Stegner, who was visibly upset after a night of heavy drinking. Stegner opened up about his fallen comrades from the war, including those who survived but struggled to find peace afterward. Hellboy sympathized, acknowledging how hard it was to lose someone, but Stegner angrily questioned Hellboy's understanding of loss, accusing him of not knowing anything about real suffering or loss. Stegner, still angry, walked away from Hellboy and stumbled into Moravec, who was carrying a box of enceladite. The box's contents startled Stegner, who realized it was the same material associated with past monster incidents. Hellboy questioned Moravec, but Moravec became defensive, accusing Hellboy of interfering in his affairs across the globe. He referenced encounters in various locations and implied there was someone powerful who would punish him if he allowed Hellboy to get in the way again. Moravec, filled with rage, attacked Hellboy with a surge of electrical energy. The attack caught both Hellboy and Stegner off guard, leaving them stunned as Moravec. Moravec approached Hellboy. He was ready to do the rest of the assignment, but not before taking care of Hellboy. Occult Intelligence, Part 3. Hellboy recovered from the first electrical blast, gathered himself, and tried to stand up. A massive fight kicked off with Moravec using electric blasts, trying to stop Hellboy from interfering with his plans to retrieve the enceladite. Hellboy shrugged off the initial attack, jokingly calling Moravec Sparky and warning him that he might hurt himself. Moravec wasn't amused and kept charging at Hellboy, determined to finish him. The two exchanged blows, with Hellboy trying to hold his ground while Moravec used his electrical powers to overwhelm him. He held Moravec in a bear hug and started tightening his grip. At one point, Moravec grabbed Hellboy's head and kept shocking him, threatening to squeeze the life out of him. Hellboy fought back, but the surge of energy took its toll, and Moravec managed to bring him down. Moravec arrogantly said that Hellboy and the Americans were foolish for underestimating the true forces arrayed against them. He showed no sympathy, expressing satisfaction in Hellboy's impending death, just as it seemed like Moravec had the upper hand and was gloating about Hellboy's imminent death. A loud screech echoed in the air. A massive, monstrous bird swooped down, interrupting the fight and throwing Moravec off balance, saving Hellboy from a finishing blow. The appearance of the creature shifted the situation completely. Moravec tried to shock the mutant bird, but it kept knocking him off his feet. It was drawn to the enceladite. Archie and Woody rushed to the scene to offer their help. They initially expressed confusion at the sight of a giant mutant albatross attacking. Woody questioned if they should assist Moravec, but Hellboy explained that the man was a Russian spy who had just tried to electrocute them with his hands. Realizing the creature, much like the tortoise monster, was drawn to the enceladite crystals in the toolbox, Moravec cursed himself for his oversight. Throwing the case at others, he decided to flee, leaving Hellboy to deal with the monstrous bird. Stegner suggested a plan, noticing that the albatross was targeting the crystals. They realized the creature was only interested in the enceladite, prompting Stegner and Archie to agree that if it wanted the crystals, it could have them. They tossed the toolbox toward the bird, and the albatross grabbed it and flew away, leaving the group in temporary relief. With the immediate threat over, Hellboy expressed his exhaustion, frustrated by the chaos of electric enemies, giant monsters, and strange crystals. Though the albatross was gone, Moravec had escaped, and Hellboy knew there was still more trouble ahead. At the Special Intelligence Directorate headquarters, Professor Trevor Broom found himself being reprimanded by Dee, the head of the SID. Lady Cynthia, who was also present, had warned Trevor previously about potential consequences, but he had not listened. Dee informed Trevor that he should be thankful for Lady Cynthia's intervention, as it prevented him from being executed for espionage due to his infiltration of a classified government facility. Trevor questioned why the SID and the BPRD had not been sharing information, particularly during such a sensitive time. Dee explained that the SID's primary responsibility was far beyond the investigation of hauntings and monster sightings, as it involved monitoring the occult activities of foreign powers, including the United States. This complicated the relationship between the agencies. Trevor was told that as an American citizen, he could not be trusted with British intelligence secrets and should be grateful for the information that had been shared with him. The conversation grew more serious when Dee warned Trevor about the Soviets, noting that they were closely monitoring his actions. He advised Trevor to return to the United States soon, as staying in London too long could lead to an unfortunate accident. As the meeting concluded, Trevor was further advised to keep an eye on both the Soviets and the Americans, as there were layers of supernatural and political maneuvers beneath the surface that he had yet to comprehend. At the university, Dr. Sandhu explained the origins and significance of the Trishul, a traditional weapon in India and Southeast Asia, often associated with the gods Shiva and Durga. She emphasized its symbolic importance, representing the sacred trinities, creator, preserver, destroyer, as well as the past, present, and future. Sandhu saw a personal connection between the Trishul and the third eye, which could bring both destruction and insight, allowing one to perceive beyond the physical world. She believed that Susan's psychic abilities were similar, describing them as an inner eye that could perceive time and space directly through the mind, with the potential for even greater insight. Susan, curious about the Trishul, learned from Sandhu that it had been given to her by her older brother before his death. Her brother had claimed that the Trishul possessed strange properties, which could be unlocked by those attuned to it. The vision Susan had the previous day was the first evidence of these properties. Sandhu speculated on what might happen if Susan made direct contact with the Trishul, suggesting it could trigger another vision. As Susan entered a trance-like state for 5 minutes, Sandhu noted it was her longest episode yet. When Susan awoke, Sandhu tried to reassure her that whatever she saw could not harm her, encouraging her to calm down and insisting everything would be all right. But Susan disagreed, stating with certainty that things were not going to be all right, ominously warning that bad times were ahead. At the airbase, Hellboy, Stegner, and others met with 2 agents, including Mr. Everett, who was overseeing the situation. The agents assured them that they were on high alert and would continue the search for the Soviet operative that Hellboy and the team were concerned about. Hellboy, however, voiced his frustration, questioning why the Enceladite had been present at the base in the first place. Mr. Everett denied any knowledge of it, claiming Stegner must have been mistaken. The discussion escalated when Stegner brought up his suspicions about the agents experimenting with Enceladite, possibly using it to create monsters. Despite Stegner's accusations, the agents remained evasive about their involvement with the material and the bizarre events occurring on the base, such as the mutated animals. Everett eventually dismissed the team, advising them not to return. After leaving the airbase, the team reconvened at the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield, Connecticut. Hellboy shared his concerns with the others, expressing frustration that the agents wouldn't reveal who they were working for or why Enceladite was involved. It became clear to Hellboy and the team that there were bigger forces at play, with multiple strange occurrences involving mutant creatures, Soviet operatives, and unknown agencies meddling with dangerous materials. Susan, reflecting on a vision she had in London, believed the creatures Hellboy was facing now were similar to what she had seen. The group began to suspect that a hidden Cold War was unfolding, one involving not just political and military power, but paranormal forces as well. Hellboy reassured Susan that they would face whatever was coming, while the professor made plans to bolster their resources and personnel, convinced that they were in the midst of a shadow war. At the Center for Defense Research and Development in Colorado, a secretive meeting took place between Director Quillian and Everett. Quillian assured Everett that the BPRD team, including Hellboy, remained unaware of the full scope of their test objectives. While they had suspicions, Quillian believed there was no danger of exposure. Everett praised the operation's progress, although he acknowledged that the Soviets had acquired a supply of enceladite. However, he expressed no serious concerns, confidently noting that their team was years ahead in development. With this technological advantage, Everett emphasized that their adversaries wouldn't be able to catch up in time and wouldn't know what hit them. Secret Nature. In Sutherlin, Oregon, March 1985, Hellboy, along with Dr. Woodrow Fraser from the BPRD, visited a farmer who claimed to have seen a mysterious beast. The farmer explained that he was the only one to have seen it directly, but neighboring farms had also been affected, losing livestock and experiencing similar attacks. He emphasized that what he saw was no coyote. 6 days prior, the farmer heard his cattle in distress around midnight and found one that had been savagely torn apart, looking like it had been chewed up and spit out. Soon after, he encountered a large winged creature and shot at it with 2 barrels of buckshot, but the creature simply ran off, seemingly unharmed. The next morning, he discovered that 10 head of cattle had been lost between sundown and midnight, all in similarly brutal condition. He was certain that no coyote could have caused such damage. During the conversation, Hellboy and Dr. Fraser asked for further details about the creature, such as any distinct sounds or smells. The farmer couldn't provide much more information, only recalling the smell of slaughtered cattle. However, the farmer took issue with Fraser's involvement, making a racially charged remark, to which Hellboy sternly defended Fraser, emphasizing his role as a scientist and agent of the BPRD. Hellboy urged Fraser and the farmer to move along, ready to continue their investigation into the mysterious beast. Fraser was excited about possibly finding a cryptozoological specimen, something he had been chasing since his undergraduate days. This would be a naturally occurring, undiscovered species, not something as supernatural. Hellboy, however, remained skeptical, pointing out that these situations often ended up involving creatures mutated by supernatural forces like enceladite. He told Fraser not to get his hopes up, offering to buy drinks if he was wrong. As they continued, Fraser acknowledged Hellboy's doubts, but expressed his determination to find a legitimate specimen. He was frustrated about how society was more accepting of Hellboy's appearance, a large red demon with horns, than it was of a black man like him. Hellboy recognized that it wasn't easy for Fraser, to which Fraser responded by saying that dealing with such challenges was just part of the world they lived in. Fraser then shared his struggles in academia, including the difficulty of securing teaching or research positions, despite his qualifications. His dedication to cryptozoology led him to continue research on his own, but none of his papers were published. Eventually, Professor Broom noticed his work and recruited him to the BPRD. During their discussion, they found a cabin in the woods. After Hellboy and Fraser entered the cabin, they quickly noticed the strong smell of death. Inside, they found a grisly scene: bodies torn apart and massacred. Fraser found a book titled Witchcraft and Demonology by Gustav Strobel, and they deduced that the dead kids had been trying some kind of summoning ritual that had clearly gone wrong. As they inspected the area, there was a blood-curdling roar. Hellboy and Fraser sensed something approaching, and moments later, a massive red demonic creature burst through the wall. The creature attacked them, and Hellboy retaliated. He took out his gun and rained bullets on it. However, they did little harm. Irritated, the creature slashed Hellboy's hand with its claws. Finding no other way, Hellboy pushed it and took the fight outside. While fighting it, Hellboy screamed at Fraser to figure a way out to defeat the monster. However, Fraser was clueless. He kept iterating the entire scenario in his mind. Then, he looked at the book in his hands and frantically browsed through the pages. He read something in there and devised an idea. Hellboy kept fighting the monster, but it kept overpowering him and smacking him away. Meanwhile, Fraser went inside and completed the triangles in the pentagram. Then, he headed outside and called out to Hellboy and screamed at him to bring the monster into the damn damn pentagram. Hellboy kept punching and pushing the monster towards the cabin, besides taking heavy damage. He broke in through the walls and pushed the monster inside the pentagram. As soon as the monster was inside, bright rays of light enveloped it from every angle. It screamed in pain. It was imprisoned within the light cage. Hellboy asked Fraser what to do next. Fraser changed the pentagram loop from summoning into banishment, and the sky opened up and sucked the monster right in. In the aftermath, Hellboy and Fraser met the townsfolk. The parents of the dead kids lamented that they had allowed a book connected to the incident to remain in the possession of the victims. Mac, the racist man, showed disrespect and made condescending remarks toward Fraser. Hellboy stepped in, warning the man to be respectful. Later, Fraser tried to defuse the situation and refocused on their task, reminding Hellboy they needed to report back to the professor. As they walked away, Fraser pointed out that Hellboy had been wrong about the nature of the threat, which wasn't just a mutated animal. Though both of them had been wrong, they resolved to move on, hoping that next time they'd face a more conventional cryptid rather than anything demonic. They ended the conversation lightheartedly, with Fraser offering to buy drinks. 1956. Part 1. At the BPRD headquarters in May 1956, an urgent request arrived from the State Department for international assistance due to escalating supernatural events in Mexico. Hellboy, Hendricks, and Murphy were pulled from training to address the crisis, as the team was short-handed while Margaret gave the briefing. Despite their lack of field experience, they were tasked with relying on their law enforcement skills, while Hellboy would lead the mission. The briefing revealed that violent attacks, demonic possessions, and supernatural incidents had been on the rise across Mexico, resulting in a growing death toll. The mission's objective was to assess the situation, identify the cause of the supernatural disturbances, and put a stop to it. Hendricks and Murphy accepted the assignment, ready to follow Hellboy's lead. As the agents prepared to depart for Mexico, Hellboy attempted to talk to Margaret about his dog Mac, but she was preoccupied and unable to help. As she bid him good luck, Hellboy was left feeling alone. Hellboy stood outside and looked at a photo of him and Mac together. He was sad. He quickly gathered himself and started off for the mission. As they went away, it was revealed that Mac had passed away, buried in a makeshift grave. Professor Broom went to meet the director of the CIA at the Washington headquarters. Summoned by Miss Fisher, he went inside and met Mr. Dulles. Broom informed Dulles about a recurring issue with a mysterious substance that field agents had encountered. Dulles inquired if the situation was related to Broom's Soviet investigation. Broom confirmed a connection, but emphasized that the substance itself was the larger concern. When pressed for specifics, Broom identified the substance as enceladite. Dulles mentioned that enceladite had supposedly been destroyed in 1948, but Broom countered with recent findings, including research at Caltech and Air Force tests involving the substance. Before Broom could ask more, Dulles insisted he drop the matter. Despite this, Broom pointed out the Soviets' continued interest in occult activities and assured that his bureau was still investigating. Dulles reminded Broom of the need for results, implying that funding might be questioned if progress wasn't shown. Broom reassured that Lindbergh, the assigned agent, had the bureau's full support in his efforts. On August 16th, at BPRD HQ, Myron Lindbergh met with Susan and expressed that her skills were being underutilized in the field. He acknowledged her intelligence background and unique abilities, suggesting she was suited for more than just field operations. Susan, however, stated that she enjoyed her time as a field agent and was scheduled to leave for her next assignment in the morning. Lindbergh then requested a demonstration of Susan's special talents and handed her a photograph of a Soviet operative who had attacked Hellboy the previous year. Although the operative had been identified, little else was known about him. Lindbergh hoped Susan could use her abilities to uncover more information. Susan took hold of a trishawl and began sensing something. She saw a vision of the Soviet operative, Moravec. He was afraid as he stood in front of a demon-like figure. She explained to Lindbergh that the man seemed trapped with some powerful force imprisoned inside him. Both the man and the power were terrified of something even greater, an ancient and evil presence. Susan said that she had to leave for her assignment early the next morning. Lindbergh, impressed with her abilities, mentioned that he had hoped she would prioritize this investigation, but Susan remained committed to her current mission. Before departing, she stated her intent to learn more about the terrifying presence that had frightened the Soviet Soviet operative and reassured him that they would uncover the truth. In Moscow, at the Special Sciences Service headquarters, Varvara, the comrade director, reprimanded Moravec for botching the Enceladite mission. Instead of capturing Hellboy as instructed, Moravec had electrocuted him, and that didn't go well with Varvara. Moravec apologized, explaining that his binding tattoos, which controlled the Perkuna's entity within him, had weakened, making it harder to maintain control. Varvara expressed frustration, stating that she had planned to kill Hellboy upon his arrival, but the failed mission had complicated things. Father Malachiam was preparing to oversee a procedure to restore Moravec's control on the entity when Varvara arrived. Moravec acknowledged that the spirit within him was trying to break free, but he maintained his duty despite the pain. Right then, Ivan Antonovich Skuratov and operative Raisa called for Varvara's attention, indicating that another matter required her focus. Raisa reported to Varvara and Ivan Antonovich Skuratov about the results of the tests on the Enceladite samples recovered from the Americans. She explained that the samples were nearly identical to Tunguska glass, and the design of the Americans' E-bombs had several features that could be incorporated into their prototypes. Skuratov added that they had enough Tunguska glass to begin testing the revised prototypes soon. However, Varvara expressed boredom with the report, dismissing the scientific developments as uninteresting. Skuratov, frustrated, urged Varvara to take the research seriously, stating that the Politburo was pressuring them for results in their occult weapons program, and Tunguska glass was their most promising avenue of research. Varvara sharply reminded Skuratov that he worked as per her whim and to know what his position was. She then ended the meeting, thanking Raisa and Skuratov while they stood dumbfounded and scared. Part 2. At the BPRD headquarters, Margaret approached Broom to get his opinion on the new operations assignments. Broom welcomed her, and after some brief remarks, Margaret mentioned the ongoing challenges, including training new recruits while being short-staffed. She also shared her concerns about Linneberg pressing her to reassign Susan Xiang to intelligence analysis full-time, which would leave them with even fewer operatives in the field. When Margaret asked about Susan's current whereabouts, Broom vaguely responded that Susan was running an errand and would return soon, though Margaret was frustrated that there was no official record of the mission. She grew more exasperated, reminding Broom that she had taken over operations at his request, while he often disappeared for personal projects. This left her handling the majority of the Bureau's workload. She expressed her frustration with him pulling agents from active duty, such as Susan, without proper communication. Margaret then brought up the absence of communication regarding Hellboy, noting that it had been 2 months with no updates. As she was about to press the issue further, Broom received a call and had to cut the conversation short, assuring her that they would continue it later. While Broom turned his attention to the incoming call, Margaret left the room in anger. From Boynton Beach, Florida, Susan had called Broom to report her mission progress. She explained that she had been unable to contact Betts until that day, but assured Broom that she encountered no trouble. Susan mentioned she spent a couple of days at the golf course where Betts frequently played, noting that Betts had become somewhat complacent since his retirement from the Air Force. While on the golf course, Susan subtly made contact with Betts, lightly brushing against him to activate her psychic abilities. In that moment, she experienced a vivid vision, seeing Betts in Utah in 1948, overseeing the destruction of Enceladite. She also witnessed a future vision of a desolate site in ruins, possibly linked to Betts's actions. The intensity of the vision briefly overwhelmed Susan, but she recovered and excused herself from Betts and the other golfers, needing time to process what she had seen. Susan told Broom that she could go ahead and use the tree shawl in order to focus on the identity of the little girl. Broom cut her conversation and thanked her for helping, and also told her that the girl was not her concern. As he hung up the phone, Susan was left in surprise as to what the mystery of the girl was. Over dinner at Fairfield, Margaret expressed her frustration to Archie regarding the overwhelming workload she had been managing at the BPRD. She remarked that she had been putting up with a lot lately, specifically noting Trevor Bruttenholm's frequent absences and how it left her responsible for running much of the Bureau. Archie acknowledged her concerns and apologised for not being around much, mentioning the training of new recruits as a hopeful solution to ease the burden. Margaret then shifted the conversation towards her suspicions that Trevor might be keeping secrets, pointing out his tendency to work on personal projects in Brooklyn. She hinted at her unease about the clandestine nature of some operations, particularly involving involving Susan and expressed concern about Trevor's lack of communication regarding Hellboy, who hadn't checked in for 2 months. Meanwhile, in Mexico, Hellboy laid in a drunken stupor. In a private meeting in Brooklyn, Broom met with Jacob Stegner. Broom revealed his belief that certain elements within the government, with military cooperation, were conducting experiments in the occult, possibly involving Enceladite. Broom wanted Stegner's help investigating the matter, explaining that it wouldn't be an official BPRD operation and there would be no records of their activities. Stegner expressed his reluctance, mentioning that he stayed with Broom and the Bureau primarily because of the pay and that he hadn't forgotten the mess in Utah. He implied that past mistakes still weighed heavily on him, mentioning how he felt the responsibility for the loss of good men. Despite his reservations, Broom assured Stegner that he understood his concerns. He explained that he needed someone he could trust, as there were new recruits and uncertainties within the Bureau's loyalties. Stegner asked if there was someone Broom couldn't trust at the Bureau, to which Broom hinted at the troubling silence from his contacts in Washington regarding the suspected weaponization of Enceladite. Broom emphasized that he had never had a reason to question Stegner's loyalty in all their years working together. Eventually, Stegner agreed to help, even questioning why Broom hadn't turned to Hellboy for such a mission. Broom explained that this task required subtlety, which was not Hellboy's strength. Stegner was convinced. The two men shook hands, and Broom informed Stegner that their destination was Colorado, with their flight booked for the next morning. He revealed that they would be heading to a place known as the Center, the location tied to the mysterious Enceladite experiments. At the Special Sciences Service headquarters in Moscow, the leadership was facing growing pressure from the Politburo due to their lack of progress. Comrade Kolev conveyed their frustration, emphasizing that they were falling far short of production goals and that consequences would follow if improvements weren't made. As the team discussed their projects, it was revealed that Father Malakim was having issues with the binding rituals for the Moon Witch project. Though Malakim had briefly been diverted to another task, he assured them he was close to a solution. Meanwhile, other teams were making slow progress on a Tunguska glass device, though they were hindered by new work assigned by the director. One of the team members openly blamed Varvara, suggesting she was the source of their delays. However, Varvara herself suddenly appeared at the meeting. She calmly and sarcastically addressed the group, making it clear she had been listening to their complaints. Kolev, who had openly criticized her leadership, attempted to justify his frustrations. Varvara's demeanor quickly turned sinister as she demonstrated her power, incinerating Kolev in a fiery outburst. After leaving the remaining members in shock, Varvara reminded them of their production goals and left them to continue their work. Part 3. Broom and Stegner embarked on a secret mission through the rugged Colorado wilderness in August 1956. As they hiked towards their destination, Stegner voiced his frustration, questioning whether the effort would be worth it. Broom, unfazed by his companion's complaints, reassured him that he wouldn't have asked Stegner to come along if the mission wasn't important. Stegner tried to lighten the mood, joking about how peaceful it felt not having to worry about cultists, demons, or monsters. He even mused about possibly retiring to a quiet cabin in the woods someday. Broom acknowledged Stegner's desire for peace, but reminded him to stay focused, as this was no casual hike. As they continued, Stegner inquired about their objective. Broom explained that confirming the existence of a government-sanctioned installation was just the first step. They needed to assess the operation's scope, decide who could be trusted with the information, and figure out what actions, if any, they could take. When they finally reached the site, Stegner was taken aback by the size of the facility, questioning what such a massive structure was doing in such a remote area. Broom, maintaining focus, suggested they wait until nightfall to get a closer look under the cover of darkness. This left Stegner reconsidering whether a cabin in the woods was such a good idea after all. At the BPRD HQ in Fairfield, Connecticut, Woody addressed a group of new recruits. He explained that in their fieldwork, they rarely knew what they were up against, whether it was demonic possession, cryptozoological creatures, or otherworldly intrusions. They needed to be prepared for anything. He emphasized the importance of being quick on their feet and ready to adapt to any circumstances. During the briefing, one of the recruits, Gustafsson joked about the existence of extraterrestrials, but another recruit, Hinojosa, pushed back, recounting his personal experience of seeing flying saucers when he was a sheriff's deputy in Marfa, Texas. Hinojosa added that people had been seeing mysterious lights in the sky for over a century and suggested they might be aliens. Despite some skepticism from others, he stood by his claim. Woody used this conversation to underline a key point, that witnessing something and understanding it were two different things. As field agents, their job was to uncover what was truly happening, not just accept initial appearances. Margaret Lane entered the room and interrupted the session, directing the recruits to report to the target range for firearms training. Afterward, Woody and Margaret discussed the progress of the new recruits. Woody expressed concern that many of them, coming from law enforcement and intelligence agencies, seemed out of their depth. He admitted that he felt unsure about how much he could help them, revealing that he had been recruited to study cryptozoology, not to train agents. He even suggested that someone else might be better suited for the role. Margaret reassured Woody, stating that the bureau was short-staffed and everyone needed to take on extra responsibilities. She promised to hire a qualified instructor as soon as the budget allowed. The conversation then shifted to concern over Hellboy, who had been out of contact for months. Margaret added that Trevor believed Hellboy was old enough to make his own decisions and would return when ready. Meanwhile, in Mexico, Hellboy still enjoyed the drunken stupor. At the Special Sciences Service headquarters in Moscow, Varvara, the director, arrived to meet with Skuratov and other agents overseeing a critical operation. Skuratov briefed Varvara on the progress of their tests, mentioning the field trials of the Noon Witch device. Varvara, disinterested in the technical details, asked instead about recent intelligence activities and the movements of their American counterparts. Skuratov then informed her of a British Special Intelligence Directorate operative attempting to infiltrate an American installation where occult technology was being weaponized. Varvara found this information intriguing, noting that it might be the same location that their agents had failed to penetrate. Skuratov confirmed their plan to intercept the operative before he returned to the UK and to extract whatever secrets he had obtained. Varvara was amused by the potential of capturing both intelligence and eliminating a British asset. She inquired about Broom, showing curiosity about ongoing British operations. Skuratov, however, had no new intel on that front, instead reporting that the Noon Witch was nearly ready for testing in Cyprus. As the discussion continued, Varvara grew bored with the details and abruptly ended the meeting, dismissing further reports despite Skuratov's insistence on the importance of their trials. As she departed, another agent informed him that Moravec was en route and the target had been spotted with another agent. Skuratov was determined to ensure the success of their mission, knowing the consequences of failure would be dire. At the BPRD HQ, Linneberg approached Susan Shang after her run, asking her to review some information. He had been researching potential leads about their Russian counterparts and found some files in the Bureau archives. He presented Susan with photos and documents, hoping they might trigger her psychic abilities. One of the leads included surveillance footage of a man who had previously attacked Hellboy. Linneberg identified the man as Valentin Moravec, a Soviet national. However, the woman accompanying him in the photo remained unidentified. Susan looked at the photo but couldn't sense anything from it, suggesting that knowing the woman's name might help her. Linneberg then shared another photo from an operation in Brazil back in 1952, which piqued Susan's interest. She recognized the girl in the picture, revealing that she had seen her in a vision before. Linneberg explained that the photo came with a note from Professor Broom, identifying the burned body in the image as Robert Amsel, someone Susan had briefly encountered in the past. Susan wondered about the girl, who Broom had only identified as V, and whether there was more to this story that she hadn't been told. Linneberg asked if Susan could elaborate on her vision of the girl, but Susan declined, leaving the conversation with lingering questions about what else might be hidden from her. On their secret mission in Colorado, Broom and Stegner observed a helicopter unloading equipment, but Broom noted that the helicopter had no discernible markings. They decided to get a closer look, moving quietly to avoid detection since they weren't officially on site. As they proceeded, Stegner tripped over what turned out to be a surveillance setup left in the forest. Broom speculated that the equipment might belong to someone other than the facility's operators. Before they could investigate further, a man with a gun appeared and ordered them to stop. Broom recognized the man from a past operation in Warsaw in 1944. He was Lady Cynthia's man from Hong Kong. The man identified identified himself as Roland Child. Child expressed surprise that the BPRD even knew about the facility, but mentioned that Broom and Stegner were also uninvited guests. Despite the brief moment of recognition, Child made it clear that he couldn't allow them to interfere with his mission. He implied that their reunion would be short-lived, as he couldn't risk them causing problems for him. As Child prepared to deal with them, he assured Broom it was nothing personal, just part of the game, where not everyone could come out on top. Part 4. During their tense standoff, Child held Broom and Stegner at gunpoint, intending to eliminate them as obstacles to his mission. Despite Broom's efforts to reason with him, Child shot Stegner in the chest, killing him. Broom tried to appeal to their shared history, emphasizing that they were allies, but Child dismissed the notion, asserting his loyalty to Britain only. Before Child could take further action, Barbara appeared, revealing herself as a new player in the confrontation. Child, surprised by her sudden presence, demanded she stay back, but his gun malfunctioned as he tried to fire at her. Barbara surrounded herself with flames, identifying herself as a foreign power. She declared that Broom was her friend, that made Child her enemy. She then used her powers to incinerate Child, leaving his body a charred husk. Afterward, Barbara acknowledged Broom, explaining that she had heard he was in trouble and decided to intervene. As guards from the facility closed in, she warned Broom to leave quickly, suggesting that they would not be pleased to find him there. With a parting farewell, Barbara disappeared, leaving Broom to apologize to the dead Stegner. Russian operatives soon arrived at the scene, further complicating matters as they examined the aftermath of the violent encounter. Moravec called the base to inform that Varvara was coming back. At the Special Sciences Service headquarters, Varvara was called to a meeting led by Skuratov. She playfully entered the building in a good mood, but things quickly took a darker turn. Skuratov revealed his true intentions, and the conversation shifted as Varvara's attention was drawn to a hidden agenda. Skuratov and his team had prepared a containment device designed to trap Varvara. When they activated it, she reacted violently, warning them that they could not control her. Despite her struggle, the team successfully trapped her in a glass container while a priest performed a binding ritual. Varvara threatened them with eternal torment, but her captors persisted, securing her inside the container. Skuratov then addressed the team, announcing that he had assumed leadership of the Special Sciences Service, with Dr. Raisa Boym and Father Malakim taking over his previous responsibilities. He reassured the team that their plan had worked as expected and that the organization would now operate with full efficiency. However, the closing scene hinted at something more ominous, as Varvara's connection to a demonic force became evident, her trapped presence suggesting that the past might still pose a danger despite their efforts. At the BPRD headquarters, Susan Xiang had a startling vision of Hellboy and large demonic creatures, leading her to express her shock to Linneberg. She described how her vision was overwhelming, featuring Hellboy, strange, massive entities, and a girl who appeared to be connected to everything. Linneberg questioned her further, particularly about the girl, to which Susan responded that it was complicated. The figure looked like the little girl Varvara, but seemed to be some kind of demon or devil. She elaborated that while Hellboy was human on the inside, this being was driven entirely by rage. Susan believed she saw a glimpse of the future, where Hellboy might be dead, and the world was on the brink of a catastrophic event. Linneberg listened intently, drawing parallels to Hellboy's nature, and inquired why her hair had turned white. As Susan pondered her appearance, she speculated that the girl, or demon, was imprisoned, and her future visions were of the chaos that would unfold if this being ever broke free. The encounter left her wondering if Professor Broom had been protecting this creature all along. In September 1956, at the BPRD headquarters, Archie and Margaret returned from an outing, discussing a film they had watched. Upon entering the building, they encountered Broom, who had just returned. During the conversation, Broom revealed that Stegner had died in the field. Archie, initially thinking it was a joke, quickly realized Broom was serious when he explained that Stegner had been shot and died from a bullet wound. Margaret was visibly shocked by the news. Later, Broom watched a film reel of Hellboy wrestling. He was concerned about Hellboy's whereabouts. Margaret entered with some reports needing his signature, but the focus shifted when Broom asked about Archie's location. Learning that Archie had already left on an assignment, Broom gave orders to send all field agents to Mexico to bring Hellboy back immediately, stating that the situation had dragged on long enough. Part 5. In October 1956, in Jalisco, Mexico, BPRD agents Gustafson and Hinojosa were searching for Hellboy. They had been asking locals if they had seen any sign of him, but were receiving no helpful leads. Frustrated with the lack of progress, the agents continued their search. Eventually, a local boy offered to show them where Hellboy might be for a small fee. He directed them to a cinema. Inside, the agents found a screening of what appeared to be a film showing Hellboy in action. Confused, they observed the film, wondering what was really going on. The actual sequence of events went like this. On August 17th, 1956, in Mexico City, Hellboy found himself involved in a film project. A local director, discussing the role of the devil, was hesitant about casting Hellboy, as he had never acted before. However, the masked wrestler, Esteban, who was Hellboy's friend, convinced the director by pointing out that no one looked more fitting for the role. The director agreed, warning that if the project failed, Hellboy's pay would be affected. Hellboy, drinking heavily, half-jokingly acknowledged that he was going to be a star. On August 20th, Hellboy had started shooting the film and starred in the role of the devil. He wore the devil's makeup and was drunk out of wit. When the director shouted, "Action!" Hellboy jumped, but he lost his balance instead, hit the camera and broke it. The director became furious and started shouting. The cameraman jokingly gave hints about Montezuma's lost treasure, which caught Hellboy's attention. On September 1st, Hellboy fought zombie monsters in the search for Montezuma's treasure. By October 16th, 1956, Hinojosa and Gustafson continued their search for Hellboy, questioning locals in a remote area. Their frustration grew as they realized that Hellboy might have already covered much of Mexico, making their search more difficult. On October 31st, 1956, before the Day of the Dead, Hellboy dressed in a sombrero and poncho and spent the day drinking in a cemetery. He reflected on a funeral he had attended for his dog, Mac. A friendly local explained the Day of the Dead traditions to him, and Hellboy, still inebriated, interacted with the festive surroundings. A dog followed him inside and became friends with him. Hellboy paid his regards to Esteban's memory and left. Later that night, Hellboy continued drinking at a saloon, where Hinojosa and Gustafson finally tracked him down. Drunk and slurring his words, Hellboy recognized their uniforms but mockingly questioned their appearance. Before they could get him to respond meaningfully, he passed out, leaving the agents to contemplate their next move. In November 1956, at the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield, Connecticut, Hellboy was back after being away for months. Professor Broom knocked on Hellboy's door, informing him that it was time to get back to work and assist Woodrow with a research project. Hellboy, still dealing with personal matters, reluctantly agreed. As they walked through the facility, they encountered Archie and Margaret, who were talking and laughing together. Hellboy noticed their relationship and asked Broom about it. Broom didn't seem particularly concerned but acknowledged Hellboy's absence. Before heading back to his responsibilities, Hellboy apologized to Broom for vanishing without notice, acknowledging he had some unresolved issues. Broom reassured him, expressing relief that Hellboy was back safely. At the Special Sciences Service headquarters in Moscow, the organization continued preparing for the next phase of the Noon Witch project. During a training session, Moravec and Rahel demonstrated their readiness. Skuratov and Raisa discussed the strategy, confirming that they would continue to build their arsenal and wait for the right moment to strike. As they observed Moravec and Rahel fight, they expressed confidence that they would be prepared when the time came. Meanwhile, back at the BPRD HQ, Susan confronted Broom. She expressed her concerns over the powerful and dangerous girl she had seen in visions while investigating an earlier case. Susan revealed that she had been haunted by these visions, and that both she and Linneberg had uncovered alarming information. She pressed Broom for answers, accusing him of hiding the truth. Though he remained tight-lipped about the full details, Broom assured her that he had his reasons and asked for her trust. Despite his evasiveness, Susan vowed to continue her investigation, promising they would get to the bottom of the mystery. 1957, Family Ties. In Dayton, Ohio, in July 1957, Hellboy and Susan Xiang were on a mission to recover copies of Witchcraft and Demonology by Gustav Strobel, a book linked to dangerous supernatural events. As they walked through a quiet suburban neighborhood, they talked about their progress in tracking down the remaining copies of the book. Hellboy remarked that they were almost done, but Susan expressed frustration. She explained that her work with Myron at the BPRD had been put on hold because of this field mission, which felt slow and unproductive to her. Their investigation led them to the home of a nervous woman named Gladys Stemple. Susan sensed that something was off about the place, and when Gladys opened the door, it became clear she was hiding something. After a brief introduction, Gladys began to beg for their help, telling them about her elderly mother, who had moved in after breaking her hip. According to Gladys, things in the house had worsened drastically since her mother's arrival. The agents entered the house and found the inside in complete disarray. Furniture was overturned, the air was cold, and a general sense of unease pervaded the space. Hellboy, staying calm, began to investigate further. He soon discovered a decaying corpse in one of the rooms, showing little outward shock at the grisly scene. Meanwhile, Susan listened as Gladys described her troubled relationship with her mother, a woman who had always been critical of her, and particularly disdainful of her husband, Vernon. Nothing Gladys did had ever seemed to be good enough. As Hellboy explored deeper into the house, the sense of something malevolent grew stronger. The atmosphere darkened, and it became clear that the force haunting the house was tied to Gladys's mother. Hellboy encountered the source of the disturbance, his expression suggesting a mix of resignation and familiarity with the dangers that came with his line of work. The situation escalated as Gladys hinted that her mother's spirit, or some dark entity linked to her, had taken over the house, creating the chaos and coldness within. As Gladys described how her mother had always been harsh with her son Charlie, Hellboy moved further down the hallway. Susan said that her mother was always harsh with her husband. On the other end of the house, Hellboy discovered the corpse of her husband. When Hellboy entered Charlie's room, he found the boy sitting quietly on his bed, a dark shadow looming over him. Hellboy tried to talk to the boy, but when Charlie turned toward him, Hellboy realized the boy had no mouth. Understanding that something unnatural was at play, Hellboy reassured Charlie he'd return and headed deeper into the house to confront the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, Susan, lacking her usual tools, decided to try a more direct approach. She took Gladys's hands, hoping to gain insight through a vision. Susan's eyes glowed as she witnessed flashes of the events. Charlie had been using Gustav Strobel's Witchcraft and Demonology book to summon a demon, which led to the possession of his grandmother. Hellboy then encountered the grotesque figure of the demon-possessed grandmother. He tried reasoning with her, urging the entity to leave, but the monster roared at him to get out of the house. With no other option, Hellboy engaged in a physical struggle with the creature. Susan stormed in. She had found the summoning book in Charlie's room, confirming it as the cause of the disturbance. She relayed this to Hellboy, who had already pieced it together, and urged him to find a way to free the grandmother from the demon. While Susan searched for an incantation, she gave the book to Gladys, explaining that only her authority over the household could banish the demon. Though hesitant at first, Gladys grew more confident as Susan guided her through the spell. The demon tried to shake her confidence, hurling insults, but Gladys, fueled by years of pent-up frustration with her mother, shouted back. Her defiant outburst, combined with the incantation, expelled the demon in a fiery explosion, restoring peace to the house. There was a fiery flash, after which the demon was banished. All that stood in front of Hellboy was the soul of Gladys's mother. Charlie could speak again and ran to Gladys, elated. Gladys immediately turned to her mother's ghost and asked it to leave the house. The ghost vanished. Susan handed over the book to Hellboy and asked him if he was okay. Hellboy said he was, and reflected that no one could ever know what went on behind closed doors. Forgotten Lives. Hellboy visited Professor Broom in Brooklyn, New York. The professor expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he hadn't been around headquarters much lately, with Margaret handling most of the daily operations at the bureau. He had taken the time to pursue his own research. Hellboy, curious, asked what research Broom was currently engaged in, to which Broom responded that he was investigating urban hauntings, particularly an incident reported in the morning paper. He suggested that Hellboy might want to look into it as well. As they continued talking, Broom mentioned a strange sighting at Potter's Field, explaining it as more of a what than a where. He elaborated that Potter's Field was another name for a pauper's grave, originally referencing where Judas Iscariot was buried. In recent nights, locals had reported sightings of a spectral apparition at a burial ground for the indigent. Broom invited Hellboy to accompany him to investigate, and Hellboy agreed, reminiscing that it felt like the old times. While driving, They reflected on how things hadn't been the same lately, with people like Margaret and Archie spending more time together, which left Broom feeling somewhat out of place. Hellboy advised him not to begrudge them their happiness, knowing how hard it was to maintain personal connections in their line of work. The conversation then turned to Simon, Broom's uncle, whom he hadn't visited in years due to his busy schedule. Broom expressed some regret about missing time with his family. As they continued their drive, Hellboy brought up the loss of Stegner, noting how things hadn't felt right since he passed. The scene shifted to the grim memory of Jacob Stegner's death, a tragic moment Broom still struggled with. Hellboy acknowledged the unspoken sorrow, recognizing the heavy emotional toll their work had taken on both of them. Finally, they arrived at Hart Island in the Bronx, where they met with an overseer who explained that she was new to the role and had never encountered anything like the current apparition sightings. Together with Hellboy, they prepared to investigate the mysterious phenomena unfolding on the island. They arrived at the burial site. The officer pointed out the location of the sighting, specifically over the newest burial trench. Hellboy and Broom examined the area, noting the large number of unburied bodies, while Broom asked the officer for more details about what he had witnessed. The officer described a ghostly figure hovering in mid-air, wailing and waving its arms, something he'd never seen before. The situation, while seemingly typical of ghostly encounters, was made more urgent by the large number of unburied corpses awaiting burial. The officer expressed frustration about the prisoners from Rikers Island, who were meant to dig the graves, being too scared to work due to the haunting. Broom reassured him that they had experience dealing with such phenomena and would handle it. Later, as night fell, Hellboy and Broom patrolled the cemetery, searching for any sign of the spirit. The night seemed calm until an old watchman approached them, claiming he had seen the ghost himself and that such occurrences were common on the island due to the high number of burials. He mentioned the mass graves and hinted that the new haunting was tied to the latest batch of bodies. Finally, as they explored further, Hellboy spotted a ghostly figure. Broom and Hellboy approached the spirit, which cried out not to be forgotten, its torment evident. Broom sensed the deep sorrow and pain emanating from the ghost, and they both agreed that they needed to find a way to ease its suffering. Next day, Hellboy and Broom attended an auction at the Surrogates Court in Queens, where items belonging to the deceased were being sold. They sat quietly as various items were auctioned off, including bronzed baby shoes, an old Bible, and personalized stationery. As the items were displayed, Broom struggled to connect any of them to the restless spirit they were investigating. Hellboy suddenly noticed a peculiar item, a calling card with a red emblem, something he recognized and was elated like a baby. Excited, he asked Broom for money and bid on the item, winning it for $17. The auctioneer handed over the card, and Hellboy immediately recognized it as a lobster card, a calling card of the superhero vigilante known as the Lobster. Hellboy insisted that the lobster had been real, despite Broom's doubts about the character's existence. Following the auction, the court clerk informed Hellboy that the card had been found in the wallet of a security guard named Norvell Cooper, who had died of a heart attack on the job. Intrigued, Hellboy and Broom decided to look further into Cooper's life and connections, wondering how he might have come across such an item. Later, back at Hart Island, as they reflected on the items they had seen at the auction, Hellboy speculated that Cooper might have written a few stories about the lobster in the 1930s. Hellboy recalled reading some of those pulp stories as a kid, suggesting that Cooper could have met the real lobster, which would explain how he came into possession of the card. Broom seemed skeptical, but listened as Hellboy entertained the idea that the original lobster himself might have given the card to Cooper. As they continued to investigate the spirit haunting the island, Hellboy pondered the sad remnants of forgotten lives, remarking on the detritus left behind by people like Cooper. Broom, deep in thought, echoed these sentiments, musing on the idea of being remembered after death. As they left, Cooper's ghost watched from afar. He was finally content that someone remembered his story, and he whispered, "Thank you." Falling Sky. In 1955, at the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield, Connecticut, a new recruit, Dr. Woody Farrier, was welcomed to the team. He was originally expected to work in research, but due to the BPRD's current need, he was informed that he'd also be trained for fieldwork. Farrier was particularly interested in cryptozoological cases, and his enthusiasm was acknowledged as he was promised top priority for any assignments involving unknown species. Over the following months, Woody and Hellboy worked together on various bizarre cases. These included encounters with a mutated polar bear in the Arctic, a demon in Oregon, a demonically possessed dingo in Australia, and an unidentifiable mutated creature in Texas. Woody found himself frustrated as each case involved something monstrous, but not the undiscovered species he had hoped to find. In March 1957, in Sutton, West Virginia, Hellboy and Woody investigated claims made by the local mayor about a flying saucer that had crash-landed in the woods. The mayor insisted he had seen it, and other townsfolk confirmed his story, adding that those who went to investigate the crash were chased away by some kind of creature. Despite the skepticism, Hellboy and Woody prepared to look into the situation. As they drove toward the site, Hellboy mentioned a report Margaret had received, suggesting a potential connection to a Nazi saucer they had found in the Arctic. Woody, however, expressed growing frustration over his field assignments. He vented to Hellboy about how his enthusiasm for finding cryptozoological discoveries had waned due to the recurring disappointments of encountering nothing but mutated animals and demons. Woody felt he was being pulled away from the lab work he truly enjoyed and questioned what he was even doing in the field. They continued their investigation into the mysterious sightings in the woods. After a disappointing search, they came across what appeared to be a deflated weather balloon. Woody noted that something had torn it up pretty badly, and they also found tracks and claw marks on the trees. Despite these findings, they remained skeptical that it was anything more than a bear or some other wildlife. Back in town, Hellboy reported their findings to the mayor, telling him about the weather balloon and the animal tracks. The mayor was visibly distressed, as half the town feared an attack from the woods, while the other half believed an alien invasion had already started. Desperate, the mayor pleaded with Hellboy to bring back solid proof to calm the town's panic. Hellboy reluctantly agreed to continue the search, and they headed back into the woods. As they followed more tracks and claw marks, Woody grew increasingly frustrated, feeling the investigation was a waste of time. Hellboy remained calm, pointing out that at least no one was shooting at them, but Woody was upset about being dragged away from his lab work once again. Their exploration continued as the sun set, and they noticed more signs of disturbance in the area, hinting that something was out there, but they still hadn't found anything conclusive. However, Woody suddenly noticed a big shadow. As he examined the area closely, a deafening screech echoed through the forest, stopping him in his tracks. Startled, he dropped his flashlight, and the two quickly realized they were no longer alone. Looming above them, a massive bird-like creature, the legendary Thunderbird from Native American folklore, swooped down. The Thunderbird, with its enormous wingspan and piercing shrieks, attacked with ferocity, leaving little time for Hellboy and Woody to react. In the ensuing chaos, the Thunderbird grabbed Woody with its powerful talons and lifted him off the ground, carrying him high into the air. Hellboy shouted and attempted to intervene, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. Woody struggled in its grasp, and Hellboy tried to fight off the bird by throwing objects and calling it out. Despite Hellboy's efforts, the Thunderbird flung Woody violently, causing him to crash into the ground with a bone-cracking thud. Hellboy continued battling the Thunderbird, dodging its attacks and countering with his own blows with his right hand. After a fierce struggle, the creature finally gave up and flew off into the sky, leaving Hellboy to check on Woody. As Hellboy rushed to his side, he saw that Woody was in bad shape. Both of his legs were broken and his spine was likely injured. But instead of being despondent, Woody began laughing, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and triumph. Despite his injuries, Woody clutched 2 large feathers from the Thunderbird and declared that he had been right all along. His years of searching for a verifiable cryptozoological creature had finally paid off. Later, back at the Bureau's headquarters, Woody sat in a wheelchair, proudly holding the Thunderbird feather as a trophy of his encounter. Though badly injured, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment, knowing that he had made physical contact with a legendary creature that had eluded researchers for generations. Hellboy, pushing his friend's wheelchair, couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark about the steep cost Woody had paid for this discovery. But Woody's satisfaction was clear. To him, it had all been worth it, injuries and all. Fearful symmetry. Hellboy met with Dr. Narendra Jaiswal, an anthropology professor at the University of Saga in India. The professor requested Hellboy's assistance in investigating a rash of animal attacks. Hellboy expressed some caution, referencing a past encounter with a colleague that had not ended well, but Dr. Jaiswal reassured him. The professor introduced Hellboy to Miss Virginia Payne, a doctoral student who would act as his translator and guide. Upon seeing her, Hellboy recognized her as Ginny, someone he had worked with 7 years earlier. The two reconnected as they traveled together toward the area where the attacks had taken place. Ginny revealed she had been researching rural tribal beliefs for her thesis and had been in India for a while, gathering interviews and folklore. As they approached the village, they learned that the attacks were believed to have been caused by a tiger, but the locals insisted the creature walked on 2 legs, not 4. Hellboy and Ginny arrived at a village where the homes were tightly locked up, showing the residents' fear. Ginny speculated about the possibility of a were-tiger, while Hellboy took a more practical approach, waiting for the creature to show itself. The situation quickly escalated when they encountered the tiger-like creature, which attacked a local with ferocity. Hellboy intervened, grappling with the beast in a physical struggle. Despite Hellboy's efforts to calm the creature, it continued to thrash wildly. During the intense struggle, the creature unexpectedly snapped its own neck, ending the confrontation in a shocking twist. Hellboy was left standing over the dead creature, perplexed by how it had killed itself in such a strange manner. He saw that the creature changed completely into a tiger after dying, which seemed pretty strange to him. Hellboy and Ginny continued their investigation, discussing the nature of the were-tiger they had encountered. Ginny speculated that this creature might not follow the typical rules of were-creatures, noting that it didn't revert to human form upon death. They discussed alternative beliefs from other tribes, suggesting that someone might be controlling the tiger from afar by projecting their soul into the animal. The duo decided to ask around the village for suspicious activity. The locals mentioned an old man named Sikoka, who had been living alone ever since his wife died. He was fearful and reclusive, and his behavior caught their attention. They approached Sikoka's home, but he denied knowing anything and seemed terrified of the were-tiger himself. Despite his evasive attitude, Hellboy and Ginny left, suspecting he knew more than he let on. Later that night, while on watch, Hellboy and Ginny were startled by screams. A massive tiger attacked a house. Attempting to break through the door, Hellboy intervened and managed to knock the creature unconscious, severing the connection with whoever was controlling it. They realized Sikoka might still be involved and headed back to his house, where they found him asleep. Hellboy tried to wake up Sikoka, but just as they did, another tiger appeared, trapping them inside the house. Hellboy threatened to kill Sikoka, demanding the tiger back off, and Ginny translated the threat to the creature. The tiger hesitated, showing that their theory about someone controlling the beast was right. Hellboy woke up Sikoka from his deep sleep. His intervention broke the control, returning the creature to the original form of a tiger. Sikoka, confused and disoriented, had no idea what was happening. As they discussed, it became clear that Sikoka had been controlling the animals in his sleep, unaware of his own abilities. Hellboy and Virginia speculated on whether Sikoka's nightmares had turned into reality due to his connection with the tigers. Afterward, as the authorities took Sikoka away, Hellboy mused about his situation and hoped they would place him far from any wild animals. The world, Virginia remarked, could indeed be a scary place. In a final conversation, Hellboy praised Virginia for handling the situation well and invited her to join the BPRD. Virginia, amused by the idea, joked about becoming an agent, while the eyes of a tiger watched them as they left. From below. At the BPRD headquarters in December 1957, a team, including Hellboy, was briefed about a new case concerning a haunted sawmill in Oregon. The briefing revealed that the location had been previously investigated 7 years ago, but the current details were similar enough to warrant another investigation. Hellboy seemed puzzled about the mention of a sawmill, while one of the agents reminisced about a previous stakeout there, chasing reports of ghost sightings, though they encountered no actual paranormal activity during that time. Further research revealed earlier cases involving the same location, dating back to the 1920s, with a psychic investigator and other paranormal experts previously involved in the investigations. It was noted that various reports had come in over the decades about strange occurrences, including poltergeist activity and mysterious sounds. Despite the different accounts, the commonality of the cases raised suspicions, leading the Bureau to plan a follow-up investigation. The team, including Hellboy, was scheduled to leave the next morning. Archie was asked to stay behind for a private discussion. Hellboy was advised to exercise discretion and he left the room. Later, in Coos Bay, Oregon, the team arrived at the sawmill site. Despite initial skepticism, they began their investigation, expecting nothing more than a mundane explanation, such as an animal trapped inside. Once inside the sawmill, Hellboy and the team searched the premises, reflecting on their fieldwork experiences. The professor expressed enthusiasm for their work, emphasizing its importance, while Hellboy remained reserved about the excitement of the mission. Despite thorough investigation, they found no immediate signs of paranormal activity, but discovered a trapdoor, which was not part of the original building plans. After opening the trapdoor, they uncovered a hidden underground room filled with strange machinery and remnants of occult activities. The professor identified the items as linked to the Heliopic Brotherhood of Ra, a secret society that had tried to control supernatural forces. The team speculated on the Brotherhood's activities, including the use of human tissue to power machinery. As they continued investigating, strange noises from behind a door hinted that something might still be lurking within the sawmill. Hellboy opened the large door and encountered a massive creature, an undead monster augmented with machinery. The creature roared and attacked Hellboy. He fought back, but the creature knocked him aside with considerable force. Hellboy and his team regrouped as the creature rampaged through the underground facility. Archie and the professor shot at the creature, but their bullets had little effect. Hellboy re-engaged the creature, enduring its powerful blows while the professor pieced together more information from the occult records. The professor explained that the Brotherhood had experimented with using occult energy to animate corpses, and this particular creature likely woke up sporadically as it recharged its energy. They realized they couldn't wait for the creature to tire out and had to stop it before it escaped into the nearby town. Hellboy continued his fight with the creature, dodging its attacks and countering with powerful punches. With his brute strength and strategic attacks, Hellboy finally overpowered the creature, sending it crashing into a pool of water, which short-circuited its machinery and destroyed it. The team regrouped, surveying the destruction, and Hellboy expressed a mix of relief and exhaustion as the immediate threat had been neutralized. In the aftermath, Hellboy, Archie, and the professor stood near the remnants of the sawmill. The professor explained that the mechanical monster had been reactivating itself every few years after gathering enough charge, though now, with it at the bottom of the bay and water having short-circuited its systems, it likely wouldn't be a threat anymore. Archie, however, expressed skepticism, suggesting that something would eventually cause it to resurface. Archie compared the situation to his father's experience as a plumber, fixing problems only for them to eventually return, knowing that it's just part of the job. He predicted that someone, maybe even them, would have to deal with it again someday. In response, Hellboy remarked lightheartedly that with his luck, he'd probably be the one called back. As they prepared to leave, Hellboy asked the professor if he still found fieldwork exciting. The professor confirmed that while he did, he looked forward to returning to his research, adding that the papers they found were a treasure trove of information that would take him ages to go through. Hellboy wrapped up the conversation by acknowledging that, like Archie said, the recurring nature of the job was just part of their work. Happy New Year, Ava Gallucci. It was New Year's Eve of 1957 at Wakefield Manor, England, during a family gathering. Hellboy attended the event, where the hosts were excited about continuing a long-standing family tradition involving a mysterious and dark ritual. Some of the family members, especially a drunken Paul, treated it lightly, while Hellboy maintained his skepticism about the whole affair. Upon arrival, Hellboy was warned that attending the event was a bad idea, but Paul quickly dismissed the concern, insisting it was tradition. Inside, they discussed the family legend of Sir William Wakefield, who had allegedly been sunk in a pond after being caught worshipping the devil in 1692. Paul and another guest laughed it off, calling it a mystery, but Hellboy corrected them, stating that it wasn't a mystery at all. He explained the dark details, though the others continued to treat it as harmless fun, despite Hellboy's firm objections. Paul, clearly intoxicated, teased Hellboy, claiming everyone knew the legend and suggesting it was just part of their yearly tradition, a game the family played for fun. Paul's sister, speaking more thoughtfully, acknowledged that the ritual had been part of their family custom for a long time. Hellboy, still unconvinced, questioned the inclusion of Madame Zorna, a performer, wondering why she was invited if this was merely a family affair. It was revealed that Zorna had been brought in to add some drama to the evening, especially since the last few years had been dull. When Hellboy greeted Zorna, he called her Ava Gallucci, accusing her of involvement in the murder of Professor Ranke. Zorna, completely unfazed, admitted to it without hesitation, casually mentioning that the professor was a terrible person and that Hellboy could never prove her guilt anyway. As the clock struck midnight, Zorna began chanting incantations to summon Sir William's spirit. Hellboy, clearly uncomfortable, muttered to himself that trouble was brewing. The rest of the family watched closely as Zorna, holding a candle, invoked the powers of ancient witches to bring forth Sir William. Zorna proclaimed that Sir William's family was present and ready to speak with him. Paul's drunken interjections added to the tension as he jokingly mentioned that an imp had likely been doing Sir William's bidding in exchange for riches. Growing frustrated, Hellboy warned Paul that he didn't like where this was going, while Zorna maintained her focus on the ritual. In her final invocation, Zorna called out for Dobbs, the toad from Sir William's portrait, beckoning the servant of hell to reveal himself wherever he might be. As the ritual reached its peak, the sound of Sir William's chains echoed ominously through the dark manor. The heavy chains scraped and clanged as they rattled down the stairs, filling the air with an unsettling noise. Shortly after, Sir William's ghost appeared, his body covered in decaying seaweed, his face grotesque and twisted from centuries spent underwater. His presence sent a chill through the room as he addressed the group in a hollow, haunting voice, asking why they had summoned him. Zorna, who had been leading the ritual, reacted with a mixture of awe and fear, anticipating what would follow. Hellboy, however, remained unfazed, already familiar with such supernatural occurrences. Sir William extended his decayed hand towards Zorna in a disturbing gesture, stating that since she had called for Dobbs, she would now receive him. Zorna, frozen in horror, watched as Sir William kissed her, forcing Dobbs down her throat. She gagged and choked as the creature squirmed, trying to force its way inside. Hellboy quickly intervened, grabbing Sir William by the chains and stopping the ghastly act. Without hesitation, he used his immense strength to throw the ghost back, attempting to banish him. Hellboy fought to send the ghost back to his watery grave, commanding him to return to the pond. Hellboy kept beating the living hell out of Williams. Hellboy broke a chair on Williams's head. Williams's body fell down and started decaying, but a small bat came out of it. It acknowledged Hellboy's efforts, saying that it was nicely done. The frog came out of Zorna's throat, and somehow it had trapped Zorna's soul within it. The bat lifted the frog and told it was her soul's desire to be like this and flew with it outside, while Zorna screamed. As the snow-covered landscape swallowed them, Hellboy surveyed the aftermath of the ritual with a grim expression. He reflected on how Zorna had ultimately gotten what she deserved, but even so, the grim nature of the events weighed on it. Turning toward the remaining family members, he pointedly reminded them that this was more than just a game, as he had warned them earlier. Trouble, as always, had found its way to them. Zorna's lifeless husk now lay on the ground, another victim claimed by Sir William's curse. The twisted Wakefield tradition had come to its tragic conclusion. 1960, return of the Lambton Worm Hellboy. Professor Broom and Edith investigated the legend of the Lambton Worm in North Yorkshire in 1960. As they walked through an old crypt, Edith narrated the legend of John Lambton. She explained that Lambton caught a strange eel-like creature while fishing and threw it into a well, believing it to be the devil. While Lambton went off to the Crusades, the creature grew and terrorized the countryside, attacking cattle, children, and soldiers sent to kill it. When Lambton returned, he fought the creature by donning spiked armor. The creature impaled itself as it tried to crush him. Lambton killed the creature, or so the legend goes. Edith said that they thought it was just a story until we found the evidence. She then revealed the body of Lambton inside his spiked armor and ancient weapons from the crypt, which matched the descriptions in the legend. Professor Broom recognized the golden cross lying on the armor as being referenced in an old letter from Bishop Leslie. Suddenly, a serpent-like creature emerged from the coffin and attacked Hellboy, wrapping itself around his arm and biting it. It declared, "Free at last!" The creature grew big and confronted everyone. The Lambton Worm taunted Hellboy, calling him brother and tempting him with dark thoughts, encouraging him to join in violent destruction. Hellboy firmly rejected its advances, responding, "Screw you, pal! I don't do that stuff!" He punched the creature with his massive stone hand, sending it crashing backward. The demon continued to taunt Hellboy, insisting that they were connected and that it knew what Hellboy truly was. "Brother, I know you for what you are," it hissed. But Hellboy told it to shut up and go back to hell. As the battle continued, Professor Broom, holding the sword, commanded the demon to leave, saying, "I command thee, unclean spirit, be gone." With Broom's intervention and Hellboy's resistance, the creature paused for a moment and agreed to leave. As it left, it vowed to wait for Hellboy in hell. In the aftermath, the trio gathered in the crypt to reflect. Broom, clearly regretful, admitted that he was a fool to move the cross lying on the armor. "I was a fool to move it." Edith said that Broom certainly did know how to show a girl a good time. Later, as they sat by a fireplace, Broom said that the worm was a demon all along. When Lambton killed its physical body, it possessed Lambton instead and waited there to be freed. Hellboy reflected on what the creature said, noting that it claimed it would wait for him in hell. Broom, in an attempt to lighten the mood, suggested they both write off the strange events as nothing more than a bad dream. Hellboy agreed, and the two shared a drink as they tried to forget the ominous warnings of the Lambton worm. 1962. The Beast of Vargu. In 1962, Hellboy ventured into the ruins of Castle Vargu, hidden somewhere in the Carpathian Mountains of Romania. As he explored the overgrown remnants of the castle, he examined strange symbols carved into the floor. His attention was drawn to an eerie carving of a large figure on the castle walls. Meanwhile, back at the Bureau for Paranormal Research and Defense, BPRD, headquarters in Connecticut, a professor reviewed the history of Castle Vargu. He noted the castle's dark reputation tied to the 14th century Szilágy family, particularly Kostas Szilágy, who performed dark rituals and murdered his mother in the castle. This led to rumours of a monster, especially after Kostas's death in 1452, followed by centuries of gruesome reports about missing people. Now, in the present, 6 people had disappeared, and dismembered remains were being discovered. In a tavern, Hellboy received a call from the professor, who warned him to be cautious of the dangers surrounding the castle. The locals refused to accompany Hellboy to the ruins, telling him the place belonged to the devil. Hellboy ventured deeper into the ruins, his confidence high. As he made his way through the crumbling remains, a low growl filled the air, signaling something dangerous was near. Hellboy faced the source of the growl, a monstrous beast with bat-like wings. The beast launched an attack, its claws swiping with brutal force. Hellboy fought back, but the creature's strength and size proved formidable. The battle was fierce, with Hellboy taking a series of devastating hits. The monster, relentless in its assault, sent Hellboy crashing into the ground repeatedly. The creature finally threw Hellboy through the air, its mighty claws rending his body. Despite the pain, Hellboy continued to fight back, refusing to give up, but the creature's overpowering strength left him battered and dazed, his final thought cursing the beast before he lost consciousness, lying bloodied among the rocks. Hellboy was found unconscious and badly wounded by a group of Romani travelers. A young woman approached him, checking his condition, while her mother instructed her to wrap Hellboy's wounds. The older woman, who clearly had experience with strange occurrences, expressed interest in Hellboy's blood, hinting at its unusual properties. As they tended to Hellboy's injuries, the young woman asked if he would survive. The elder woman, wise but cryptic, remarked that all men die, sometimes more than once, suggesting that Hellboy had an unusual destiny. They gave Hellboy a potion to drink, urging him to rest and heal. As Hellboy drifted into unconsciousness, the old woman began a ritual involving his blood and wood, weaving strange magic over him. When Hellboy came to his senses, the older woman revealed visions of the past in the form of a puppet show. She showed Hellboy the cruel deeds of Kostas Szilágy, the man responsible for the dark history of Castle Vargu. Szilágy had pledged himself to demonic forces, swearing to serve hell in exchange for power. He had brutally betrayed his own mother, sealing her in a chamber to starve as she tried to end his evil reign. Szilágy's pact allowed him to return to the world periodically to wreak havoc, slaughtering innocents and sending their souls to hell. The visions vividly showed the horrors Szilágy unleashed. No one could stop him until the day Hellboy came. It became clear that Hellboy was the one destined to put an end to him. The lady put Hellboy to rest again. In his dream, Hellboy thought about what had transpired at the castle. He dreamt of the part when he regained consciousness just in time to see the beast trying to attack him. He was thrown into the ruins below. As he crashed into the rubble, he noticed an old, ghostly corpse of a woman who pleaded for help. At that moment, he spotted a silver dagger. Hellboy quickly grabbed the weapon, readying himself for the final confrontation. With a swift throw, he embedded the silver dagger into the charging beast, bringing an end to its terror. As the monster collapsed, its body reverted to lifeless pieces, symbolizing the defeat of Kostash Silagi and the curse of Castle Vargu. Hellboy asked how the old woman could have known the events that unfolded in the ruins. She coyly asked if he was sure her knowledge was incorrect, leaving Hellboy with lingering doubts. As they walked back through the ruins, they came across a crypt filled with decayed bodies, presumably Silagi's victims over the centuries. Hellboy was left astonished as he saw the lifeless body of the beast, the silver dagger, and the corpse of the woman laying there. In the end, Hellboy shared a quiet moment with the Romani travelers, exchanging stories about the nature of wandering and how they were alike, without a permanent home, always moving from place to place. The old Romani woman told Hellboy a story about a secret god of Roma, one known only to their people. She explained that long ago, a wicked woman abandoned her child in the woods to die. However, in those days, angels still roamed the earth, and one of them took pity on the child and nursed him back to health. The child grew up with both the good and bad sides of humanity, but also carried a piece of divinity within him. The angel gave the man god a condition. On every day except Friday, he must be good, but on Fridays, he could act as he pleased. One Friday, the man god hosted a grand feast, but forgot to include fish, which angered an evil man who was present. Embarrassed by his mistake, the man god called the fish from the river, and they jumped straight into his cooking fire, resolving the situation. Jealous of the man god's abilities, the evil man attacked him, trying to strangle him to death. As the man god was about to be overpowered, the angel returned and placed a knife in his hand. The man god used the knife to kill the evil man, cutting open his belly to release two serpents. The serpents tempted the man god, offering him great power if he accepted them, but he refused, saying he was already strong enough. The old woman concluded that the man god, like the Romani people, was a mix of good and bad on the outside, but inside, where it mattered most, he remained clean and pure. Hellboy liked the story, finding a sense of kinship in it as he reflected on his own inner struggle between good and evil. Night of the Cyclops. The story began in Thessaly, Greece in April 1962, with Hellboy and Agent Dryades interacting with a captive Minotaur-like creature. The creature, in chains, angrily complained about Hellboy breaking its horns, to which Hellboy retorted that it had ruined his coat, so they were even. Agent Dryades informed Hellboy that they were ready to fly back to Athens, but Hellboy, still suspicious of the place, decided to stay behind. He had a gut feeling that there was more going on and told Dryades to leave without him. Hellboy stayed near the ruins as Dryades departed in the helicopter. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. A small, goat-like creature appeared and snapped a branch in the undergrowth. Intrigued, Hellboy followed the creature, which led him deeper into the forest. As Hellboy chased it, the creature revealed itself to be intelligent, urging him to follow. Despite some hesitation, Hellboy gave chase, leaping across rough terrain to keep up. The goat creature was agile, leading Hellboy down a rocky ravine where he struggled to maintain pace. As the chase continued, Hellboy tumbled down a canyon while the creature effortlessly jumped ahead. The goat then commented on Hellboy's lack of agility, sarcastically noting that even though Hellboy had hooves, he wasn't as nimble as expected. After gathering himself, Hellboy found that the goat had changed to a more human form of a girl, but still having the features of a goat. Hellboy continued to follow the girl until they arrived at a mystical lake, where Hellboy found a hidden, serene environment with a majestic mountain in the distance. Astonished, he remarked that the place looked too dreamlike to be real. The goat girl's name was Aelita. Upon arriving, the goat creatures surrounding Hellboy began addressing him as Ijapan, believing him to be the mythical figure. They explained that their village had been cursed, and Hellboy, mistaken as Ijapan, was introduced to the locals, all of whom shared a similar half-goat appearance. These villagers revealed that they were once human, but the curse had transformed them into these creatures. Hellboy was given a toga to wear by the locals. Alita took Hellboy to meet the Sibyl, her mother, who had summoned him. At the shrine, the Sibyl revealed the origins of their curse. It came from Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who cursed them out of jealousy. The Sibyl explained that her daughter, Aelita, had once been the most beautiful girl in the world, even admired by the gods. However, Aphrodite, enraged by this, sent her son Eros to make Aelita fall in love with Selenos, a hideous satyr. Instead, Eros himself fell in love with Aelita, further angering Aphrodite. In retaliation, Aphrodite cursed the village, transforming its people into half-goat creatures. Additionally, the curse brought an annual visitation from a cyclops from Mount Othrys, who destroyed their harvest each year. As Hellboy listened, the Sibyl said that night was the night of the harvest, and the Cyclops was expected to appear. As Hellboy looked outside, the Cyclops emerged from the mountain, ready to bring destruction once again. Hellboy faced the giant Cyclops that had been terrorizing the village cursed by Aphrodite. The battle started with Hellboy confronting the Cyclops, while the goat people fled in fear. As the massive creature wielded a large weapon, Hellboy taunted it, urging it to back down. However, the Cyclops attacked, and Hellboy leaped into the fray, dodging blows and ultimately smashing a pillar into the Cyclops' eye. The impact caused the Cyclops to falter, but it wasn't finished yet. As the fight raged on, Hellboy continued to climb and jump across the ruins, all while trying to protect the villagers. At one point, Hellboy rescued one of the goat-like creatures from the Cyclops' grasp. Eventually, Hellboy managed to land a decisive blow by driving the broken pillar into the Cyclops' mouth, killing the monster. After the battle, Hellboy checked on Aelita. However, he found that she was still a fawn. Just as the dust settled, the sky darkened and Aphrodite herself appeared, accompanied by her son, Eros. Aphrodite was furious, accusing Hellboy, whom she believed to be Egipan, of defying her decree by killing her Cyclops. She threatened to destroy everyone involved. Hellboy stood defiant, stating that his name was not Egipan. Aphrodite lifted her foot and started crushing Hellboy and Aelita. Eros, trying to mediate, begged his mother not to kill them, attempting to remind her of the past. He told his mother that Aelita, the daughter of the village, may have been the most beautiful mortal, but Aphrodite was the most magnificent among the gods. He asked why Aphrodite could not let go of her jealousy. Was it because of Eros's betrayal? He promised Aphrodite never to meet Aelita again. Understanding, Aphrodite pulled her feet back. Aphrodite ordered Eros to shoot an arrow into Aelita's heart and make her fall in love with Hellboy. As Eros shot the love arrow hesitantly, Hellboy tried to shield Aelita. It struck Hellboy. Aelita called out to Hellboy as he collapsed into her arms. Hellboy regained his senses in front of Agent Dryades, who had been searching for him. Dryades found Hellboy injured with an arrow lodged in him. She told Hellboy that he was gone for 9 days. Upon extraction, Hellboy's blood dripped on the bushes as Aelita watched from below. Hellboy was brought back up to safety, though he was clearly disoriented and bleeding from the wound. As they left, Dryades asked Hellboy if he remembered the name of the woman he had protected. Hellboy, still dazed, responded, Aelita. Hellboy showed the golden arrow to Dryades and asked her what she made of it. As Dryades bandaged Hellboy, she said she didn't know anything about it and asked Hellboy to stop looking at her in the weird manner, to which Hellboy said sorry. 1967. The Return of Effie Cole, Part 1. Hellboy travelled to the Appalachian Mountains in 1967 and arrived at a remote cabin near a graveyard. As he approached the property, he passed the graves of Charles Ferrell, Cora Fisher, and Reverend Nathaniel Armstrong Watt, whose tombstone declared that he had fought the devil and won. Hellboy stepped into the cabin where Tom, his old friend, greeted him. Tom thanked Hellboy for coming, and Hellboy replied it was no problem. Tom, though aged, told Hellboy he looked good, and Hellboy returned the compliment, noting that time didn't seem to bother him much. As they continued, Tom showed Hellboy around the place, mentioning that the cabin used to be a church, but no longer served that purpose. Local people helped him rebuild it after the Reverend had passed away. When Hellboy asked what happened to the Reverend, Tom explained that Hellboy had missed quite the event. He recounted the Reverend's fight against Melungeon witches that had taken place after Hellboy had left the area. Tom vividly recalled the Reverend's fiery speech and how the words alone had destroyed many of the witches, while the Reverend himself used a magical shovel to finish the rest. Tom showed Hellboy the remains of that same shovel, which had been damaged in the fight. He remarked on how the Reverend loved it and how the magical shovel had been key in defeating the Crooked Man. Hellboy remembered the fight against the Crooked Man, and Tom mentioned the Reverend had worn himself out after that day. Tom introduced Sarah Mae Blackburn, a young girl staying with him because her family believed she was a witch. Tom explained that Sarah had some kind of foresight and knew things before they happened. Sarah warned that something bad was coming, which was why Tom had called Hellboy. Hellboy asked Tom about the Crooked Man's place, and Tom confirmed it was still there, though the Crooked Man himself was gone. As they talked on the porch, Hellboy decided to investigate the crooked man's old house. Sarah offered to guide him, even though Tom hesitated to let her go. She assured him she would be fine, and Hellboy promised to look after her. As they left, Tom suggested they take the magic shovel, but Hellboy told him to keep it close for himself. Walking through the woods, Hellboy apologized for what happened to Sarah and her family, but she brushed it off, saying she didn't want to talk about it. Instead, she asked Hellboy if the story Tom told about the crooked man was true. Hellboy admitted that the events had happened, though he wasn't sure how Tom told the story. Suddenly, the crooked man emerged from the earth, grotesque and undead, declaring he had come to collect. A chaotic battle ensued as Hellboy fought off the crooked man and other supernatural creatures. Sarah provided insights about the Reverend's past battle and how the crooked man's soul was tied to his actions. The undead threw a coffin at Hellboy, but he blocked it with his hands and continued to defend himself and Sarah from the malevolent forces. Once the fight was over, Sarah reflected on how the Reverend had kept Tom safe when the crooked man came for him. Hellboy reassured her that if the devil had gotten hold of Tom's soul, it would have been dragged to hell. As they walked deeper into the woods, Hellboy mentioned knowing people with foresight like Sarah's who were not witches, offering her some comfort in the strange world they inhabited. Sarah remarked that her foresight could sometimes be overwhelming, but Hellboy remained supportive, showing that he understood. Sarah pointed out that it was getting dark unusually fast. Hellboy acknowledged this, explaining that the last time something like this happened, Tom had told him it was because they were on the devil's time. Sarah reiterated that she had warned him earlier and something ominous was indeed coming. Meanwhile, back at Tom's cabin, Tom sat near the fireplace when he suddenly heard a voice calling his name. Turning, he saw the ghostly figure of a woman. Tom was unfazed, dismissing her as a ghost and telling her to leave. The woman corrected him, stating that she wasn't a ghost. Tom sarcastically remarked on how the years had been kinder to him than to her. Suddenly, the woman lunged at Tom, her rotting form screaming. Tom grabbed his magical shovel and struck her, yelling for her to leave. The woman screeched in pain, but before retreating, she warned Tom that this wasn't over. Tom continued to fend her off with the shovel until she finally fled, shouting that she would be back. As she ran through the woods, Tom watched her go, warning her not to return. Exhausted, he stood by his cabin, muttering that she was not done. The creature tripped and fell, unable to get away fast enough. Another figure, shadowed and mysterious, approached the creature and reprimanded her for sneaking off when she wasn't strong enough. The figure then carried her away, telling her it was time to go home. Hellboy and Sarah reached an ominous large house, the crooked man's old residence. Hellboy noted that Sarah's earlier warning seemed to have come true, as something was already happening. Sarah asked what they should do next, and Hellboy hesitated, unsure of the best course of action, but their conversation was interrupted by a growling dog that appeared out of nowhere. A woman, Miss Brooke, called off the dog, apologizing for its aggressive behavior, but accusing Hellboy and Sarah of trespassing. Hellboy, surprised, stated they thought the place was abandoned, but Miss Brooke clarified that while it was neglected, it was never abandoned. She introduced herself as the current representative of the house's owner and invited them inside to see the paperwork. Once inside, Miss Brooke handed Hellboy the documents to review. Though Hellboy admitted he wasn't the best judge of paperwork, Miss Brooke shifted her attention to Sarah, asking who she was. Sarah introduced herself, and when Miss Brooke pressed her about why she was there, Sarah admitted she thought something bad was going to happen. Miss Brooke calmly asked Sarah if she still believed that now, and Sarah hesitated, saying she felt confused. Miss Brooke examined Sarah's hand, calling her a special girl and warning her to never let anyone tell her otherwise. Hellboy watched this interaction with suspicion. As Sarah thanked Miss Brooke, the woman whispered a cryptic statement to Sarah, suggesting her real name wasn't Blackburn, but Blackbird, hinting at something dark within Sarah's heritage. Before Sarah could react, a man named Carl stumbled into the room, clumsily dropping a statue. He was the same man who had tended to the undead woman. Miss Brooke scolded Carl lightly, calling him her brother, while Hellboy, unnerved by the situation, decided it was time for him and Sarah to leave. Miss Brooke offered Hellboy and Sarah a place to stay for the night, but the condition of the house made that impossible. Instead, She handed Hellboy a lantern, commenting on how dark it was outside. Hellboy accepted and thanked her. Miss Brooke then turned her attention to Sarah, mentioning that she sometimes taught at a school in New York City for special girls like Sarah. She gave Sarah a picture of the school and encouraged her to think about visiting it in the future. Sarah thanked her. Hellboy apologized for disturbing them, and Miss Brooke told him to think nothing of it as they left. As Hellboy and Sarah walked away, a loud bang came from the house, causing Sarah to turn around. Inside, Carl asked Miss Brooke what she was doing. Miss Brooke simply continued her actions as Carl watched. Outside, Hellboy asked Sarah if she was okay, and she replied that she was. She looked at the photograph Miss Brooke had given her, revealing it to be of the Linton School for Girls at Waverly Place, New York. The Return of Effie Cole, Part 2. Hellboy and Sarah stood outside a large, ominous mansion in the Appalachian Mountains. Sarah expressed confusion, stating she liked Miss Brooke, but was unsure if something bad was happening inside the mansion. Hellboy acknowledged that it was confusing, and Sarah added that she liked the dog, but not the brother. Hellboy decided to take Sarah back to Tom's place and then return to investigate further, but Sarah insisted that she could stay behind while he looked around, saying she wouldn't be in any trouble. She handed him a paper with something written on it and gave him a knife to keep safe, telling him not to look at it until necessary. Hellboy agreed, and after reassuring her, he left Sarah behind. Meanwhile, Miss Brooke confronted Carl outside the mansion, accusing him of thinking about the new girl. Carl tried to remind Miss Brooke that their mission was to seek justice for Effie Cole and punish those responsible for her mistreatment. However, Carl taunted Miss Brooke, suggesting that her judgment was clouded by feelings for the new girl, Sarah. But Brooke stated that she saw great potential in Sarah. As Hellboy wandered through the woods, he stumbled upon an old bear trap. Gripping it, he recognized the trap and remembered the name Effie Cole. He remembered the events of 1958, when he and Tommy set the trap for Effie. When Tom bound Effie in the trap, she transformed into a horse and had the words, "Beware, I am a witch," carved into its side. Hellboy, startled by the memory, hurried towards Sarah. Back with Sarah, Hellboy decided it was time to get her out of the woods. However, as he approached, he noticed that Sarah was still engrossed in examining the picture Miss Brooke had given her of a school. Sarah appeared lost in thought, staring at the image. Inside a vision or a dream, Sarah found herself in the school surrounded by ghostly children and adults. They welcomed her, and when she asked if they knew her, they affirmed, addressing her by name and saying they had been waiting for her. Hellboy interrupted Sarah's trance, expressing discomfort with the picture and stating that something felt off about it. Despite Sarah's protests, Hellboy ripped the picture in half. Sarah screamed, and on the other hand, Miss Brooke was shocked and injured, blood dripping from her nose as a result of Hellboy tearing the photo. At the same time, Miss Brooke ordered her dog, Rava, to kill Hellboy. The massive black creature lunged at Hellboy, and a violent struggle ensued. Hellboy fought back against the dog as Miss Brooke watched from the mansion. She commanded Rava not to harm Sarah. Hellboy continued his fight against the large black dog, which attacked him ferociously. As the dog lunged at him, Hellboy commanded it to sit, but the creature kept up its relentless assault. Meanwhile, Carl, who had wandered into an old, decaying building, cradled Effie Kolb's body, telling it that everything would be all right. He took her to the location where the Crooked Man had once entered the world and escaped back into hell. Carl believed that Effie Kolb knew of the power and deserved it. Despite his sister's reluctance, he intended to give Effie those powers. As Carl began his dark ritual, Hellboy continued battling the dog outside. Eventually, Hellboy struck back hard, managing to deliver a heavy blow that stunned the beast, calling upon dark forces to restore the powers of Effie Kolb. The ground beneath them glowed with the eerie symbols of Carl's ritual, and Effie's decayed body began to rise, imbued with new, terrifying strength. He called forth the powers of the Crooked Man and told that Effie was a faithful servant who had suffered for his cause, but would serve again. The spell completed, and Effie's monstrous form was fully resurrected, towering over Carl, who gleefully believed their task was accomplished. Carl taunted Brooke as she approached, telling her that the master would now reward him, but Effie crushed Carl in a brutal display of power, her rebirth leaving no room for his ambitions. Sarah, watching from nearby, was called by Miss Brooke. Brooke referred to Sarah as her little blackbird, reminding her that blackbirds needed to fly. Saying this, Brooke changed into a raven and flew away. Meanwhile, Hellboy struggled with the transformed Effie, who now resembled a grotesque, towering tree-like creature. Recognizing, he demanded to know what had happened to her. Effie, still screaming for Tommy, engaged Hellboy in a fierce battle. Hellboy grabbed a large piece of wood and jumped and inserted it right into Effie's eye, but Effie was too strong. She grabbed Hellboy and started to devour him whole. Hellboy found himself being swallowed whole by the creature. Inside her monstrous maw, he remembered the piece of paper Sarah had handed him. Just as Effie was about to fully consume him, Hellboy, in a desperate move, opened the paper. It had a picture of the magic shovel in it. Suddenly, the shovel materialized inside Effie's maw, and it fell in. A massive explosion followed, obliterating the Effie Kolb from inside. Hellboy stood, battered but alive. He bet that Effie didn't see the magic shovel coming. Effie lay broken, muttering that at least she didn't die a horse. Hellboy watched her crumble as he walked away under the moonlight. In the aftermath, Hellboy sat with Tom at his cabin, apologizing for not being able to find Sarah May after the house was destroyed. He explained how he searched everywhere but came up empty. Tom reassured Hellboy, telling him not to beat himself up over it. He expressed a belief that Sarah May was special and had a strong presence that couldn't just vanish. Hellboy mentioned how Sarah had drawn a picture that turned into Tom's magic shovel, but he couldn't find that either. Tom admitted he was going to miss that shovel, but he believed that if Sarah were truly dead, he would feel it in his bones. Hellboy, hoping Tom was right, took a deep breath, clearly still troubled by the outcome. Tom reaffirmed his faith that Sarah was still out there somewhere, alive and searching for her place in the world. Later, Sarah May walked along the highway when a man driving a truck stopped to offer her a ride. He asked if she was too young to be out traveling alone. Sarah calmly responded that she was just small for her age and asked for help with a ride. The driver, curious, asked where she was headed. Sarah replied with confidence, New York City. Her next destination was Linton School for Girls. Long night at Goloski Station. Hellboy arrived at a train station in Russia in 1967. As the train left, an Orthodox priest offered Hellboy a blessing, wishing him protection. Hellboy responded with a simple thanks, but was skeptical, muttering, "We'll see." Walking through the snow, he called out for Professor Onchukov. Instead of the professor, an old soldier with a rifle greeted him, calling Hellboy a fool for coming. The soldier revealed that he wasn't Onchukov, but he had the professor's head in a bag. Hellboy calmly noted that this was going to be a problem. The soldier offered to show the head, explaining that after an hour it should look human again. It was the head of a werewolf. Seeing it, Hellboy mentioned that Onchukov used to work for the BPRD briefly. The soldier speculated that the professor had likely sold his soul to the devil, transforming into a wolf. Hellboy wondered aloud if the professor might have had some information for him. The soldier dismissed that, saying the professor was just planning to kill him. Hellboy knew many people were out to get him these days, after he had shot out one of Baba Yaga's eyes. The soldier warned Hellboy that it was too soon for him to be back in the region, as many people were eager to trade his head to Baba Yaga for her favor. He remarked that while Baba Yaga might still be alive, she was hurt badly, and Hellboy should have killed her. The conversation shifted back to heads, with the soldier mentioning he knew a man who would pay good money for them. He was a hunter like his father, and his profession was collecting and selling them. The soldier showed him his hands, branded with holy iron when he was a boy, a sign that he was raised to combat such threats. He mentioned that the train would come back the next morning. Hellboy sighed and said it looked like he was spending the night. Shortly after, a group of figures emerged from the snowstorm. The soldier greeted them warmly, but Hellboy could sense something was wrong. They identified the two larger men as demons disguised in human skin, with the smaller man leading them, a warlock with his enslaved companions. The soldier welcomed them into the cottage and asked them to get warm over vodka. He suggested waiting for the demons to come to them instead of attacking. The soldier praised Hellboy's gun and asked if it was the same one used on Baba Yaga. Hellboy said that it wasn't the one, but a similar model, as he kept losing them. The soldier handed him 3 blessed buttons and told him to use them if he ever lost his gun. He told Hellboy the tale of the buttons. In the Carpathian Mountains, once the devil arrived disguised as a goat, causing the dead to rise and dance until they disintegrated. A bishop named Zrinyi was outraged and beat the devil back to hell with a stick. After Zrinyi died, the buttons on his coat had turned to silver and the stick turned to gold. The soldier explained that most of those buttons were melted down to make bullets, but he saved a few for Hellboy. Suddenly the warlock talked from inside. He called out to Yad Tovich, the soldier. He warned him to flee while he still could. Yad looked at Hellboy and said that he knew a man who would pay him handsomely for the warlock's right hand. He stated that he should have brought the vodka outside. Yad asked Hellboy if he knew Edward Grey, the one who worked for Queen Victoria. Hellboy replied that Edward Grey was before his time. Yad reminisced about drinking with Grey in London before Jack the Ripper, stating Grey liked his hunting stories. Hellboy noted how long ago that was, wondering just how old Yad was. Their conversation was put to a halt as the two demons broke through the door and jumped on Hellboy. Yad told Hellboy to handle them both. The warlock was his. He reminded Hellboy to use the buttons. Hellboy's bullets had no effect on the demons. He took out the buttons from his pockets and threw them at the demons, but they dodged it. Inside the cabin, Yad confronted the warlock. He pointed his gun at him. Outside, Hellboy fished out the buttons. He held a button on the forehead of one of the demons and threw another inside the mouth of the second demon. They started burning up from inside. Inside, the warlock presented Yad with a contract sealed with red wax. He revealed that Yad's family was damned due to a contract his father had signed long ago. He offered Yad freedom by burning the contract. He would set Yad free if Yad let him go, but the person standing in front of Yad was just an apparition. The actual warlock walked up behind Yad with a knife, ready to stab him. Yad realized that it was a deception, and with lightning speed he turned and shot the warlock in the heart, killing him instantly. Outside, Hellboy took a beating from the demons, now burning from inside, but the warlock's death triggered them to scream out in pain. The actual demons burned out of the human bodies. They referred to Hellboy as cousin and said there should be no hard feelings. Then they flew off into the sky. Hellboy turned towards the cabin. Yad was standing there. He had chopped off the warlock's right hand. The sun had risen. They sat together and had a smoke. Hellboy asked Yad about his life story. Yad replied that there was no story. He was just another old man who hunted werewolves for money. When the train came, Yad bid Hellboy goodbye. Hellboy sat down and dozed off, tired after the long night. 3 weeks after the events with Yad, Broom and other researchers gathered at the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield. They discussed the mystery surrounding Yad Tovich. They noted that Edward Grey's journals from that period did not mention Yad, despite searching thoroughly. One of the researchers brought up a lesser-known story about an Igor Tovich from the mid-17th century. The story recounted how Igor was a hunter who was mauled by a wolf. Convinced he was cursed to become a wolf himself, Igor sold the souls of his wife and children to the devil to escape his fate. Shortly after signing the devil's book, a giant wolf burst into his cabin, swallowing his wife and daughter. His son barely escaped. The group speculated on the truth of the tale, particularly how the boy's fear of burning in hell was so strong that he refused to die. Dr. Saunders hoped it was merely a tall tale. 1975, Saturn Returns, Part 1. In Tatascock Falls, New Hampshire, during October 1975, a crowd gathered around a mysterious structure in the woods. Hellboy, along with local law enforcement and agents from the BPRD, assessed the situation. The structure seemed ancient, with strange carvings and symbols surrounding it. Hellboy remarked on how fast word had spread, and people followed the old road to the site. A woman in the crowd expressed worry about her missing father, but the authorities assured her they didn't have any new information. Hellboy, accompanied by Special Agent Oates, explored the interior of the site, which was littered with skulls and bones. There was evidence of a ritual or cult activity, as symbols on the walls suggested an occult nature. Agent Oates pointed out that they had discovered over 43 bodies so far, with more to sift through. They discussed the history of the site, which had once been a textile mill, abandoned decades ago. Hellboy questioned the oddity of a basement existing in such a remote area, while Oates explained that the mill had closed in 1897, but some bodies found dated back only 20 years or less. As the team investigated further, they tried to decipher the symbols on the walls. Cates dismissed most of the scribblings as astrological signs or symbols commonly drawn by kids watching movies, but Hellboy pointed out that some of it resembled ancient Lemurian script. They speculated on whether the killings were the work of a single entity or a generational tradition passed down through multiple killers. Many of the bodies had their rib cages open, but not the oldest ones. One of the agents expressed shock at the gruesome findings. As they collected more remains for examination, a man named Appleton arrived, panicked about his son, Billy. When Billy's body was discovered, Appleton was devastated. The FBI and BPRD agents worked to calm him down and continue the investigation, realizing they would need to take their time to make sense of what had happened in that eerie, tragic place. At the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield, Liz Sherman found herself questioning her purpose and role within the Bureau. The weight of it all seemed to pull her down. Natalie, a colleague and perhaps the closest thing to a friend she had there, tried her best to comfort Liz. She explained that as soon as Hellboy landed, they had immediately sent him off on another mission. He would return soon, she assured. But Liz couldn't shake the feeling of frustration that had been gnawing at her. She believed Hellboy didn't want to see her, and that thought hurt more than she wanted to admit. Meanwhile, at New Hampshire, an officer approached a man named Jason, breaking the news that the remains of his brother had been identified. As per his report from the previous year, he had seen the monster responsible for the killings. That moment stirred up a storm of guilt and anger within Jason. He accused the authorities of doing nothing, failing to act when they could have prevented the deaths. Not only of his brother, but of Billy Appleton too, another victim. His anger wasn't just about the deaths. It was deeply personal, and it boiled over as he lashed out at them. Hellboy and his team arrived at Dr. McIntyre's office to push the investigation further. The doctor, alongside FBI agents, laid out the grim findings. Numerous bodies, mostly male, going all the way back to 1925. A disturbing pattern had emerged: cracked chest cavities, hearts missing, all pointing towards something far more sinister than just a string of isolated incidents. As the team dug deeper, they considered a variety of explanations. Were animals responsible? Was this the work of a cult? Or perhaps something darker, more supernatural? They struggled to make sense of the increasingly horrifying details. The deeper they went into the investigation, the more overwhelming it became. The body count had reached close to 80 victims, and frustration among the team was palpable. Progress felt agonizingly slow, and with little concrete evidence, they even began to entertain the possibility of demonic involvement. Hellboy, while known for handling such cases, had his skepticism. Still, the team couldn't rule out anything, and the pressure was mounting. Tired from the intensity of the investigation, Hellboy let out a casual remark about needing a nap. Meanwhile, at the BPRD headquarters, Liz locked herself up and wouldn't allow Broom in. Broom tried to reason with her, but she was hell-bent on seeing Hellboy. She knew that she had been a problem for everyone, and everyone knew her background, that she had killed her family. She hated herself and everything associated with her. Later that night, Hellboy, Kinsley and Oates reviewed the case details and narrowed down potential suspects. They mentioned local survivors and bodies that had yet to be identified. Kinsley hinted that one of the survivors had been interviewed by Oates earlier. Oates, eager to follow up, quickly headed off, leaving Kinsley and Hellboy to talk. Kinsley continued discussing the evolving nature of the case, especially how the killer's methods had changed over time. Hellboy expressed his hope that it was just one killer and not multiple. There was also talk of the chief potentially being correct about something, but Hellboy dismissed that idea with a bit of dry humour. Kinsley then explained that Dr. Fraser, while in the field, had been trying to prove a theory that some monsters were just undiscovered species of animals. Hellboy chimed in, referencing cryptids like Bigfoot. They continued walking and discussing possibilities about what kind of creature could be responsible for the killings. They debated whether the culprit could be a vampire or a werewolf, but Kinsley emphasized that it was more likely to be something else, possibly a person who had undergone changes over a long period. Hellboy and Kinsley agreed to take a break from their detective work for the night and resume in the morning. Meanwhile, the Chief Robert visited the house of a local named Ruth and informed her that they had found her brother's body, whom she reported missing in May 1966. On the other hand, at the BPRD HQ, Linda alerted Broom that Liz didn't turn up for dinner. As they stormed into Liz's room, they found that Liz had fled. Later, Liz walked down the streets of New Haven when a person walked up to her and said that she was in the wrong neighborhood. Krampusnacht. It was a wintry landscape in Austria, 1975. Hellboy walked through a graveyard and woods, while the distant sound of a Christmas carol echoed around him. As he continued his trek, he encountered the ghostly apparition of a woman who begged him to save her boy. Confused and concerned, Hellboy followed her deeper into the snow-covered forest but lost sight of her. He soon stumbled upon a small toy left in the snow, which hinted at the boy's presence. Hellboy, determined to uncover the mystery, approached a house hidden within the woods. Inside, an old man named Wilhelm Schulze welcomed Hellboy, addressing him by name and inviting him inside, as though expecting him. Despite the warm invitation for food, Hellboy politely declined, though he accepted a drink. As the two sat down, Wilhelm spoke about an incident involving a church that had occurred earlier, admitting that he had caused some disturbance to get Hellboy's attention. The two men toasted to the encounter, and Hellboy handed Wilhelm a card depicting Krampus, a mythical figure from folklore. Wilhelm had told Father Muller that he was the Krampus himself. Wilhelm then introduced Hellboy to a skull with glowing eyes, explaining it belonged to a boy named Gottfried Huber from Salzburg, 1832. He asked Hellboy to see how he ended his days, and upon looking into the skull's glowing eyes, Hellboy was transported into a vision of the boy's final moments. The vision revealed a dark, monstrous shadow attacking the terrified boy, causing Hellboy to react in shock as he experienced the child's horror. Back in the present, the skull spoke ominously, signaling that Hellboy was now faced with something ancient and dark. Hellboy learned that the creature he faced was Krampus, a figure cursed and bound in torment for hundreds of years. Krampus bitterly recounted his long punishment, describing how he had endured this cold world for what felt like an eternity. He questioned what crime he had committed to deserve such a fate, and how much longer he had to suffer. Krampus then revealed his name, stating, "Krampus they named me, and Krampus I have been." Krampus, tired of his centuries of torment, begged Hellboy to end his suffering by killing him. Hellboy, unsure of Krampus's plea, attempted to shoot him, but Krampus, in a burst of rage, demanded to be killed by Hellboy's right hand, insisting that it was the only way. The battle between them escalated, with Krampus using his supernatural strength to hurl Hellboy through the furniture, shattering the room. Throughout the fight, Krampus became more desperate, throwing everything at Hellboy and pleading, Kill me with your hand!" Hellboy resisted Krampus's repeated demands, fighting back with his usual stubborn resolve. The fight continued, with Krampus attacking furiously, throwing Hellboy around the room, while Hellboy tried to fend him off. As Krampus kept beating Hellboy and screamed at him to kill him, Hellboy drifted off into senselessness. He saw a vision where he was walking through the woods, and the ghosts of the children that Krampus killed were looking at him from far. One of the ghosts came and handed him a knife, telling Hellboy that Krampus was tired and he should put him to rest. As Hellboy came back to his senses, he found the knife in his hands and stabbed Krampus in the heart with it. Krampus wondered where Hellboy had got the knife, but thanked him for ending his suffering. The house made of bones started shaking, the roof gave way. Krampus slowly turned into a goat and withered off, while doves flew out from within him towards the sky. His soul had finally found peace. In the aftermath, Hellboy, Professor Broom, and Liz Sherman gathered to celebrate Christmas Eve at the BPRD headquarters. Broom believed that Krampus was actually based on the demon goat of the witches' Sabbath, dressed up in festive holiday attire. He argued that Krampus was just a nastier variation of the Scandinavian Yule goat. Broom continued, explaining how the idea of the Yule goat, or Julepukki, was a pre-Christian goatman version of Father Christmas. Yet this case proved that there might indeed have been an actual goat involved. Hellboy sarcastically commented that in the end, Krampus was just a goat who started thinking he was a prince of hell, only to get tired of doing terrible things to children and wanted to go back to hell. Liz, still processing the strangeness of the situation, asked how something like that could be a Christmas tale. Broom offered some final words, pointing out that Christmas always seemed to bring ghost stories, and that thanks to Hellboy, the poor children connected to the case would finally be laid to rest properly. Hellboy hoped that Krampus too was buried, whatever he was. 1979, her fatal hour. In 1979, at the BPRD headquarters in Fairfield, Connecticut, Hellboy had been asleep for a very long time, an unusual state that caught the attention of a couple of agents. The older agent explained that Hellboy had worked for 3 weeks straight without sleep before crashing for 6 days afterward. He assured his younger colleague that this kind of thing happened often at the BPRD. Meanwhile, a "Do Not Disturb" sign hung on Hellboy's door as he slept in his room. At the same time, in a forested area in France, a woman walked through the woods toward a small house. She approached cautiously, carrying a lantern, and made her way toward an old, eerie wagon parked nearby. Inside the wagon, the woman found a puppet of Hellboy, surrounded by strange, ancient artifacts. She pulled out a note with a magical symbol and stabbed it into Hellboy's chest. After a bit of struggle, Hellboy abruptly woke up in the wagon, while the puppet took his place at the BPRD headquarters. Upon seeing the woman, Hellboy recognized her as Nadia. Nadia reminded Hellboy of their encounter years ago in Romania in 1962, where he had fought the Beast of Vargu. During that fight, he had been badly injured, and Nadia's mother, Violka, had nursed him back to health. Nadia told Hellboy that her mother had since passed away, and that Hellboy now owed Nadia the debt that had been owed to her mother, a life for a life. Hellboy was confused by this declaration, but Nadia insisted that he owed her. The two exchanged terse words as Hellboy stood up and followed her out of the wagon. Hellboy asked about pants as they headed into the nearby house, and Nadia gave him an amused response, saying she'd see what she could do. They sat by a fireplace where Nadia recounted how she had met her uncle Georgi in Romania after the events with Hellboy. It was during a celebration of St. George's Day when she fell in love with a man named Furko, her uncle's friend. The two met secretly, and Furko eventually proposed to her. However, when they asked her mother for permission to marry, she vehemently refused. Shortly after that, a black dog crossed their path as they returned from the village, and Nadia's mother collapsed and died 3 days later. At her mother's funeral, Nadia was approached by Furko, who saw her mother's death as a way to finally marry without interference. But suddenly, Nadia's mother, in a terrifying resurrection, rose from the coffin screaming, "Never!" She fiercely protected her daughter from Furko's advances, declaring that she would not allow the marriage to happen. Furko, however, was undeterred and tried to dismiss the undead woman, even mocking her for being dead. He transformed into a demon and asserted his right to marry Nadia. He warned Violka and Nadia that she had 10 years before he would claim Nadia as his bride, and their time had started then. As Furko left, Violka fell dead again. Back in the present, Nadia explained to Hellboy how she had spent those 10 years running, constantly changing her name and identity to escape the fate predicted for her. Despite all her efforts, she ultimately settled in the forest, tired of running. Hellboy, listening to her story, remarked that it was strange she had brought her mother's wagon along. Nadia responded that she hadn't brought it. The wagon had followed her. The story concluded with Nadia acknowledging that tonight marked the 10th anniversary of the event, the very night when the demon's curse was supposed to come to fruition. As the clock approached midnight, Nadia sat anxiously, watching the time tick closer to her dreaded fate. She nervously asked Hellboy if he would help her and not let the demon claim her. Hellboy, holding an axe, tried to reassure her, telling her that the demon might not even show up. But just as he was saying this, he sensed something wrong and muttered, "Crap." A demonic figure then materialized from the flames of the fireplace, announcing that the 10 years were up and demanding that Nadia fulfill her promise to him. The demon vowed to keep Hellboy to his own promise, calling on all the devils in hell to witness the event. Hellboy immediately stood his ground. The demon mocked Nadia and demanded to know who Hellboy was, implying that he might be someone Nadia had been involved with. Hellboy swung his axe, chopping off the demon's hand, but the demon barely flinched, calling Nadia unfaithful. The demon then attacked Hellboy, throwing him across the room and declaring that Nadia was promised to him on his wedding night. Despite Hellboy's retaliation, the demon insisted that Nadia was his and refused to take no for an answer. Back at the BPRD headquarters, the agents outside Hellboy's room were concerned by the noises coming from inside, but the senior agent warned not to disturb Hellboy when he had put up the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Hellboy and the demon continued their brutal fight. The demon taunted Hellboy, asking if that was the best he could do, as Hellboy struggled against his powerful foe. Meanwhile, at the BPRD headquarters, the puppet Hellboy was still lying in bed, wriggling in struggle. The older agent remarked that after seeing half the things Hellboy had seen, anyone would have nightmares too. Back in the fight, the demon threw Hellboy through the wall of the house. As Hellboy picked himself up from the wreckage, the ghostly figure figure of Nadia's mother appeared, urging Hellboy to save her daughter. Hellboy, still battered, responded that he was working on it. The demon, growing more aggressive, grabbed Nadia, taunting her about the 10 years she had been waiting. He called her his bride as he began to choke her, but Hellboy intervened, telling the demon to shut up and delivering a blow while quipping that Nadia's mother said hi. As the battle raged on, Nadia seized the moment and struck the demon with an axe. Hellboy then followed up with a powerful blow that finally defeated the demon, cutting its head with the axe. Nadia was stunned and relieved, declaring that she was free, truly free. Hellboy, standing over the demon's remains, admitted he couldn't think of anything clever to say at the moment. With the fight over, Nadia stood in disbelief. As she looked at the remains of the demon, the puppet of Hellboy lay beside it with a note still pinned to its chest. Hellboy, back at the BPRD, woke up with a start and saw the same note pinned to the puppet lying beside him. His only response was a frustrated, "Son of a..." Nadia, finally free from her curse, sat by the fire, reflecting on what had just transpired. The house, now peaceful again, sat quietly in the woods as the snow began to fall outside, marking the end of their ordeal. 1983, The Secret of Chesbro House, Part 1. Hellboy arrived at a large, eerie mansion in New Paltz, New York, on October 13th, 1983. After paying the taxi driver, he admired the foreboding structure, commenting to himself with a simple, "Nice." Upon entering the house, he found it to be dimly lit and filled with old furnishings and a grand chandelier. The atmosphere was cold and unsettling. He wandered through a dining room, observing the dark, aged decor, when a voice startled him. A woman, Madame Zemparelli, was sitting behind on a sofa. She was a psychic who had been hired to assist with the investigation. Hellboy asked her not to spook him like that, and they exchanged remarks about the house. Zemparelli brought up the evil presence in the house, but Hellboy dismissed the idea, claiming he was just there for the physical work, not sensing any supernatural forces. Zemparelli, however, seemed convinced that Hellboy was more attuned to the spirits than he let on. As they moved into another room, Hellboy pointed out the portrait of Peter Chesbro, the house's original owner, and his dark legacy. He explained that Chesbro was a wealthy industrialist from the 1800s, and rumours of secret rooms, disturbing behaviours, and curses plagued the house even before it was completed. There were rumours of secret rooms, crazy sex parties, and creepy associates. Hellboy talked about the mysterious disappearance of Chesbro's daughter Sarah in 1881, and the grim rumours that Peter Chesbro had locked her up as a form of some punishment. However, Zemparelli asserted that Peter had actually murdered her. Hellboy met Carter Stroud, the great-great-grandson of Peter Chesbro, and his fiancée, Serena Wilkins. Carter explained that they were there because his mother, Lavinia, was dying, and the cursed house was part of his inheritance. However, the house couldn't be sold until the so-called curse was broken. Hellboy's involvement was due to a request from Professor Bruttenholm, whom Carter's mother had contacted. Broom and Lavinia supposedly had a dance during the war and were closely acquainted. Carter recounted the wild story of how his grandfather George had held a drunken séance in the 1920s, attempting to communicate with Sarah Chesbro's ghost. His mother, Lavinia, had been a child at the time, secretly witnessing the events. That night, they supposedly made contact with Sarah's spirit, and something terrible happened to George Chesbro. According to rumours, he was lured by the ghosts into one of the mansion's hidden rooms, where he was later found dead. However, Carter dismissed the rumours as nothing more than superstition. Suddenly, the caretaker, Nigel, interrupted the discussion, claiming to have the real story. He spoke of how Lavinia's father had returned during the séance. He held his decapitated head in his hands, but somehow still moved. He took his head and ran into the fireplace, leaving the guests in horror. Nigel insisted that the house was indeed cursed, with all the guests who had witnessed that horrifying night refusing to speak of it afterward, except for Lavinia's mother, who spent the rest of her life in an asylum. Nigel believed that she was the only one who understood the true curse of Chesbro House. She said that the ghost of Sarah had whispered it to her. Nigel led everyone to a dining room where a lavish meal had been prepared. The group was surprised by the feast, especially considering Nigel's eerie demeanour. Carter and Serena admitted that they had no idea Nigel was still alive, assuming he had died years ago. Nigel left, saying that he would meet them in the morning. As they sat down to eat, Carter expressed skepticism about the meal, suggesting it could be poisoned or drugged with hallucinogens to make them see ghosts. Serena tried to reassure him and urged him to eat. Madame Zemparelli remained focused on the purpose of their visit, breaking the curse that plagued the house. Serena emphasized that fulfilling this task was Carter's dying mother's last wish. The group then engaged in a séance, attempting to contact the spirit of Sarah Chesbro. Zemparelli felt a heavy, malevolent presence in the house, more intense than she had ever encountered before. As they continued, strange phenomena began to occur. A powerful smell of smoke filled the room, and ghostly apparitions emerged from the fireplace. Suddenly, the spirit of George Chesbro appeared, carrying his severed head, engulfed in flames, causing panic among the group. Hellboy instructed them to maintain the séance, despite the growing fear. The apparition vanished after a few moments on its own. The group realized that something far more sinister was at play, an evil presence tied to Peter Chesbro's dark history in the mansion. The ghostly manifestations became more aggressive. The cupboard doors began to smash themselves, and a severed head fell out of it. Serena was horrified when she saw what appeared to be her grandfather's head, and Hellboy was forced to intervene, smashing the head while urging everyone to remain calm. Zemparelli said that it was the house which was alive. Suddenly, Peter's portrait flew out of the wall towards her. Zemparelli ducked, or else she would have lost her head. In horror, Carter declared that no amount of money was worth staying in the house, but they were unable to leave due to the ongoing séance. Finally, the spirit of Peter Chesbro appeared, and Zemparelli called out to him. Sarah's ghost had possessed Zemparelli, and she spoke. "Father, stop that!" Peter's ghost dissipated into thin air, and right then, Sarah's ghost appeared in front of everyone. She was clearly looking distressed. Zemparelli tried communicating with her, assuring her that she would find a way to ease her torment. Sarah's ghost pleaded for help, expressing that something or someone was preventing her from being seen clearly or being freed. Hellboy reassured her, stating that they could see her and would help in any way they could. However, just as they tried to assist, her demeanor changed. She gave an evil laugh and asked Hellboy, "But who is going to help you?" Hellboy muttered, "Oh crap." The Secret of Chesbro House. Part 2. Sarah's ghost changed its shape into a monstrous form. Everyone was surprised. Hellboy shouted out to Helen Zemparelli, telling her that she had made contact, but now she needed to stop. Zemparelli was possessed again. She muttered to herself that the demon had tricked her. It was locked in the Chesbro house for so long that it did not have a mind of its own anymore. She said that Hellboy must see what happened for himself. Saying this, she touched Hellboy's hand, and his soul was transported to the past. There, Hellboy witnessed a disturbing ritual taking place inside a dark, candlelit chamber. A group of robed figures surrounded Sarah while she lay helplessly on a stone altar. Sarah pleaded with one of the robed figures, whom she called Father. It was Peter Chesbro. She begged him to stop whatever they were doing, emphasizing that she was his daughter, but Peter coldly responded that it was her fate and nothing could stop it. As the ritual continued, something monstrous began to manifest. Hellboy, alarmed, shouted at Chesbro. One of the participants, realizing the danger. One of the robed men whispered, "It's here." A terrifying energy filled the room, and large hands creeped down from above and planted the demonic seed inside her. Sarah began to scream helplessly and writhed in agony. Her screams of terror gave way to laughter, a chilling shift that caught Hellboy off guard. Hellboy's soul came back to the present as the monstrous ghost attacked again. The furniture in the room began to move on its own. Zemparelli pointed out to Hellboy that Sarah wasn't screaming, but she was laughing in Hellboy's vision. Just then, one of the shelves moved with inhuman speed and smashed Zemparelli to a wall as Hellboy screamed. She did not survive the impact. The ghost vanished at that instant. Hellboy looked and confirmed that Zemparelli had passed away. Hellboy inquired to Serena about Carter, who had been acting strangely, picking up a skull during the unfolding events. Carter seemed to be under the influence of something powerful and disturbing, leading to his erratic behavior. Hellboy, concerned about what Carter had done with the skull, instructed Serena to wait while he went after him, emphasizing that if he didn't return within 10 minutes, something had gone terribly wrong. Hellboy went after Carter, determined to stop him from meddling with the dark forces inside the Chesbro house. As he ran through the corridors, Hellboy tried to figure out where Carter had gone. He heard the skull questioning Carter if he had found the hidden door. Eventually, Hellboy reached where Carter was, Carter had discovered a small gap in the panels that led him down a staircase, where he found Carter holding the cursed skull. The skull confirmed that Carter had found the right place, acknowledging that this was exactly what he had been looking for. Inside the secret chamber, Carter admired the objects around him, assuming they were worth a fortune. Hellboy, however, pointed out the absurdity of taking advice from a cursed skull. Hellboy recognized the room. It was the one from his vision, and his concern deepened. Hellboy told Carter to shine his lantern on the corner of the room. What they found horrified Hellboy. The skeleton of Sarah Chesbro, Carter's great-great-aunt, was chained up after the cruel ritual that had taken place. Hellboy explained that Sarah's father had summoned a demon and implanted its seed inside her, which eventually drove her to madness. Suddenly, something burst out of Sarah's ribcage, revealing a grotesque demon offspring. Hellboy realized that this was Peter Chesbro's true treasure, this demonic entity. Carter panicked, demanding that Hellboy do something. The creature grew up rapidly and started attacking. Sarah's ghost, who was bound to the chains, explained to them that it was never about wealth. The unborn thing had been reaching out all this time, trying to lure someone into releasing it. Hellboy assured her that the creature wasn't going anywhere. The demon lunged at Hellboy, and a fierce struggle began. Carter, still frightened, begged Hellboy not to let the creature get him. Hellboy berated him, telling him not to get too greedy. Carter took a golden cross that was attached to the wall and fled from there, while Hellboy kept smashing the demon. Hellboy was in the thick of a battle with a large, monstrous creature inside Chesbro House. After being momentarily distracted by a slamming door, he cursed at Carter, the one responsible for the situation. He quickly promised that things wouldn't go well for Carter once he caught up with him. As Hellboy prepared for what was ahead, the creature revealed its grotesque, toothy maw, ready to attack. Meanwhile, upstairs, Carter frantically navigated through the chaos, clutching the large golden cross. The house rumbled with supernatural forces, and he encountered Serena, who sarcastically asked if he was planning on leaving her behind. Before they could act, a massive chandelier crashed down, burying Carter under a shower of glass and metal. Serena screamed in fear, but later decided to move forward. Hellboy continued his struggle against the creature. As he landed blows, the monster retaliated. When the demon fell on the golden crosses, flames erupted, burning with an unnatural fire and aiding Hellboy in the battle. Hellboy realized the crosses were not just for decoration, they were effectively warding off the evil. The monster roared as the flames consumed it, while Hellboy watched the creature continue to writhe. The fight persisted, with Hellboy setting more of the creature alight until it was fully engulfed in flames. Once the monster shrieked its final cries, he stood over the charred remains of Sarah's skeleton, acknowledging that it was now at rest, free from the curse. In the chaos, Hellboy saw a vision of what had happened after the ritual. Peter had already bound Sarah to the demon seed. He believed that Sarah would soon control the evil within her. Sarah's brother George saw everything. He shot their father, declaring he wouldn't let Sarah's soul be destroyed. As the father collapsed, George explained that he had no choice but to lock Sarah away to prevent the demon from causing further harm. The ritual room fell silent as the conflict ended. As the vision ended, Hellboy was thrown through a door by a blast of supernatural energy. He crashed into the remnants of the fallen chandelier, but quickly recovered, determined to finish the task at hand. Outside, Chesbro House was in flames. Serena stood in the yard, commenting that the curse was broken, though it had cost the destruction of the house and the family. Hellboy emerged from the burning building, slightly scorched, but otherwise unharmed, assuring her that he was fine. As the flames consumed the house, Nigel, Serena, and Hellboy reflected on the end of the Chesbro lineage. Nigel expressed some regret for not being able to help more, but Hellboy remarked that the curse was broken, which was what mattered. Nigel mentioned they were on their own for breakfast, signalling the close of their mission at Chesbro House. 1986, Old Man Whittier. Hellboy and Catherine Whittier returned to Lenox, Massachusetts in 1986 after 30 years. Catherine recounted how she was sent to live with her Aunt Lucy in New York when she was just 4 years old, but remembered nothing from that time except a bad dream and a terrifying face. Her parents had died, and her aunt adopted her, though she could never get Lucy to talk about the details. When Lucy died, Catherine found letters from Miss Cook confirming her parents were dead. However, However, despite being told the family house had burned down, Catherine learned that it was still standing and it belonged to her. Hellboy asked if she wanted the house, but Catherine, now a city girl, didn't see the use of it. She admitted to not even remembering the place. Hellboy brought up the Whittier mystery in Rhode Island, which she confirmed was her family's name, revealing her father was a Whittier. As they entered the old house, Catherine couldn't recall much, but as they explored, she recognized a face in a portrait as the one from her childhood nightmares. The portrait was of Elijah Whittier, and Hellboy shared that he had looked into the family history. Honora Whittier, Elijah's wife, had moved to Providence with her sons after Elijah died around 1880, but there was a third son, Jacob, who wasn't buried with the rest of the family. Hellboy speculated that Jacob could be Catherine's great-grandfather. Catherine wondered if her nightmares had been caused by the portrait, but she was uncertain. Miss Cook, now elderly, appeared in the house, recognizing Catherine as Little Cat Whittier, now grown up. Catherine revealed she now went by Rodwell. Cook shared how Catherine's father and mother had both died from snake bites, an event she had been unaware of. They were out tending to the graves. Hellboy was intrigued when he heard about the graves. He left them to talk, stepping outside to the family's graveyard as Catherine and Cook reconnected over the absent years. Miss Cook insisted that it was her home and that she should move in. As they walked through the house, Catherine asked about a locked door, and Miss Cook revealed it led to the cellar. Hellboy, while exploring the graveyard, encountered a ghostly child who questioned him about Elijah Whittier. The child seemed confused about the lack of graves for the other family members and pressed Hellboy for answers about Elijah's age and what exactly he was. Hellboy didn't have clear answers for the ghost, and the ghost vanished. While continuing to explore the graveyard, Hellboy found that Elijah Whittier's grave was the only one present, with no graves for the other family members. He opened the coffin and found a stairway that led to the cellar. Catherine asked about Elijah Whittier, but there were few answers. Catherine revealed a key she'd found among her aunt's belongings. With some hesitation, she unlocked the door to the crypt. Inside, they found the remains of Elijah Whittier, a decayed skeleton. The skeleton spoke, saying, "At last." Hellboy, on the other hand, began investigating the cellar. He tasted the wine laying there and found out that it tasted awful. Elijah had been waiting for Catherine, seeing her as the true Whittier. He explained that the generations after him were weak, and he knew Catherine was different, a true successor. As Elijah's decaying form came closer to Catherine, Miss Cook pushed her from behind. She was involved with Elijah too. Catherine kicked through Elijah's ribcage and snakes started crawling out of his body. He intended to use Catherine to revive the Whittier bloodline. In the crypt, Hellboy had a vision of the sinister ritual Elijah had prepared to ensure his immortality, involving a snake demon. As his vision ended, Catherine and Elijah burst into the cellar. Elijah continued to force his way toward Catherine, declaring that his centuries-old body would finally live again through her. Hellboy prepared to intervene as Elijah's full scheme came to light. His body, filled with snakes, was preparing to consume Catherine for the ritual's completion. As Elijah tried to consume Catherine for his ritual, Hellboy fought back. Realizing brute force alone wasn't enough, Hellboy grabbed a nearby wine glass and threw its contents on Elijah's face. Elijah recoiled in disgust from the smell of it. Seizing the opportunity, Hellboy instructed Catherine to grab a candle and drive it into Elijah. Catherine quickly acted, plunging the candle into Elijah's body, setting him on fire. Elijah's snake-filled form burst into flames and he screamed in agony as his body began to burn and disintegrate. As the flames consumed Elijah, Hellboy and Catherine made their escape. In the cellar, Miss Cook, still loyal to her master, attacked Hellboy with a knife. Hellboy easily knocked her aside. The fire spread rapidly through the cellar and they all rushed to get out as the flames intensified. The estate soon exploded in a massive blaze, destroying the last remnants of the Whittier legacy. After they escaped, Miss Cook started crying for Elijah, begging for her master's forgiveness. Her body rapidly decayed, disintegrating into a skeletal form as she continued to plead. Hellboy, watching the tragic end, remarked to Catherine about how often these strange situations occur in his line of work. 1989, The Miser's Gift. The story begins in Budapest, 1989, where Hellboy sat in a bar with a young agent and Professor Lajos. The young agent reflected on a night that took a strange turn. He had been drinking and, instead of staying with his companions, decided to make his way home alone. He got lost and ended up on a street he didn't recognize. As he wandered, he saw an old man and greeted him, trying to be helpful. The old man, who appeared frail and struggled with a heavy sack, didn't seem to be doing well. Without realizing it, the agent ended up assisting the ghost of Tobok the Miser, a man who had died 200 years earlier while trying to save his hoard of coins as his house burned down. Hellboy and the professor listened as the agent shared the bizarre encounter he had with Tobok. He had carried Tobok's sack back to his place, only to be rewarded with a coin. Despite his protests that he didn't need any payment, Tobok insisted he take it. However, after taking the coin, the agent began to experience terrifying nightmares of fire and screaming. He tried to get rid of the cursed coin by throwing it into a river, but it always ended up back in his pocket. He attempted to return the coin to Tobok, but couldn't find the street where he had encountered the ghost. The professor, listening to the tale, explained that it was no surprise the man couldn't find the street again, as the street itself was a ghost. He had been studying the mysterious street for years and knew that it sometimes reappeared, but was often lost to time. The professor, Hellboy, and the agent set out to find the street, following the professor's notes. They arrived at the same eerie street where Tobok had lived. Hellboy and the agent entered the house, but they were met with the fiery apparition of Tobok, accusing them of being thieves. The ghost attacked Hellboy, throwing him across the room, and unleashed a horde of skeletal figures that surrounded him. The agent tried to reason with Tobok, explaining that he never wanted to steal from him, only to help him. He offered to return the coin, but Tobok was furious and blinded by greed. Hellboy defended the agent, telling Tobok not to be a jerk and that the man had just been trying to be nice. Eventually, Tobok's fiery form dissipated and he accepted the return of the coin, realizing that his anger and obsession had consumed him. Tears rolled down his ghostly eyes, witnessing the agent's compassion. In the aftermath, Hellboy and the agent were left wondering what had just happened. As they left the street, the professor mysteriously disappeared, leaving them puzzled. Hellboy reflected on the strangeness of the events, questioning whether it had all been real or just a dream. The agent was relieved to finally be rid of the cursed coin. As the story ends, the professor was shown to be back on the ghostly street, still studying its mysteries. Time is a river. Hellboy sat with an older woman in her office, examining a photograph of a man she once knew. He recognized the man as Lajos, and the woman confirmed it, explaining that they had been good friends working on a book together. She reminisced about how Lajos had a vivid imagination, but things changed when he met a mysterious woman named Grabinski. Hellboy asked if the woman knew where he could find Grabinski, and she began rummaging through her belongings, trying to find an old address. She mentioned that Grabinski might still be alive, though it had been a long time. She grew anxious as she wondered aloud if something had happened to Lajos. Hellboy didn't deny her fears, but assured her that he was looking into it. She recalled the last time she saw Lajos, noting that he hadn't looked well, but Hellboy reassured her, saying he had seen Lajos just a few days ago, and he seemed okay. Hellboy went into a dark, eerie house. Inside, Hellboy met Grabinski. She spoke to him about Lajos, making cryptic remarks about how the past wasn't truly gone for people like them. She explained that Lajos had been drawn to the past, needing to see it for himself, which ultimately put him in danger. Hellboy then recounted how a young man had somehow wandered into old Budapest one night and crossed paths with a ghost, Tobok the Miser. The kid had been given a cursed coin, which troubled him. Hellboy and Lajos happened to be in the city and got involved. They eventually found Tobok's ghost and resolved the issue by returning the cursed coin, but Lajos remained trapped in the ghostly version of the city, unable to escape. Grabinski scolded Hellboy for leaving Lajos behind, but Hellboy explained it hadn't been intentional. Grabinski sorrowfully admitted that it was too late to fix things now. She murmured that time was out of joint, growing more distressed as she spoke. Hellboy tried to calm her, but her frustration mounted. Suddenly, she snapped, accusing Hellboy of being responsible for the mess and demanded he fix it. Before Hellboy could respond, Grabinski vanished, leaving him alone in the eerie, rain-soaked forest. As Hellboy wandered through a dark forest, he reflected on Grabinski's cryptic words about time not being solid, but rather like a river. The environment around him became increasingly hostile. Grabinski appeared in front of him once again and urged him to hurry if he wanted to save their friend. She shouted that the prince was angry, and he raged in his glass castle and sent his daughter to rise. The verse was too cryptic for Hellboy. He pushed forward, eventually stumbling into a flooded, ghostly village filled with spirits and strange figures. Wading through the water, he found a boat where two ghostly men invited him aboard. They told Hellboy there was nothing he could do for the others in the village, and that they were headed to witness the burning of a lunatic. Though confused, Hellboy climbed aboard the boat, prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The two men navigated the boat through the flooded streets of the strange, ghostly city. The men discussed an old lunatic, a madman believed to be the cause of their current troubles. One of the men mentioned that the city could be spared if the ashes of this old man were offered to the Danube. Hellboy understood that Danube was the prince, the one who raged in a castle deep in the darkness, seeking vengeance. Hellboy, looking around at the eerie surroundings, muttered a quick crap at the situation. The boat passed through more of the desolate city, with the two men continuing to mention the prince and a cold embrace. As they approached the next part of the city, they were greeted by two other people on another boat. When they asked about Hellboy, one of the men said that he was the devil who came to fetch that lunatic's soul. They finally arrived at a makeshift execution site. The people on the boats around them began chanting "burn" as they watched a man tied to a post, ready to be sacrificed. The men on Hellboy's boat remarked that perhaps this man would have to wrestle the prince for the sake of the city. As the flames began to rise, Hellboy, clearly unimpressed, prepared to intervene because that man was Lajos. When Lajos was about to be set on fire, Hellboy shouted for them to stop. As the priest conducted the sacrifice and the crowd of onlookers chanted for the burn, Hellboy tried to calm the situation. He noticed the absurdity of the situation and called out the crowd's misguided belief. However, one of the villagers demanded to drown Lajos instead of burning him. He would be a sacrifice for Danube's maiden. Hellboy leaped into action to stop the madness, flipping one of the boats and sending the villagers into the water. Chaos erupted as Hellboy fought off the angry crowd. He managed to pull Lajos out of the water, extending his right hand and using a paddle to bring him to safety. As Lajos caught his breath, Hellboy asked if he was okay. Lajos, in shock, mumbled, asking if Hellboy had seen her. Confused, Hellboy asked, "Who?" Lajos replied, "The maiden of the Danube. So beautiful, she wants to." However, before Lajos could finish his sentence, Hellboy was suddenly interrupted as the boat shook. Something had emerged from the water, and Hellboy turned to face it. In an instant, Hellboy was knocked into the water by a sudden force. He fell beneath the surface and found himself face to face with a mermaid-like creature with long, flowing hair and a haunting beauty. She grabbed hold of Lajos, pulling him down with her. Hellboy, without hesitation, swam after her, clutching the paddle tightly in his hand. The battle continued underwater. Hellboy swung the paddle with force, hitting the creature square in the face, dazing her. Lajos remained unconscious, his body sinking deeper. Hellboy struggled to keep up, but with a swift and powerful hit, he managed to free Lajos from the creature's grasp, knocking her away. As Hellboy and Lajos floated back to the surface, the creature let out a terrifying scream of rage. The two were now drifting on a barrel in the middle of the flooded city. Hellboy kept his focus on getting them to safety, but the calm didn't last long. The water rippled and ghostly apparitions began to rise, their eerie laughter filling the air. These spectral figures encircled Hellboy and Lajos, mocking them. Lajos, wide-eyed and terrified, screamed in panic, while Hellboy braced himself for another fight. Suddenly, a radiant figure appeared in the sky. Saint Gerard, the divine presence, cast out the ghostly apparitions, who screamed as they dissipated into nothingness. The city fell silent, the supernatural forces seemingly quelled. After the ordeal, Hellboy and Lajos found themselves back in 1989, standing before a memorial. Lajos reflected on everything that had just happened. He shared with Hellboy that he hadn't thought about religion since he was a boy, but all of his grandmother's stories came rushing back during their encounter. He mentioned that accounts of Saint Gerard's death varied, noting how, in some stories, the saint had been sealed in a barrel and thrown into the Danube. Lajos then wondered aloud whether St. Gerard or the mysterious Grabinski had been the one to save them, or if it had been the woman with the horse's head that Hellboy had encountered earlier. Hellboy, lighting a cigarette, shrugged and gave a simple response. "It's a mystery, pal. It's a mystery." 1991, The Sending. In 1991, in England, Hellboy was accompanied by the seasoned BPRD agent Harry Middleton. They were called to investigate an incident at a mansion belonging to Miss Bell's late uncle. The mansion's library had been ransacked, and Miss Bell recounted how she had witnessed a creature in the room just after midnight, describing it as thin, dark, and wrapped like a mummy with only one arm. Hellboy asked if the creature had been looking for something, but Miss Bell had no idea what it was after. The butler, Robert, entered and revealed that Miss Bell's uncle had kept a second secret library. Hellboy, intrigued, asked to see it. Harry asked Hellboy for a pointed iron nail. Hellboy handed him one. Robert led them through the mansion, explaining that her uncle had returned from a trip to Iceland looking tired and nervous, only to die shortly afterward of a heart attack. Before his death, he had received a letter from Iceland which he burned without opening. In the secret library, they found a book on the table, the Farnham Grimoire, an ancient and dangerous spellbook once owned by the witches of Farnham, including Sarah Webb and the Washbrook sisters. The book was known to have a dark history, with connections to attempts to assassinate Queen Victoria in the 19th century. As they inspected the book, the creature appeared again, demanding the book and screaming for it. Hellboy confronted the creature, while Robert confirmed that the book might indeed have been stolen by Miss Bell's uncle. The creature fought fiercely, wanting to claim the book for its master. In the ensuing battle, Hellboy struggled against the creature, but Harry Middleton took control of the situation with his expertise in the supernatural. Harry informed Hellboy that the creature had one weakness: it could not bear the touch of iron, and its power came from a single bone. He pointed out the bone in the creature's hand. As Hellboy struggled to hold the creature steady, Harry jabbed the nail into the bone, instantly dispelling the creature in a cloud of green smoke. Hellboy, astonished, exclaimed, "Holy crap!" as the creature disappeared, leaving behind only the faint smell of sulfur. Harry casually remarked that this was how one dealt with such supernatural threats. After the battle, Hellboy, Harry, and Miss Bell sat for tea, discussing the events. Harry explained that the creature was ascending. It was a type of Icelandic ghost, bound by dark magic to serve a master. The key to its banishment had been the enchanted bone. Hellboy complimented Harry on his expertise and handling of the situation, noting that he'd saved the day. Harry, in turn, reflected on the excitement of the encounter and asked Hellboy to tell Trevor Bruttenholm that he still had his edge as an agent. As they prepared to leave, Hellboy decided to take the Farnham Grimoire back to the BPRD for safekeeping, given its dangerous nature. Harry jokingly offered Hellboy the enchanted bone that had been used to banish the ghost, but Hellboy quickly declined. He had seen his fair share of ghosts that day. 1992, The Seven Wives Club. The story took place in Savannah, Georgia in 1992. Hellboy visited a woman named Jane, who was sitting in a holding cell. Upon seeing him, she pleaded, stating that she didn't harm Tommy intentionally. Hellboy reminded her of the promise she had made to stop sneaking into haunted houses, and also pointed out that she hadn't kept it. Jane apologized, admitting she had intended to, but then she met Tommy, who had a keen interest in the paranormal. Jane recounted how she had learned about a man named Walter Wakeman who had lived in Savannah in the 1970s. He had 7 wives or girlfriends, and one night he locked them all in a room, set the house on fire, and then hanged himself, laughing as he did. Tommy, fascinated by the story, convinced Jane to check out the house. They ventured to the dilapidated Wakeman house, where they spent the night. They fell asleep. Late in the night, Jane woke up after smelling smoke and saw the ghostly figures of Wakeman's 7 wives hovering above. Then she noticed Tommy was acting strange and called out to him, but he didn't respond. Someone walked towards her from the door. Jane realized it wasn't Tommy, but Wakeman himself, still with the noose around his neck. He was holding the other end of the rope and was ready to strangle Jane with it. In a panic, Jane grabbed Tommy's gun and shot at the figure, but then she found that she had shot Tommy instead, killing him. The police thought it was a crime of passion, but Jane swore it was Wakeman. Hellboy reassured her, telling her to rest and that everything would be okay. Later, Hellboy met with BPRD BPRD agent Pauline Raskin at the police station, where they discussed the case. Hellboy asked if Jane would be alright. Pauline reassured him, explaining that she didn't mean to cause any problems and that the BPRD had dealt with similar cases before. The Wakeman place, where the girl had been involved, had a bad reputation, making the situation more complicated. Pauline had already called in agents to stake out the house. As they left, Pauline said that someone had come by asking about the place and the girl, hinting that she had been in the news. They proceeded to a diner where a man named Ford Winger was waiting for them. Ford shared a tale about the Wakeman place, explaining that 7 bodies were found, burned so badly they were unidentifiable, except for Wakeman, whose body was unharmed. His body was sent to the Holy Sisters of the Marne, a strange group with ties to World War I. Ford showed them an old yearbook featuring his mother, Ruth Winger, and other nurses connected to the place, who had studied anatomy by working on Wakeman's body. Ford then revealed a bizarre aspect of the story. His mother and her friends had stolen Wakeman's body. It began as a prank, but the group, who called themselves the Seven Wives Club, started getting into darker activities. There had been several accidents in the place after that. Pauline, Hellboy, and Ford soon went to the building where Seven Wives Club was formed. It was now a decaying old building. Pauline led the way, looking for the basement where the mysterious activities had taken place. As they descended, Ford's demeanor changed. He seemed disturbed by memories of his mother, who had once been involved in the unsettling rituals. In the basement, they came across unsettling remnants of the past. Ford said that his mother never revealed the full details of what the club had done in that room. He spoke of the accidents. One of his mother's friends fell down from the stairs, breaking her neck. Another friend died in a car accident. Another was crushed by a cupboard. And then there were fires, and many girls died in that. As Hellboy, Pauline, and Ford ventured into the basement of the old building, Ford recounted the history of the place. It had once been a school for female medical students, but dark occurrences had closed it down. Ford's mother had been a part of this school, but never became a doctor, claiming that she had lost her taste for it after everything that had happened there. Deeper in the basement, Ford became disturbed when he encountered the apparition of his mother. The ghostly figure told Ford that he needed to leave and go home. Hellboy and Pauline continued without him, pushing forward into a decayed chamber where they found the preserved body of Wakeman. His corpse was encased in cobwebs, and his chest was marked with orange paper hearts, each labelled with a name. As Ford's mother's spirit lingered, she started to confess the truth about the events that had taken place in the school. She mentioned the other girls who were involved in the actual wrongdoings: Ella, Mary Little, Amelia Wood, Mattie Cobb, Phoebe Cunningham, and Lucy May. These women, students of the school, had been tasked with learning anatomy by dissecting Wakeman's body. However, the ghost revealed that Wakeman wasn't just an ordinary man. He was associated with something malevolent, and she referred to him as the devil. In her spectral confession, Ford's mother said that the girls had performed some gruesome tasks. They were more than just medical students. A dark ritual or influence had taken hold of them, and one of the girls, Ella, fell down the stairs to her death. Another was involved in a fatal car accident. Ford's mother insisted over and over that she hadn't done anything wrong, attempting to absolve herself of blame for the tragic deaths. In the final moments of her apparition, Ford's mother remained adamant that it wasn't her who had caused these misfortunes, placing the blame on the other girls, and particularly the school. Saying this, the spirit disappeared. Meanwhile, inside, the spirits of the dead nurses came back to life. They started burning with hellfire and attacked Hellboy and Pauline. Hellboy alone couldn't stop them. Pauline took out one of the orange paper hearts pinned on Wakeman's corpse. It read, "Amelia Wood," the name of one of the nurses from the school. She tore it, and voila, one of the ghosts attacking Hellboy was destroyed. Hellboy told her to continue what she was doing. As Pauline unpinned all the names from Wakeman's body, his corpse came back to life, screaming at her to stop. He called Pauline and said, "Girl, come to me." Pauline took out her gun and fired unstoppably at him. He was hurt, but did not back up. He jumped, caught hold of Pauline's hand, and started pulling her towards him. Hellboy somehow got out of the other ghost's hold and jumped forward and punched Wakeman in the chest. Hellboy kept punching him until his organs started falling out. Then he continued until there was nothing left but ashes, bones, and dust. Hellboy and Pauline sat in the eerie aftermath of the events, discussing what had happened in the basement. Pauline pondered the strange ritual involving the orange hearts they found on Wakeman's body, questioning whether the women had been somehow attached to Wakeman, or if he had burned them alive, binding their ghosts to him. Hellboy admitted he didn't know, and wasn't sure he wanted to. He mused that with ghosts, it was impossible to understand exactly what was going on, unlike creatures like werewolves or mummies, which at least had clear motives. He expressed his frustration with ghosts, remarking that it was hard to know what they wanted or how they operated, whereas other supernatural beings were more straightforward. Pauline ripped the rest of the paper hearts to pieces, hoping that the spirits of the women could finally rest in peace. Hellboy hoped so too. In the end, the testimony provided by the BPRD led to Jane Howell being cleared of all charges related to the death of Tommy Niles, tying up the investigation's loose ends. Marvelous verdict. That completes the entire journey and adventures that Hellboy had with the BPRD. Rest assured, if Hellboy teams up with them again, our channel will be there to cover it. Until next time, my friends, keep holding on to your furies like hell. Do not forget to leave your thoughts in the comments section. Please like, share, and subscribe.